The girls at school were absolutely going wild. Apparently, the new student is just oh so dreamy. Seriously, he's incredibly handsome. The very moment this boy walked in and was introduced, every single girl's heart just started pounding. The room's temperature soared, and let's be totally honest, the girls were absolutely melting. As for the guys, on the other hand, they were anything but thrilled. Let's just call it what it truly is. Pure, unadulterated jealousy. The teacher then points to an empty seat, right next to the kid who looks like a rejected Scooby-Doo character. Oh, he was practically glowing green with envy. He quickly gives his buddy a subtle signal. Time for a prank. The plan itself was ridiculously simple. As the new kid walks by, just stick out a foot, watch him trip, and just like that. Total, utter humiliation in front of everyone. Genius, right? But here's the thing. They didn't count on the new kid at all. He saw it coming a mile away. He just stopped dead in his tracks, right in front of him. Lee Jae-hyung thought his timing was absolutely perfect. Oops. Yeah, that didn't work out at all. Our protagonist just stares him down, ice cold and unwavering. So Jae-hyung, full of bravado, asks, "Who do you think you're looking at?" No one, and I mean absolutely no one, could possibly fathom or even guess what was truly going through the new kid's mind. As he just stared, completely silent and unreadable. That's when the teacher suddenly chimed in. "Why did you stop all of a sudden, young man?" Eugene just calmly smiles, then apologizes so politely, and simply keeps on walking as if nothing happened. Jae-hyung, meanwhile, smugly thought to himself, he got scared of me. His friend agreed, thinking, guess the new kid isn't so tough after all. Little did these boys know, however, that in that exact moment, when Eugene stopped, he remembered a critical piece of advice from a major. When you go back to Korea, Eugene, don't get involved in fights. The major knew Eugene was a natural-born strategist. Every single move he made was meticulously calculated. And honestly, he genuinely feared that very aspect about him. When our protagonist finally took his seat, the boy next to him, a kid named Park Young-chan, greeted him, then quickly gave him a vital warning. Watch out for those guys. They're the bullies who pretty much run this entire school. You should really avoid them. The next few classes then went by. A strange feeling suddenly washed over Eugene, surrounded by normal boys in a perfectly normal school. Another kid gushing about his latest favorite webtoon. It was the peaceful comfort he'd only known in his memories. No moment had ever felt quite like this. Every moment before was a breathless dash through the rain, his very life hanging precariously on the line. The brutal training was pure hell, spanning so many years. It left him cold. When he closes his eyes even now, he can still vividly feel those harrowing days. But the moment he opens them once more, this blissful peace, it's utterly wonderful. Yet, as his life finally found peace and quiet, across the hall, in another classroom, a girl, Eugene's own sister, knew absolutely nothing of peace. She was happy, naturally. Her brother, after all this time, was finally home, after vanishing for a decade, 10 long years. But then, a blonde girl marched right up to her, ripping her abruptly from her quiet thoughts. "Hey, Daeyeon, I'll be needing your gym clothes for class today." Daeyeon, of course, had her own clothes. But she couldn't just give them away, leaving herself with nothing. The girl simply cackled, a nasty, mocking laugh. Then, she did something that instantly silenced the room, seizing everyone's attention. A harsh, loud slap rang out across Daeyeon's face. Daeyeon had no right to question anything, or disobey any order. This was simply her brutal daily life. Her classmates? They did nothing. Absolutely nothing to step in and protect her. And she just didn't have the courage to fight back. As the school day ended and it was time to go home, she noticed her brother. He'd come to her school, patiently waiting just for her. She's clearly taken aback, if only for a second, and asks, almost disbelieving if he was waiting for her. He simply responds, "Yeah." He was hoping they could walk home together, side by side. He adds that if she happens to have other plans, she's welcome to go ahead without him. Daeyeon nervously glances around before quickly saying, she definitely doesn't have any other plans. But despite her words, you can clearly tell she's still immensely nervous about walking with him. Eugene then simply states that if she's not busy, they'll simply walk home together then. Ultimately, she agrees. Just a little while later, They walk down the street, comfortably next to each other. And let's be real, the awkwardness is practically radiating off both of them. Jean trying to slice through the thick tension by asking her outright if she's feeling it too. Dion's caught off guard by the question, quickly blurting out a denial. But Jean, understanding, simply tells her it's totally okay because he's feeling pretty awkward himself, to be honest. Luckily, his candid admission seems to help her relax a little. Jean then reveals he was only 9 years old when a devastating accident occurred. So his memories of his family are incredibly blurry, including her. He empathizes, saying it must feel weird for her too, considering she was only 7 at the time, and probably doesn't recall much either. Dion stays silent because deep down she knows he's right. Just then, she suddenly hears familiar voices. Voices she recognizes echoing from around the corner, and she simply freezes. When Dion finally looks to see who it is, her eyes land on one of the girls who had been mercilessly bullying her earlier in class. And it turns out, she's actually friends with that blonde girl, the one who brutally slapped Dion at school. This new bully, with an eagle eye, spots Dion right away and immediately starts yelling across at her. Dion's heart plummets, and she starts to panic, sweating profusely, completely at a loss for what to do. One of the guys with the bully pipes up, asking who Dion is. The bully, with a smirk, declares she's the girl that Jean, that blonde psycho from earlier, totally despises. Then, her eyes fall on Jean with Dion, and she immediately starts mocking her, snarkily asking if that's her boyfriend. She then drops an even nastier line, muttering how she didn't know bitches could even get dates. Dion's face burns with embarrassment, and she scrambles to explain that Jean is just her brother. The bully, shockingly, is genuinely surprised by this news, since she had no idea Dion even had a brother. After soaking in all that vile trash talk, Jean, with an unsettling calm, asks Dion if this girl is her friend. Dion, barely a whisper, confirms with a quiet, adding that they're in the same homeroom class. But the bully, utterly undeterred, just keeps on going, throwing out bitch at Dion once more, and sarcastically demanding, "Since when were we friends?" Dion is visibly trembling, while the bully just keeps spewing her venom. Jean, however, fixes the girl with an absolutely ice-cold stare. A stare so icy it could freeze you solid. The guy perched beside the main bully is not a fan of Jin's icy death glare. He explodes in anger, warning Jean to back off or face serious consequences, but Jean just stares, driving the hefty thug absolutely wild with rage. The lead bully girl immediately starts egging him on, desperate to incite a fight with Jean. Finally, the bulky thug snaps, storming right up to Jean. Jean swiftly shoves Dion behind him, stepping directly into the guy's personal space. This utterly clueless brute demands to know if Jin's trying to play tough for his sister. Jean instantly recognizes how utterly oblivious this guy is, standing so incredibly close, with every single weak spot glaringly exposed. What's even more hilariously baffling is that the bulky thug isn't carrying a single weapon. Jean can't help but internally scoff. This guy's a complete fool, leaving himself so incredibly vulnerable. But then he's hit with the memory of Major Kang's words about not engaging in fights. Jean sighs, looks away, and attempts to simply walk past. But the bulky thug isn't about to let him. He snatches Jean by the collar, yanking his arm back, poised to deliver a brutal slap before Jean can react. Dion suddenly darts between the two of them. She bows her head low, desperately trying to explain to the bullies that Jean has just returned from living abroad and doesn't understand Korean social dynamics yet. The main bully girl just scoffs, openly mocking Dion's pleas, while Dion continues to tremble uncontrollably in fear. The bulky thug just roars at Dion, declaring he couldn't care less where Jean lived. Witnessing his sister's raw fear and trembling vulnerability completely snaps Jin's control. He snatches the thug's wrist, twisting it sharply. The thug immediately shrieks out in agony, even though Jean exerted barely any effort. Jean then drops his bag and calmly sheds his school jacket. He calmly instructs his sister to wait, then drapes his jacket over her face, promising her it'll all be over in just a minute. Just then, the loudmouthed thug rushes him from behind. Jean simply spins around, as if it's nothing, and delivers a searing smack right across the guy's face. That single, devastating slap sends the thug flying backward, spitting a spray of blood, before he slams to the ground like a heavy sack of potatoes. The bully girl and the other goon are absolutely frozen with terror. They look like they're about to wet their pants from pure fear. Meanwhile, Gene simply lets out a weary sigh. He mutters about breaking his promise to Major Kong. But honestly, it's not really his fault. That fatty bastard was practically asking for it. The other goon is so scared he's second-guessing, even daring to breathe in Jin's direction. The scene then dramatically cuts to the countryside, where we see soldiers training like absolute maniacs. Major Kong is there, keeping a watchful eye over everything. Then another soldier walks up to him and reminds Kong that it's Jin's very first day of school. Hearing that, a wave of worry washes over Major Kong, even though he taught Jin for 6 grueling months how to live what most people call a normal life. He's scared Jin won't be able to adjust at all after so many brutal years as a merc. Still, Kong is incredibly proud and hopes the lessons he taught will truly help Jin out. Well, about that, it turns out Major Kang's lessons absolutely did not stick, because Jin is out here, right now, treating these bullies like absolute trash. The other bullies just stare in stunned shock at the fatty, who's completely knocked out cold on the ground, with his eyes rolled back chillingly into his head. The bully girl and her buddy are now shaking like leaves, as Jin menacingly walks over to them. In a terrifying split second, Jin lunges and hits the other thug with a monstrous, gut-wrenching punch, sending the guy flying before he brutally slams onto the ground. The cocky girl's jaw is absolutely on the floor. She simply cannot believe what she's seeing. When Jin turns to look directly at her, his chilling death stare makes her tremble uncontrollably. Dayan cautiously pulls the jacket off her face, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she sees the 2 thugs totally knocked out. It's only been a mere minute, but Jin notices his sister is watching him. He gives the cocky girl one last, piercing, scary look, and then calmly walks away from her. He turns to Dayan and simply says, "Sorry for suddenly covering your face." That just makes things even more awkward for Dayan. So Jin tries to make it better by asking if she really wants to grab some snacks from her favorite spot. Dayan softly mumbles that it's totally fine, no need to bother. So Jin simply suggests they should probably head on home now. Then, as Dan and Jin start acting all chummy and friendly, the bully girl is left just standing there, absolutely stunned. She's totally freaked out, utterly shocked that this intimidating dude, who was so terrifying just a second ago, is now acting like the sweetest big brother you could imagine. As they cheerfully walk away, Dayan gives the bully one last, small, mischievous wave, leaving her just frozen there, completely and utterly terrified. On the way home, Dayan, curious, asks Jin if he was the one who actually took out those 2 troublesome guys. Jin casually replies, "Yeah, that was me," which only makes her even more intensely curious about him, especially since he really doesn't seem like a fighter type. She then explains to him that here in Korea, staring intently at people like he just did is considered incredibly rude and can seriously cause trouble. Jin nods in agreement, then adds that looking someone straight in the eye could be a really bad idea, depending entirely on who it is, just like where he came from. Dayan, still confused, then asks why he stared at those thugs back then, and he simply states he saw that she was scared, and he just wanted to protect her. Dayan is absolutely flabbergasted by his unexpected answers, and can only look down, a deep blush rising to her cheeks. The atmosphere gets super awkward and quiet as they keep walking. It looks like Dayan's definitely going to have to get used to having a brand new, incredibly protective big brother. When they finally get home, their grandpa is a total nervous wreck. He's frantically telling Jin to just relax and enjoy some fruit. But Jin, ever helpful, insists on doing the dishes right away. Grandpa doesn't really know how to handle this unexpected kindness, so he just shyly lets Jin take over the chore. As Jin diligently washes the dishes, Grandpa tentatively asks if dinner was all right, admitting he's not exactly the best cook around. Jin, ever gracious, just plays it cool and tells Grandpa not to worry about it for a second. He reassures him, saying, The food's been absolutely awesome, and he's enjoyed every single bite. The old man looks incredibly relieved to hear such high praise. You can instantly tell he's genuinely, truly happy. Grandpa then turns to Dayan, asking if she liked the food too, and she simply nods in agreement. Grandpa then smoothly changes the subject and eagerly asks Jean about his very first day of school, clearly wanting to know if anything exciting or cool happened. Jean, however, hesitates for just a second. Looking a little nervous, Dae-young hesitates to answer. Dae-young feels a sudden surge of anxiety too, pondering just how wild and unbelievable their day had truly been. But after a thoughtful beat, Jean simply states it was a good day. Grandpa's face absolutely lights up, radiating pure joy at his words. He looks incredibly relieved and profoundly happy. Later that night, long after everyone else has settled into bed, Jean is still wide awake, his thoughts racing. He's replaying the moment his grandpa first saw him, a memory shining bright, and he vividly recalls the old man's overwhelming happiness, this time spent living with his grandpa and sister. For a short while has begun to gently melt Jin's once cold heart. Then, his mind abruptly shifts to the terrifying plane crash. All the passengers were gripped by an intense, overwhelming panic. Oxygen masks deployed and dropped down from above. While everyone else frantically scrambled for safety, Jin's parents were solely focused on securing his mask onto his face so he could breathe. It was an utterly terrifying day. Just as he relives the plane's terrifying, uncontrolled descent, Jean snaps awake, bolting upright and leaping out of bed, gasping for air, heart pounding from the nightmare's grip. His heart is still aggressively pounding in his chest. But then, the fog clears, and he realizes it was only a dream. He glances at his clock, seeing that morning has officially arrived. While still sitting there, he distinctly hears noises drifting from the living room. He rises and cautiously moves to investigate and discovers his sister busily making breakfast. He asks, "Where's Grandpa?" She tells him Grandpa already left for work bright and early. Super early. She explains that he took some time off, simply to be there the moment Jean returned home. But his precious vacation days are officially over now, so he absolutely had to return to work. She quickly changes into her uniform and prepares to head out. She instructs Jean that a delicious breakfast is waiting on the table and makes sure he knows to eat every last bite. After she finally makes her exit, Jean simply gazes at the spread of food she meticulously prepared. Back at school, the drama continues to unfold. We find a notorious bully girl alongside the blonde, Hui Jin. It turns out Hui Jin has recently discovered that the new transfer student is none other than Dion's brother. The bully girl nervously mumbles, "Yeah, it's true." She starts replaying the chaotic encounter she had with Jean, and a wave of intense fear washes over her, recalling how he effortlessly took down two of her friends with just one powerful punch. Jean then asks why she's so utterly terrified, but the bully girl, she's absolutely frozen stiff, too terrified to even utter a single word. Honestly, I'm already so over calling her the bully girl, so from this moment forward, let's just dub her Chicken Shake. Hold on. Jean just won't stop pestering Chicken Shake about what exactly went down. Finally, Chicken Shake pulls herself together and manages to stammer out, they should probably just stop messing with Dan for good, because that death stare Jean shot her way. It's still haunting her every thought, and she simply can't shake it despite her fear. She attempts to convince herself everything will be fine, because Hui Jin and her brother are practically royalty, the undisputed top dogs of the school, and absolutely no one dares to cross them. A little while later, our eyes fall on Dayan once more. And what do you know? She gets a brutal smack right on the head. Just like clockwork, she whirls around, only to find Hui Jin and Chicken Shake standing together, clearly ready to unleash another round of trouble. Dayan, fed up, demands to know what they want now. Hui Jin, with an imperious gesture, simply tells her to come along. When Dayan dares to ask where the cocky blonde's temper flares, she snarls at Dayan, ordering her to stop acting so tough and just follow her instructions without question, unless she's asking to get seriously hurt. She also makes it crystal clear that having a brother changes absolutely nothing for her. Before you can even blink, We've been transported to the school's grim recycling area, and Dayan is getting utterly and completely pummeled into the ground by that cocky blonde. After delivering a relentless flurry of kicks, the blonde sneers, commanding Dayan to just stay down. Dayan, gasping for air, struggles to regain her breath, and in a desperate whisper, asks why she's even enduring this beating. That's when Hui-Jin, with a chilling smile, brings up her brother. She imperiously tells Dayan to warn her brother to stop strutting around, acting all tough and full of himself. She makes it unequivocally clear that whatever fate befalls her brother next is absolutely not their concern, because he's on the verge of experiencing a truly terrible time. Dayan's brow furrows in utter confusion, and she asks, startled, if they're actually going after her brother now. Hui-Jin, with a nonchalant shrug, confirms, yep, and then casually reminds her that those two guys, Jin thoroughly beat up, are actually close friends with her own brother. Since Dayan and her brother dared to mess with their crew, they are absolutely not getting away with this unscathed, because when you poke a bear, you will face the consequences for it. Dion's face drains of all color, turning absolutely ashen. She screams furiously at the two thugs, her voice raw, demanding to know what they're planning to do to her brother. For that, she's met with a vicious, stinging slap right across the face. The slap leaves a fiery red mark, a cruel testament to their brutality. But that physical pain is nothing compared to the gut-wrenching dread she feels, knowing her beloved brother is in mortal danger. Dion grits her teeth, a fierce resolve hardening her gaze, pulls herself together, and just bolts out of there like a shot, leaving the two cruel thug women stunned in her wake. The scene snaps back, cutting directly to the third-year classroom. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Even the notorious regular bullies are unnervingly silent, on edge. Everyone's on pins and needles because the school's biggest bully has just stormed in, flanked by his intimidating crew. And it looks like things with Gene are about to explode. But Gene? He's just sitting there completely unfazed, cool as a cucumber, not a single nerve showing. The two guys who got completely wrecked yesterday are there too, trailing loyally behind their formidable boss. And bringing up the rear is the biggest bully of them all, the undisputed ultimate top dog, right here, right now. Then, as if on some twisted cue, Dion bursts into the classroom. She's gasping for air, chest heaving from her desperate sprint, her face bruised and battered, her uniform torn and soiled. Gene leaps up from his seat, his cool facade shattering instantly, his eyes wide with absolute shock and horror, as he takes in his sister's brutalized face and her utterly messed up, ruined uniform. The bully boss, a smug smirk twisting his lips, starts talking trash, mocking how incredibly worried Jin's sister is about him. He scoffs, pointing out that his own sister, Hui-Jin, just whines and nags relentlessly, demanding that he do things for her all the time. Hui-Jin then struts up and tells her brother, with a sneer, that she'll only start to feel bad for him when he actually gets his butt kicked for real. Meanwhile, Gene is just utterly frozen in place, totally horrified, utterly aghast, to see his sister all bruised up. But just before we can witness his next explosive move, the scene abruptly flashes back to earlier that very morning, back when students were just innocently getting to class. We witness poor Yang Chan, his face etched with pure terror, as two merciless guys cruelly use his head for target practice. Jae Hyung preens, beaming with self-satisfaction over a direct hit, and immediately starts bragging to his buddy about his skill. Hyuk Jin, clearly annoyed by the noise, scowls fiercely and barks at a kid nearby to hand over his eraser. The terrified student meekly hands it over, and Hyuk Jin snatches it. He rears back, coiling his arm, and hurls it with all his ferocious strength. Bam! Young Chan gets absolutely clocked in the head. He can't help but bust a move, celebrating his perfect shot. But Jae Hyung quickly tries to brush it off, though, claiming it was nothing but pure, dumb luck. And just like that, the two are going toe-to-toe, trying to one-up each other's epic headshot game. Jae Hyung just has to unleash another attack, whipping his arm around like a total madman, ready to hurl that eraser straight at poor young Chan. But out of nowhere, Jean heroically steps in the way, and the eraser smacks him right in the side instead. Both bullies are absolutely seething at this interruption, as the once flying eraser simply clatters to the floor. Jean calmly takes his seat, as if nothing even happened, right beside a completely shell-shocked young Chan. Our hot-headed redhead is clearly starting to boil over. Feeling Jean is rapidly becoming a huge pain in his neck. Yuck, Jean, the other bully, makes up his mind. They need to march over there right this instant and show Jean what happens when he dares to interfere. And our fiery redhead is totally on board with that. Meanwhile, Jean casually places his bag on the floor, then gently asks young Chan if he's doing all right. The poor guy manages a weak mumble. "I'm fine," but his ghostly pale face tells a very different story. He is most definitely not fine at all. Young Chan nervously leans in closer to Jean, desperate to avoid the glare of those menacing bullies, then shyly asks if he wants to hang out after school. Jean, however, gently shakes his head, saying he can't. He's got to walk home with his sister, you see. The shy kid's eyes widen, clearly intrigued by this, and asks if his sister transferred schools with him. Jean replies, no, she was already enrolled here. And when young Chan asks for her name directly, Jean simply tells him it's Dion. Young Chan is absolutely stunned by this revelation. Jean immediately picks up on his intense reaction and asks if he happens to know her at all. At first, young Chan hesitates, not wanting to speak, but then he confesses that Dion is really struggling at school. He goes on to explain that back in middle school, she was incredibly popular, smart, and stunningly pretty. So, naturally, a lot of guys had crushes on her. But then, a jealous blonde girl named Hui Jean appeared, and driven by envy, began relentlessly bullying her. Jean asks, eyes narrowing, did anyone try to stop it? Young Chan explains that the main bully in question, Hui Jean, has a brother named Jisoo Kim. And guess what? He's one of the biggest, baddest troublemakers in the entire school. But here's the kicker. Dion shares a homeroom with the terrifying Hui Jean. Hui Jean bullies her mercilessly, so much so that other students are shocked. She even bothers to show her face at school. Jean quickly connects the dots, realizing Hui Jean started picking on his sister simply because some guy dared to like her. But Yang Chan sadly reveals that was just a flimsy excuse. Hui Jean was simply on the hunt for a new target to torment. Jin's mind snaps back to a few days prior, when his grandpa expressed hope that Jean would have an easy time fitting in at his new school. His grandpa then turned to Dan and asked if she was doing all right in school as well. Back then, sweet, innocent, little Dayan promised her grandpa that everything was absolutely great, never letting on that she was being bullied relentlessly every single day. Every single day, her grandpa would praise her, saying Dayan is such a great student and that her teachers always spoke so highly of her. Now, back in the present, Jean realizes his sister was just putting on an act, hiding absolutely everything so their grandpa wouldn't have a single worry. Just then, one of the rowdy bullies violently kicks the door open, and their entire intimidating gang just casually strolls into the classroom. Hyuk Jean immediately demands to know what they think they're doing in their class. Jisoo Kim, one of the undisputed top dogs of the entire school, simply replies that he's there to take care of something. Hyuk Jean is utterly shocked to see Jisoo and completely freezes, unsure of how to react. You see, Hyuk Jean is a total small fry in this hierarchy. He can handle the other run-of-the-mill bullies, but he knows better than to ever cross Jisoo Kim. Meanwhile, Jisoo's lackeys point straight at Jean. When Jisoo sees him, he immediately starts screaming at his own guys, absolutely furious that they got beaten up by some scrawny little punk. He tells his lackeys to back off, and then flicks a commanding finger at Jean, ordering him, come here. Jean stands up right away. The redhead and Hyuk Jean are utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth Jean did to get on Jisoo's bad side. They're both thinking he's completely screwed now. But Jean just stands there, unmoving, and flat out asks if Gusu is the true shot caller here. The actual big boss, Gusu, simply cracks a knowing smirk, clearly amused that it took Jin this long to finally piece together who's really running this whole show. He then pivots, glaring at one of his terrified lackeys, barking at him to stop standing around like a useless dummy and actually do something, you hear? You can practically feel the lackey's sheer terror radiating off him, but he slowly, reluctantly, shuffles his way towards Jin. But just as the first punch is about to fly, Dayan suddenly bursts into the room like a whirlwind, completely breathless and utterly panicked. And just like that, we're slammed back into the chaotic present, with Jin's gaze fixed on his bruised and beaten sister. Tears immediately start streaming down Dayan's face, a river of sorrow, as she tearfully apologizes to Jin, full of regret, for dragging him into this absolute nightmare. Meanwhile, Huijin just sneers, completely scoffing at Dayan's tears, and mockingly calls her a total, pathetic drama queen. But Jin firmly tells his sister she's done absolutely nothing wrong, before she can even utter another word. He just snaps. He delivers such a brutal slap to the lackey that the guy instantly collapses to the floor, knocked out cold. The other bullies, who've unfortunately witnessed Jin fight before, immediately start trembling now that one of their own is down. Jin turns back to his sister, a fire in his eyes, and declares that these guys are the ones who should be groveling and apologizing. And the massive, fatty bully charges at Jin, his fist cocked and ready. But Jin just effortlessly shoves his arm away as if it were air. He instantly spots a perfect opening right at the guy's throat and strikes him down with a lightning fast, brutal chop, moving with the precision of a true ninja. The bully immediately begins coughing and violently choking, gasping for air, before he too collapses to the ground. The very last lackey, practically shaking like a leaf, tries to land a desperate punch on Jin. Jin slams him with a nasty, gut-wrenching shot right to the ribs, and in a blur of motion, sends him crashing to the ground as well. Meanwhile, Gusu's smug confidence is finally starting to crumble and vanish as he watches Jin utterly dismantle his entire crew, as if they were nothing more than a bunch of nobodies. The rest of the local wannabe bullies in the classroom just stand frozen, eyes wide as saucers, completely dumbfounded, their faces completely blank with disbelief. Even Huijin and Chicken Shake are starting to freak out, losing their cool, completely losing their carefully constructed composure. After effortlessly dropping the last two guys, Jin slowly turns his gaze back to Gusu and coldly tells him that his sister has been suffering terribly because of these thugs, and he's absolutely not going to let that slide. Jisoo finally breaks his silence, a smirk playing on his lips. He smirks, admitting Jin isn't quite the pushover he expected. Then, with that same cocky grin, Jisoo launches a lightning-fast kick straight for Jin's head, but Jin effortlessly blocks it, barely even flinching. This leaves Jisoo utterly wide-eyed and stunned. He never expected Jin to be this quick on his feet. So Jisoo immediately unleashes another kick, this time with his other leg, and Jin swats it away just as casually as the last. Jin seizes Jisoo's leg, yanks him in tight, and delivers a brutal punch directly to his face. The impact sends a spray of blood flying as Jisoo collapses to the floor like a broken rag doll. Blood streams from his nose and mouth, a stark crimson stain. He looks up in absolute horror at Jin, who stands above him, towering like the very embodiment of the Death Reaper, without a flicker of hesitation. Jin delivers a merciless kick right to the bastard's face, and a fresh explosion of blood erupts. The guy who was moments ago so tough, so full of cocky arrogance, now lies utterly defeated, humiliated, and broken on the ground. The entire classroom falls into a stunned, deathly silence. Every eye is wide, fixated in disbelief, as they watch Jin brutally take down one of their biggest bullies. In a single move, the two beta bullies can only gape, their jaws practically scraping the floor, unable to process that Jin just annihilated a major player. Like Jisoo, so effortlessly, the girls are just as freaked out, especially the blonde one, eyes wide with terror. She's stunned, questioning if Jin could truly be that strong. Jin starts striding purposefully towards Huijin, who's absolutely paralyzed with terror. She knows she's about to get smacked and receive the same brutal beatdown. But before he can even lay a finger on her, Diane rushes over, pleading with her brother to stop. Jean sternly reminds her that Hui Jean and her despicable crew have been relentlessly messing with her for far too long, and that he knows they even came after her yesterday. Diane's face utterly falls in realization. As she understands, he knows the complete truth. She looks down, silent and ashamed, unable to utter a word. And then it truly hits her. Jean is doing all of this just for her. So she forces a shaky smile and insists she's fine, begging him to just stop now. Her brother considers her words for a tense second, but finally agrees, deciding to walk her to her class. As they exit, the entire room erupts into a low buzz of whispers, unable to comprehend that Jisoo, the school's untouchable top dog, was utterly decimated by one guy. Even the notorious beta bullies are forced to admit that Jean is seriously hardcore. They're practically bubbling with relief, realizing they never tried to fight him before. As everyone's buzzing with chatter, the blonde girl is simply shaking, a raw mix of fear and humiliation, utterly unable to cope with their crushing defeat. Meanwhile, Jean and Diane stroll together, and she's confessing how utterly shocked she is by his incredible fighting prowess. But then, she starts apologizing all over again. Jean, confused, asks her exactly what she's so sorry about. Diane explains, her voice filled with regret, that it's all her fault. He got dragged into all this unnecessary drama. She feels terrible about the fights he had to endure, both yesterday and today. Jean simply gives her a warm, reassuring smile, telling her there's absolutely nothing to apologize for. That's what family is for, he gently reminds her, protecting each other. He then begins to explain that back where he used to live, it was truly every person for themselves. People simply didn't care what happened to others, as long as they themselves were safe. Yet, even those incredibly selfish people changed when it came to protecting their own families. And that's our cue for an intense flashback. We're plunged onto a chaotic battlefield, with smoke choking the air and explosions rocking everything. The deafening symphony of guns and bombs erupts all around him. In the midst of all this terrifying chaos, we spot a younger Jean who notices an enemy soldier, desperately trying to save his own little daughter, using his very body to shield her from a menacing figure pointing a gun straight at them. Even amidst all that brutal violence, witnessing that soldier risk his life for his child truly left an indelible mark on Jean. It made him deeply ponder what family truly means and why it holds such profound importance. Back in the present moment, Diane points out that he barely even remembers her. So why is he trying so incredibly hard to help? Jean readily agrees he doesn't remember much, but firmly states that it simply doesn't matter. There's still family, he insists as she stands there quietly. As his powerful words begin to sink in, she starts to feel a blush of embarrassment creep over her. She quickly tells him, "I'm fine." He should really hustle back to his own class, pronto. She chirps that they've already reached her classroom door. With a swift wave goodbye, she vanishes inside like a flash, leaving Jean with a faint, lingering smile. Back inside his own bustling classroom, everyone's still buzzing, completely fixated on Jean. He's practically squirming under the weight of all that unexpected attention. Even the self-proclaimed beta bullies are giving him a massive thumbs up, demanding to know what epic skills they taught him overseas, because he absolutely demolished those noobs like they were made of tissue paper. The compliments just keep cascading down, one after another, but Jean merely sinks deeper into his seat, looking completely swamped and slightly overwhelmed. Even his loyal friend, Young Chun, enthusiastically chimes in, declaring he was totally awesome. A rare, small smile finally graces Jin's lips. Meanwhile, we zoom in on the utterly defeated goons, who are all collectively radiating pure, unadulterated stress. After suffering such a humiliating public embarrassment, their hot-headed boss is still absolutely seething with rage, fuming that there's just something fundamentally different about Jean. He certainly doesn't fight like any run-of-the-mill, third-rate thug. His sister, Ever the peacemaker attempts to lift his spirits, telling him pointedly to just quit his ridiculous pouting and dismissing it all as nothing more than a simple fluke. She insists Jean merely caught them completely off guard and that they can totally get their revenge on him later. However, the other, more observant bullies are unervingly silent, as they've now clearly realized Jean is an undeniable powerhouse and absolutely not someone to ever mess with. But the fiery blondie snarkily reminds him that he's still just one single guy, and they absolutely cannot let some random nobody defeat their entire crew. Her brother, finally reaching his breaking point, snaps at her to shut up, challenging her that if she's so desperate for a fight, she can go fight the guy herself, especially if it looks so easy. Naturally, Hoijin does not take kindly to that blatant provocation and immediately snaps back that he dare not take his frustrations out on her just because some random, insignificant person handed him his, but on a silver platter. Her brother, at this point, is absolutely incandescent with fury. You can practically feel Hoijin's cutting words pierce right through him. He's seething from within, because let's be brutally honest, she's speaking the painful, undeniable truth, and it stings. Hoijin fixes him with one final, scorching glare, her eyes welling up with angry tears, brimming with sheer frustration at her brother's utterly pathetic display. She quietly whirls around, then slams the door shut with a resounding bang as she stomps fiercely down the hallway, radiating pure anger. Chicken Shake scrambles to catch up with her. Meanwhile, the blondie remains absolutely, incandescently fuming. She's absolutely fuming with frustration because those bullies couldn't even handle one guy. She slams the classroom door open, storming straight inside. The moment she spots Daeyeon sitting there, she sneers, asking if she's feeling extra lucky now. Lucky, that is, now that she has a brother. She points out how Daeyeon, with a snide remark, can probably just waltz right into school without a care, completely free from worry or fear, and just run to her big brother whenever things go south. Daeyeon, however, stays completely silent, which only infuriates Hajin even further. She believes Daeyeon is deliberately giving her the cold shoulder, now that she's got her brother there to protect her. Hajin grits her teeth, making her intentions crystal clear. She won't let Daeyeon get away with anything at all, just because she suddenly has a brother by her side. As dusk begins to settle, students start heading for home. We spot our girl in the crowd, looking a little downcast, lost in thought, remembering everything. She recalls when her brother fearlessly stood up for her, bravely fighting off those intimidating thugs. She remembers him declaring they were family, and wonders if this truly means she can finally stop agonizing over getting bullied at school. She begins reflecting intensely on just how miserable things were with Hajin. She was constantly getting bossed around, forced to do whatever Hajin demanded, like some sort of faithful, obedient dog. Every single time she attempted to stand up for herself, she just gets slapped across the face out of nowhere. Suddenly, her brother appears, right behind her, asking if something's amiss. She's completely startled, jumping out her skin, but he gently tells her he'd already called her name a few times, and she hadn't responded. His sister quickly apologizes, explaining that she simply didn't hear him. She then asks if he was waiting for her once more. He nods, confirming with a casual, yeah, since he still doesn't quite know the way home. So, they start walking home together, chatting about grabbing some groceries, because their grandpa is always starving when he gets home late. As they're walking, that menacing, rowdy girl is standing ominously right behind them. She looks absolutely consumed by fury, and simply cannot stand seeing our girl smiling so brightly. This furious girl is just biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to wipe that smile right off Daehoon's face. Next thing we know, the two of them are out shopping at a store. The girl is seriously struggling to pick out something to buy, and other people in the store can't help but stare. Specifically, all the girls in the store are absolutely captivated by our guy, and Daehoon can't help but notice all the attention he's getting. All the attention he's getting from these adoring ladies. She knew he was popular back at school, but apparently, he stands out everywhere he goes. Just out of curiosity, Daehoon finally asked her brother if he ever had a girlfriend while he was living abroad. The question completely catches him off guard, and he looks like he's never even heard the word girlfriend before. Seeing how utterly confused he is, Daehoon explains she means like a girl he was dating. He just flat out says he's never had one, which makes his sister say he really should think about it, especially since girls are drawn to him like a total magnet. He's quiet for a second, then says he's always been way too busy for a girlfriend. Daehoon totally gets it, especially since he's been busy, getting used to a whole new country. That's when he flips the question right back on her and asks if she's ever had a boyfriend. The question completely catches her by surprise, and she quickly says she's never had one either. When he asks why, she just says she's been super busy too. When they finally get home, their grandpa has a brand new Samsung Galaxy phone for our guy. He's a little bummed cause he totally wanted an iPhone instead. Grandpa's quick to school him, saying iPhones have absolutely terrible battery life, and that a Samsung is definitely the better choice, especially since every other kid out there has an iPhone. It's a funny little dig. Like having a Samsung will make him totally unique. Daehoon, on the other hand, is super excited because she really wanted a Galaxy phone. She can tell it's the absolute newest model. Our guy immediately starts messing with the phone, and their grandpa tells them he already put his and Daehoon's numbers in it. Daehoon is totally surprised her grandpa did that himself, since she's usually the one who helps him with all his tech stuff. Grandpa's quick to explain that the salesperson helped him out. He adds with a smile that he heard young people absolutely love unboxing stuff themselves. So, we hoped our hero wouldn't mind him cracking it open to transfer his contacts. But Jean, ever so chill, just shrugs and says it's absolutely fine. Then, Grandpa turns to Daehoon with an apology, explaining they only had one left in stock, and he couldn't get one for her. But Daehoon, ever understanding, quickly assures him it's no big deal at all. They all settle down for a fantastic dinner, filled with laughter and the warmth of family. As the night deepens, our hero is still glued to his shiny new phone, and he's really starting to dive deep into the whole Galaxy experience. A thought sparks in his mind. Could Samsung phones actually be not so bad? Maybe even better than iPhones. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts to Major Kong, deep in work at his computer when suddenly his phone rings. It's Jean on the line, announcing he has a brand new phone and a new number. The Major is visibly taken aback by this news. Even a junior officer behind him can't help but ask if Major Kong hadn't already given Jean a phone, and the Major, bristling, confirms that he did. That's when his face instantly flushes a furious shade of crimson. He practically bellows that he gave Jean the most expensive iPhone model they had available. He's absolutely seething that Jean already replaced it. The very next morning, Jean steps out of the shower, only to spot his sister frantically rushing out the door, already in her uniform, before she can bolt. Jean calls out, asking why she's taking off so early. She simply yells back that she's running late and streaks out the door. She also manages to shout that dinner is all ready, and he just needs to put the dishes in the sink. As she sprints down the street, she quickly checks her phone and breathes a sigh of relief. She's going to make it just in time. She was running late because she'd lovingly made soup for their grandpa, but seeing his happy smile as he ate it made it utterly worth every second. She's simply happy she could do something kind for him, but her warm, happy moment is abruptly shattered when a sudden, brutal kick lands hard in her ribs, sending her sprawling to the ground. Three girls in hoodies and masks loom menacingly over her, their faces obscured by masks. The one leading the charge snarls at Daeyeon to watch where she's going, claiming Daeyeon almost broke her ankle. It's painfully clear these girls are just itching for a fight. They aggressively demand Daeyeon apologize for what she allegedly did. The terrified girl just quickly nods and says she's profoundly, truly sorry. But the vicious leader isn't satisfied with that meager apology and brutally slaps Daeyeon across the face. Apologize like a whimpering dog, she barks. Just then, one of the girls, the one with the sleek ponytail, suggests they all head to karaoke to blow off some steam. Another girl readily agrees, exclaiming they absolutely need to relax and have some fun. The ponytail girl then slowly crouches down to meet Daehyun's gaze, a chilling smirk playing on her lips. She invites her to come along to karaoke, promising they're going to have an absolute blast. As soon as Daehoon hears that insidious voice, she instantly knows it's the notorious white Jean Kim, and she's absolutely here to make her life a living hell. The next thing Daehoon knows, they're at some incredibly sketchy karaoke establishment. The manager eyes the shady-looking girls, and an immediate bad feeling washes over him. A little later, the manager nervously creeps towards their private room. He's mumbling to himself about how wild kids are these days, wondering what kind of chaotic mess they could have possibly made, because all he heard from their room was a terrifying barrage of screams. The manager flings open the door and finds Daehoon sprawled on the floor, visibly beaten and battered. Luckily, she's awake, slowly stirring and struggling to get up. Her hands tremble uncontrollably as she tries to gather her belongings. The manager is utterly bewildered by this sight and immediately tries to call an ambulance. But Daehoon just weakly murmurs no and stumbles out the door. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is taking attendance and notices that Daehoon is mysteriously absent. The other students confirm she's not there, and everyone is deeply confused because Daehoon is absolutely not the type to just skip school. In the background, Jean Kim has a smug smirk plastered across her face, clearly reveling in the situation. Chicken Shake leans over and cautiously asks if she thinks Daehyun is okay. Jean just casually tells her not to freak out, coldly reminding her that Daehyun being gone has absolutely nothing to do with them. Chicken Shake nervously agrees, desperately playing along like it's truly the case, and that it has nothing to do with any of them. And just like that, the school day finally wraps up like any other. Our main guy is already waiting outside, patiently for his sister. But in this buzzing sea of students, she's nowhere to be found. Slowly but surely, the massive crowd begins to thin out, until soon, the entire area is practically empty. But still, his sister is a total no-show. He waits around for just a little bit longer. Then, he whips out his phone, intending to call her, thinking maybe she just headed home without him. Meanwhile, plot twist, she's actually already made it home. Her phone is practically screaming, ringing off the hook from his calls. But she simply brushes it off, choosing to ignore it completely. Eventually, he simply makes his way home. And immediately, he spots her sneakers, sitting right by the door. He smoothly shrugs off his bag, walks right up to her room, then gives a soft knock, quietly asking if she's actually in there. She quickly answers, and her brother, Jean, is absolutely flooded with relief that she's finally home. He asks her what's going on, mentioning he even tried calling her several times, but she simply didn't pick up. Daehoon quickly says she's really sorry, explaining that she must have completely dozed off. Jean, however, immediately picks up on the weird vibe in her voice and asks if he can just pop in for a second. Daehoon, in a flash, quickly cooks up an excuse, telling him she's already snuggled up in bed because she's feeling a little under the weather. Worried, Jean asks if it's anything serious. She quickly assures him it's just a small fever and that she'll be totally back to normal after some rest. He tells her to absolutely call him if she needs anything at all and starts to head out, even planning to go grab some medicine for her. But then he suddenly freezes mid-step right at the door when he spots dark blood stains splattered on her sneakers. It doesn't take him long, not at all, to figure out that something seriously bad must have just gone down. Because, let's be real, blood on your shoes is not exactly a normal everyday sight. As soon as it all clicks, he snatches the first aid kit and bursts into her room, ready to take care of her injuries. She flinches hard as he starts bandaging her bruised face. It's super clear Jean still hasn't grasped the full picture. Daehoon quickly tells him. She claims she fell down the stairs, trying to dodge a bike. But Jean immediately points out that her injuries look way too severe for a simple accident and asks if she's absolutely sure. Our girl absolutely refuses to see a doctor. She hesitates for just a moment before firmly insisting that she's perfectly fine. I mean, it totally makes sense. Why she'd want to avoid the hospital at all costs. If she went, they'd discover immediately that her bruises weren't from some clumsy fall down the stairs. The scene then dramatically flashes back to Daehoon's past, and we're thrust into the tense atmosphere of the principal's office. There, Daehoon is desperately explaining to the principal that Hyejin was the one who brutally beat her up. Hyejin, however, is flat out denying absolutely everything. The police are involved too, intensifying the drama, and Dae-hoon keeps insisting that Hyejin was indeed her attacker. She describes Hyejin wearing a mask and a hat, but recognized her voice distinctively, and is 100% positive it was her. Besides, Hyejin has a long history of bullying her at school. But then, Hyejin, with a smug little smirk, daringly asks how Dae-hoon can possibly blame her, when she never even saw her face. The principal then turns to Dae-hoon, asking if she truly saw the face of the person who hurt her. Dae-hoon reiterates that the attacker's face was indeed covered, but she is absolutely, undeniably sure it was Hyejin. At this point, Hyejin's mother completely loses her composure. She furiously accuses Dae-hoon of dragging the police into this mess, treating her precious daughter like a common criminal over such a bogus, baseless accusation. The principal desperately tries to calm the enraged mom down, but she's absolutely not having it, making it crystal clear she won't back down. Meanwhile, you can practically see Dae-hoon's confidence just crumbling as she realizes that no one, not even the authorities, believes her, even though she knows deep down it was Hyejin. Even the police officers present look increasingly doubtful. The furious mother then demands that Dae-hoon immediately apologize to her innocent daughter, right then and there. But our girl bravely stands her ground, telling the woman that it truly was her daughter who brutally assaulted her. The arrogant mother, enraged by her defiance, gets even angrier at this and dramatically decides she's going to take this up directly with Dae-hoon's parents. She demands Dae-hoon get her parents to the school immediately. This utterly shatters Dae-hoon's heart in an instant. Tears start to stream relentlessly down her face. She can't stop them, not even a single one. Meanwhile, the villain who dared to hurt her simply laughs, then strolls away without a single consequence. Now, back in the present, she feels utterly trapped in this exact same agonizing situation. She feels like speaking up would be utterly useless, especially without any solid, undeniable proof. She's dead set on not upsetting her dear grandfather, who has always been an incredible source of support for her. Suddenly, Jean notices her tense, strained expression and gently places a reassuring hand on her forehead, asking if she's really, truly doing okay. The girl weakly replies that she's perfectly fine. Jean points out that while none of her actual bones seem broken, these bruises are pretty nasty, and they're definitely going to ache for days. He nods, satisfied with his work. She's surprised he's actually really good at this stuff. She can see that the bandages are placed perfectly. Then, her expression suddenly gets sad as she thinks about their dear grandfather. She's worried he'll get really upset about everything, especially since he has a weak heart condition. Jean is pretty surprised to hear this, and she adds that their grandpa is on medication for his heart. Hearing this, Jean immediately promises he'll make sure their grandpa never finds out about any of this, and tells her to just focus on getting some rest. As he starts to leave, she calls his name. She gives him a sweet, grateful smile, and thanks him for absolutely everything. And Jean smiles back at her just as warmly. But the second he's out of sight, her smile instantly disappears. She starts wondering if she made the right call by keeping some of the vital details from him. She's thinking that there's not much a couple of teens like them can really do about this whole thing. But as we all know, Jean isn't your average teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already has a pretty good idea who is behind his sister's injuries. Later that night, the scene cuts to a club where the music is blasting, and the place is absolutely packed. Right in the middle of the surging crowd, our view lands on the infamous head bully, Jisoo Kim, and oh boy, he's looking absolutely livid, joking and chugging drinks with his loyal, albeit trashy, crew. Of course, their favorite pastime, talking smack about Jean. They just can't fathom how one single kid could unravel their whole world. Suddenly, one of the more vocal thugs pipes up, bluntly reminding them of their colossal failure. All thanks to terribly underestimating Jin's power. He confidently declares they can absolutely crush him, as long as they approach it with a proper strategy this time. Another eager goon quickly chimes in, agreeing that there's no earthly way they can let Jean just walk away. A third voice adds, hyping them up, claiming Jean wouldn't last a second if they all ganged up on him simultaneously. Despite all the bravado, their boss, Jisoo, knows deep down that taking Jean down won't exactly be a leisurely stroll. He's still absolutely seething from that humiliating public beatdown, but letting it slide? Absolutely not an option. With a frustrated clang, he slams his glass onto the table, yet grudgingly nods along with his eager lackeys. He lays it out plain and simple. A fair fight, one-on-one, is simply not their MO. So, expect them to scheme a dirty ambush, overwhelming Jean with sheer numbers. His cronies all crack massive, sinister grins, clearly thrilled by the dastardly plan taking shape. This whole pathetic assembly of arrogant jerks might think they've got this whole revenge thing perfectly mapped out, but truly, they're nothing more than a cackling pack of hyenas, just waiting for Jean to deliver their ultimate comeuppance. Right in the middle of their dastardly scheming, Jisoo's phone blares. The caller ID? Oh, it hilariously reads, "Little bitch." And surprise, surprise, it's his very own little sister calling. It seems quite ironically, even Jisoo himself agrees with that charming contact name. By the way, without missing a beat, she immediately unleashes a furious tirade, demanding to know why he's simply lounging at the club. Jisoo, annoyed, snaps back, telling her to hurry it up or he's disconnecting. The girl fires back, insisting he owes her a huge favor. Jisoo, completely clueless, has no idea what she's even babbling about. She then sharply reminds him about Dae-hyun getting roughed up earlier that very day, explaining to him they simply cannot let the troublesome siblings escape accountability, or their authority at school will vanish into thin air. Her brother, sporting a sly, almost proud smirk, actually commends her, saying she did a decent job. He then casually drops a bombshell, revealing they're neck-deep in plotting their own schemes, aimed at getting sweet revenge on Jean. Just as he finishes, a new figure dramatically strides into the club. The bullies whip around, their eyes darting to see who dares interrupt. And then it clicks, it's Jean. No doubt, he's here to settle a score. Jisoo's face contorts with rage at the sight of Jean, casually strolling right into his territory. Yet, Jean keeps his unwavering stride, heading straight for their table. They're cool as a cucumber. Jisoo then smirks with a hint of smugness, thinking this is just perfect. No need to hunt Jean down for their revenge anymore, because he's practically delivered himself. But wait, Jean isn't here for pleasantries or a friendly chat. Without a flicker of hesitation, he snatches one of the lackeys by the face and brutally slams him against the sharp edge of the table. Another lackey lunges forward, but Jin's hand moves in a lightning-fast blur, and a single, devastating punch shatters all the guy's ribs. The bully leader, along with his crew, can only grind their teeth in fury as their comrades get utterly annihilated. The rest of the crew swarms Jean, but our guy remains as cool as a cucumber, even as they close in. He effortlessly kicks one of them down, like an absolute boss. Next up, he seizes a guy with distinctive purple hair, smashing him down onto the table with a brutal, bone-jarring thud. While the purple-haired punk is completely freaking out, Jean isn't even close to being finished. He just slams the dude against the wall, like a crumpled rag doll. Then he makes a fist and lands a massive, crushing punch directly in the fatty's face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle, swinging it wildly at Jean, but our boy casually smacks the bottle right out of his hand, following up with a brutal hit straight to his face, leaving the thug spitting up a gush of blood. Another bully tries to sneak a charge from behind, but Jean ducks, swiftly grabs his outstretched hand, gives it a painful, bone-jarring twist, and then delivers a hard, stinging slap right across his face. Jean shoves the dazed thug aside and immediately snatches another lackey by the face. He smashes the guy's mug right into his knee, and you can practically hear a sickening crunch as the thug's nose shatters. With all the thugs sprawled out and knocked senseless, Jisoo is just standing there utterly speechless, completely unable to process the absolute chaos that just erupted. All this time, his sister is still casually on the phone, and she immediately starts demanding to know what's happening, with a cacophony of chaos ringing in her ears. Jean pivots to Jisoo, a gaze so icy. It sends a bone-deep shiver down Jisoo's spine. He sharply asks Jisoo if he needs a reminder, because the last time he checked, Jean explicitly warned him to stay away from his sister. Jisoo's jaw drops at the lightning speed with which the tables have turned. The irony is palpable. They dared to gang up on Jean, only to watch their entire gang get utterly annihilated. Jean moved like a seasoned pro, and effortlessly wiped the floor with all of them in mere seconds. Now, he relentlessly questions Jisoo, asking what his sister ever possibly did to warrant this. Jisoo naturally plays dumb, as if he has no earthly idea what Jin's talking about, all while his hand secretly snakes towards a glass on the table. With a sudden burst, he hurls the glass at Jean, but Jean, utterly unfazed, simply takes a casual step back, allowing it to shatter against the wall, while he stands there completely unbothered. Jisoo frantically grabs a bottle and swings it at Jean. Our boy smoothly steps back once more, expertly dodging the hit. But as Jisoo swings the bottle a second time, Jean instantly knocks it out of his hand and counters with a devastating punch, sending the liquid inside, splattering dramatically across the room. Jisoo, reeling, attempts to throw a punch this time, but our guy slams him with another brutal smack, right across the bastard's face, making his nose absolutely gush blood like an open faucet. Jisoo reels backward, violently gasping for air after that blow, while Jean remains perfectly cool, calm, and utterly composed, without even breaking a sweat. Jean then directly asks this absolute bastard what twisted, sick pleasure he derives from preying on a genuinely helpless girl. In a final, desperate move, Jisoo snatches a bottle, smashes it against the table, and lunges, attempting to stab Jean in the chest with the sharp end. But our boy doesn't even bat an eye. He just slaps Jisoo's hand with such incredible force that the broken bottle goes flying to the floor. Then he grabs Jisoo by the throat in an iron grip and squeezes, making Jisoo instantly struggle to breathe. Jisoo's feet desperately scramble as he struggles, and Jean, with ruthless force, slams him to the ground. The bastard writhes and squirms, completely helpless, desperately trying to break free from Jin's iron grip. But our guy, he's absolutely relentless. His hand remains clamped around Jisoo's throat, ensuring the once cocky bully knows exactly who's calling the shots now. Jean then leans in close, a chilling question for Jisoo. What should I do with you? Jisoo, barely clinging to consciousness after that brutal beatdown, can't even manage a whimper of a response. Jean delivers one final, bone-chilling warning, making it crystal clear. This is the absolute last time he'll let him off so easily. He warns him to stay far away from his sister, and to keep Hui Jean, Jisoo's sister, firmly on a leash as well. He stresses that if he even hears a whisper or a rumor about Jisoo, or Hui Jean bothering his sister again, he'll be back to finish exactly what he started. To really drive that terrifying point home, Jean tightens his grip on the bastard's throat, pushing him right to the brink of unconsciousness. The bully, now utterly desperate, starts squirming and apologizing frantically over and over. After that, Jean finally lets go, leaving Jisoo crumpled on the floor, gasping for air and coughing violently as Jean walks away. As Jean calmly heads out of the club, the staff inside just exchange nervous, bewildered glances, unsure of the terrifying spectacle they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Hui Jean and her friend, Chicken Shake, are strolling down the street. Hui Jean suddenly gets a really unsettling feeling and starts to worry that her brother might be in serious trouble. Just as they reach the club, they hear footsteps echoing up the stairs, and there's Jean just casually walking away. Hui Jean is totally thrown off, completely unsure what to do. She yells for Jean to stop, probably thinking she can play it cool, since nobody can prove she was behind today's chaos. But Jean doesn't even break his stride, not for a second. Now Hui Jean is getting seriously freaked out. She starts backing away nervously, but ends up tripping and landing hard on her. But as she's rubbing her sore shoulder, Jin's phone goes off. He glances at it, It's his grandpa calling. After a short call, he just turns and heads home without another word, leaving everyone behind, wondering what on earth is going on in his head. When Hui Jin storms into the clubroom, it's an absolute disaster zone. Her brother and his crew are all completely battered. She immediately lays into him, furious, demanding to know how he let Jean trash him again. But her brother's too worn out and bruised to fight back. He just cuts her off abruptly, warning her to stay far away from Daehyun from now on. Hui Jin, completely missing the gravity of the situation, keeps arguing, asking what on earth he's even talking about. That's when her brother, looking utterly exhausted, finally snaps. He grinds his teeth, screaming at her to leave our boy's sister the hell alone. But Hui Jin doesn't let up an inch, yelling back fiercely, asking why he's so terrified of that bastard. And that's the absolute final straw. Her brother's eyes go wild, burning with absolute fury. He tells her straight up, no holds barred, that if she doesn't back off from Daehyun, he'll personally mess her up himself. Man, this family has a seriously messed up way of handling things. It's honestly crazy how casually they talk about hurting each other. It's just so casual. Hui Jin is visibly rattled by her brother's brutal threat, and she starts to cry. We cut back to our boy, who meets up with his grandpa once again. They find a quiet bench in the park to sit on. First thing Grandpa says, full of remorse, is sorry for dragging our boy away from his friends. But our boy insists it's no big deal at all. The old man then looks pretty downcast, bringing up how Daehyun got so badly hurt, and how our boy was the one who patched her up. Our boy confirms it with a soft yeah. And Grandpa explains her injuries are severe, but she absolutely refuses to go to the hospital. He talks about how incredibly hard it was to raise Daehyun alone, admitting frankly, he never truly knew how to take care of a little girl, and was constantly working just to keep food on the table. He's just so incredibly thankful she's grown up so well, mostly by herself. Looking back on all, Grandpa feels like Daehyun actually gave him way more than he ever gave her. He lost absolutely everything in that accident, and after the plane crash took everything else, Daehyun was the only reason he kept going. It absolutely kills him to see her hurting like this, and not even telling him why. He wonders if she thinks he's just too old to get it. He mentions how people say kids grow apart from their parents as they get older, so it must be even tougher for her to open up to her old grandpa. Our boy jumps in and tells the old man he's totally overthinking it. He points out that it's obvious how much Grandpa loves Daehyun, and he's positive she loves him back just as much. He tells Grandpa to stop worrying, and promises to look after her at school. Hearing that the old man finally looks a bit relieved, genuinely happy that day. Hyun has someone like a brother looking out for her. The scene switches over to the Omnia Medical Examination Center. Inside we see Jisoo, all patched up from his injuries. He's getting chewed out by his father, who's super disappointed in him. His dad doesn't mince words, telling Jisoo he deserved everything he got. He says play stupid games. Yuan stupid prizes his mom, who's a real piece of work, starts screaming at her husband. She can't believe their son is in the hospital, and that's all he has to say. She tells him to go find the brute who did this, and yell at him instead. She also points out that the same brute busted Hui Jin's arm too. Honestly, it's a real mess. Hui Jin is a bitch, to the point that she even pinned the blame of her own mishap on our boy. We all know that she tripped and banged up her shoulder, but instead of taking responsibility, she's blaming him for everything. The angry father finally calms down and lets out a deep sigh. The concerned mother tells her son to just focus on resting and recovering. As they start to leave, the mother grumbles about making the kid, who hurt their son, pay if she ever gets her hands on him. Once they're gone, ISU finally asks his sister why she had to tell their parents everything. He passionately explains that by doing this, she's just made things infinitely worse for him. He feels utterly humiliated that people will assume he ran straight to their parents. Like a sniveling brat after getting utterly beaten up, his sister then fires back, asking how she was ever supposed to hide the fact that her brother was hospitalized and her own arm was completely broken. Jisoo, absolutely furious, gets pretty ticked off and demands to know one crucial thing. if Jean was the monster who broke her arm. She remembers how she actually tripped and fell, but she conveniently keeps that crucial detail to herself. Instead, she shamelessly declares that Jean was solely responsible. It's utterly messed up. How she's shifting the blame so unbelievably shamelessly. He then swiftly stands up and tells him to just stay put right here and get better. She vows she'll make sure they realize, once and for all, exactly who they're dealing with. Jisoo sits there, unsure if they should ever mess with our boy again. Meanwhile, we're back with their parents. The woman reveals she's just finished speaking with Mr. Cha, but her husband, clearly exasperated, asks why she's complicating things and tells her to just let the school handle it. The woman, bristling, responds that it's Saturday already, and she absolutely refuses to sit back and twiddle her thumbs, waiting for them. She starts yelling, her voice rising, pointing out that the school will never deliver real justice for what was done to their kids, and they'll likely only settle for a mere suspension, or, at best, a paltry expulsion. The husband, unyielding, continues to argue, saying, she has absolutely no business going to Mr. Cha to handle this. Personally, the woman reveals she already knows Mr. Cha intimately, and that he's been handling his dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Hui Jin is stealthily eavesdropping and feeling incredibly smug about her mother, contacting Mr. Cha. She knows that Mr. Cha is the terrifying gangster who works for her father, and she's absolutely sure this will finally put an end to those troublemakers. Once and for all, the scene then shifts to a rundown place where a man is nervously fidgeting with his lighter, clearly on edge, a picture of tension. Two burly goons walk by, looking incredibly disappointed. They grumble, muttering about being ordered by their boss to dive headfirst into some intense teenage drama. And let me tell you, absolutely none of them are thrilled about it. Not even the big boss himself is looking forward to untangling this kid's petty squabble. But hey, a job's a job, right? Even if it means trudging through a chaotic mess of teenage nonsense. The scene then flashes back to a pivotal moment where a sleek, luxury Mercedes is absolutely zooming down the road. Inside that gleaming car, Mr. Cha, our formidable mafia boss, takes a tense call from a woman. She quickly fills him in on the shocking news. Her daughter's hand got fractured, and her son was brutally beaten up by some unknown teenager. She's absolutely insisting that he needs to handle this immediately. Cutting back to the present, we find Mr. Cha puffing out smoke from a cigarette, clearly fuming. He's beyond frustrated that he has to deal with this kind of ridiculous nonsense. As well, the scene then transitions back to our boy's quarters, where our boy is sitting intently before his computer, still utterly lost in thought about his intense encounter with the Jisoo. He's left wondering if these guys are truly going to let this slide or not. Suddenly, a sharp doorbell rings, and he hears his grandpa arguing heatedly with someone at the door. It turns out that the mysterious people at their doorstep are demanding to see Jean. The intimidating man outside claims they just want a quick word with Jean, nothing more. Grandpa, rightly concerned about the late hour, questions what could possibly be so urgent. Our boy steps out of his room, reassuring his grandpa that he'll be back soon, after he hears what they're truly after. Despite Grandpa's strong reluctance, and even his sister's worried protests, Jean flashes a deceptively pleasant smile. He reassures them, saying he knows these guys and that it's just a quick chat. Nothing to worry about. With that, our boy confidently leaves his worried grandpa behind. The goons then whisk him away to an eerie, abandoned construction site, and he can't help but wonder who they might be taking him to meet. When they finally arrive, the lackeys immediately report to their menacing boss that they've brought in the guy in question. The boss remains utterly silent, puffing thoughtfully on his cigarette. The bald lackey proudly reveals that the kid caught on quickly, didn't make a fuss, and simply came along without a fight. The boss, a bit surprised and actually pleased, decides to make this quick. He snaps his fingers, and just like that, the lackeys snatch their iron bats. One lackey orders his friend to seize our boy's arm, declaring he'll be the one to deliver the brutal beating. Meanwhile, the boss lets out a weary sigh, pulling out his phone to text the mother, assuring her he's got the situation well under control. As the boss scrolls through his contact list, searching intently for that specific mother's number. The lackeys, curious, suddenly question him, wondering why our boy dared to tangle with the formidable Kim family's kids. The moment our boy catches the mention of kids, a grim realization dawns. This must be about Jisoo Kim. The boss, visibly frustrated and annoyed, abruptly stops his scrolling, deciding it's best not to make the call while our boy is still present. However, his gaze drifts over to our boy, and he finds himself utterly intrigued by how unfazed and truly emotionless he appears to be. Just as the lackeys charge forward, closing in on him, Jin suddenly unleashes a blinding, ninja-like burst of speed. He swiftly seizes the bald lackey's attacking hand, before the man can even complete his swing, and violently yanks the man towards himself, delivering a bone-jarring, brutal shoulder smash straight to the lackey's bewildered face. The boss watches, his eyes wide with utter astonishment, as he witnesses this flawlessly executed, devastating move. Meanwhile, the other lackey, seeing his chance, bat still firmly in hand, wildly swings at our boy. Our boy swiftly ducks, allowing the heavy bat to swoosh harmlessly over his head. But the determined lackey immediately goes for another swing. Yet, our boy casually charges into the bat's path, as if it's nothing, leaving the mafia boss utterly bewildered and speechless. Then, with truly lightning speed, our boy deftly locks the baseball bat firmly in his arm and unleashes a brutal, devastating punch right under the stunned lackey's chin. But he's not done. He follows up with another devastating, crippling blow straight to the lackey's chest. Then, with a fierce, iron grip, he seizes the lackey by the neck and brutally hurls him down onto the harsh bricks below. The boss watches this spectacle in utter disbelief and shock, clearly beyond impressed and completely flabbergasted by the sheer skill and audaciousness of our boy's lightning-fast moves. Suddenly, the bald lackey lunges, grabbing our boy from behind, muttering dark threats of death in his ear. But our boy, with inhuman speed, quickly jabs his shoulder into the lackey's vulnerable ribs, and then delivers a bone-shattering shoulder smash right to his face, sending him crashing violently to the hard ground below. Mr. Cha's eyes widen, realizing this kid is no ordinary teenager, because his combat skills are absolutely off the charts. So, he finally decides to step into the fray himself. As he strolls forward, he casually scratches his head, a snicker escaping him as he comments that he never thought he'd be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our boy can instantly tell that even though this man is a notorious mafia boss, he's surprisingly still a weakling, because our guy can clearly spot all of this man's glaring weak spots. As the boss swings a powerful fist straight at him, Gene effortlessly sidesteps it like it's nothing. The boss then unleashes a furious barrage of punches, but our boy dodges each one with impossible ease, making it look like a casual walk in the park. As they continue their intense back and forth, our boy quickly sidesteps, but another lightning-fast punch comes straight at him. He manages to block the hit, though the heavy force makes him skid backward a step. The mafia boss sneers, genuinely impressed that he blocked that one as well. Meanwhile, Gene checks his wrist where he took the punch, and a wince crosses his face from the aching pain. He realizes the mafia boss predicted his movements perfectly and delivered that punch with pinpoint precision. On the other hand, the mafia boss's curiosity has finally peaked. He demands to know who Gene really is. Gene casually replies that he's just a high school student. The boss isn't buying it for a second. In his mind, he figures, this kid must have some serious skill and experience to fight like this. Gene takes his stance, and with a grin, the boss says he's up for sparring further, then balls up his fist to deliver a blow to our boy. Our boy quickly deflects an incoming punch and tries to throw one of his own, but the mafia boss sidesteps it effortlessly. The boss then attempts another attack, but our boy snatches his hand and swings a punch straight toward his gut. The mafia boss reacts, twisting away, causing our boy to end up landing a hit right to his face instead. Mr. Cha is absolutely fuming with annoyance after taking that hit right across his face. And just like that, he winds up for another furious punch at our boy. But our boy, with lightning reflexes, effortlessly deflects the attack, and then, locking eyes with his stunned opponent, he unleashes a brutal, bone-jarring blow right to his face. He follows up with a relentless barrage of powerful punches, sending Mr. Cha sprawling to the cold, hard ground, leaving him utterly humiliated by the prowess of a mere teenager. Honestly, it's quite a surprising sight to behold a mafia boss, who, ironically, relies more on his fists than on actual guns. Once Mr. Cha is completely defeated, he lets out a knowing grin, noticing something peculiar. Our boy doesn't seem rattled or even fazed by the brutal fight. He has no idea where this mysterious kid came from, but he's absolutely sure that the Kim family has definitely messed with the absolute wrong person this time around. And now, the scene smoothly transitions to this prestigious agency, known as the Office of the Esteemed National Assembly Member, MB Kim, deep inside the grand building itself. Two formidable guards are stationed right outside a private office. And inside that very office, we discover Mrs. Kim and Mr. Kim. The woman, clearly agitated, asks her husband, why on earth hasn't Mr. Cha responded yet? She's growing more impatient with every agonizing passing second, demanding that he call Mr. Cha right this instant. Mr. Kim, ever the calmer one, responds that she should just wait, as Mr. Cha will undoubtedly call them back once he's completely done dealing with our troublesome boy. On the other hand, we also glimpse their daughter sitting nearby, who lets out a long, exasperated sigh. And just then, as if on cue, the telephone begins to beep. The utterly impatient lady, her eyes wide, quickly tells her husband to put the call on speakerphone so she can hear all the shocking news herself. Mr. Kim begins by apologizing profusely to Mr. Cha, saying he's sorry for the absolutely ridiculous favor his wife shamelessly asked him to fulfill. But the woman, however, completely undeterred, continues to argue loudly and aggressively, insisting that their precious kids were brutally attacked. So in her mind, she doesn't understand how it can possibly be called ridiculous. But then, to everyone's utter shock and amazement, Mr. Cha calmly says that he's actually the one who should apologize. A completely bewildered Mr. Kim quickly asks for an explanation, and Mr. Cha reveals that it seems, quite frankly, their children have meddled with the absolute wrong person, because Cha himself also suffered a crushing defeat at our boy's hands. This shocking news rattles Mr. Kim right down to his very core, because as far as he knows, and everyone else for that matter, Mr. Cha is widely considered the absolute best enforcer in the entire business. It's absolutely unthinkable that he lost to a mere high school kid. Suddenly, the office door begins to violently rattle. Someone's desperately trying to force their way in. Mr. and Mrs. Kim both stare, wide-eyed with dread, at the door. And then, with an ominous groan, it slowly creaks open, only to reveal their guards, utterly incapacitated and sprawled on the ground. This sight leaves the husband and wife completely shaken, utterly anxious, and seriously alarmed. Even their bratty daughter leaps out of her seat in shock as they witness Jean coolly strolling right into the room. The door behind him slams shut with a resounding thud, leaving their unconscious bodyguards powerless on the other side. Meanwhile, Mr. Cha, still glued to his phone, suddenly realizes Jean has somehow breached their defenses. He leans back, exhaling a long, drawn-out sigh of utter defeat. He's still struggling to wrap his head around the shocking fact that he was utterly defeated by a mere single high school kid. Now, he's frantic, pondering how to possibly deal with this colossal mess. Inside the room, Hui Jean jumps up from her seat as Mrs. Kim immediately starts shrieking at Jean, fiercely demanding to know if he's the punk who dared to beat up her precious children. Meanwhile, the man seated calmly at the desk demands to know how Jean possibly managed to infiltrate his office. That's when this infuriating woman begins to grit her teeth, seething with frustration because she's absolutely furious that her husband isn't overreacting with the same theatrical flair that she is. The husband, remaining shockingly calm and composed, asks again, even more insistently, how Jean managed to bypass all their security. Jean just shrugs nonchalantly and casually replies that he simply passed the guards blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is now utterly floored, even more shocked and deeply confused, completely baffled as to how Jean managed to defeat Mr. Cha and every single security guard they had. But what truly gnaws at him even more is how Jean even discovered he was living at this precise location. That shithead woman starts shrilly yelling again, furious, telling Jean to stop giving them such insolent attitude. She quickly begins furiously dialing the emergency hotline to report Jean for assaulting her children and brazenly breaking into their office. Meanwhile, Jean actually feels a surge of pride in her mother's decisive actions. She firmly believes that involving the police is an excellent move, confidently thinking that, even if Jean possesses undeniably impressive fighting skills, the immutable law will surely take care of him. The arrogant mother then tries to. She tries to intimidate Jean with her fiery threats, boldly claiming she'll dial the police, or even unleash the fury of the district attorney, all because she arrogantly assumes Jean has no earthly idea who he's messing with. Jean, however, coolly remains utterly unfazed and fires back that he has a pretty good idea. He points out with a knowing smirk that her husband is a second-term assembly member currently vying for re-election. The woman scoffs, her voice dripping with disdain, asking Jean if he's so clued in about their status, then why on earth did he assault her kids? On the other hand, Jean smugly sneers, feeling utterly satisfied that they finally got Jean cornered, and mockingly whispers to him that it's game over. The authorities pick up the frantic call, and the lady starts shrieking into the phone, demanding that the officers race to Kim's office right away. But before she can utter another word, she suddenly falls silent when she hears something utterly unexpected. Apparently, with perfect timing, Jean unleashes the full footage of the karaoke room, where Jean and her cruel lackeys brutally assaulted her sister. The undeniable, damning evidence leaves Jean utterly speechless, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock, as if they might literally pop out of their sockets. Mr. Kim remains frozen in stunned silence, feeling utterly devastated by the truth. The raw screams of Dae-hoon, begging for forgiveness, echo sickeningly through the room, as those trashy ladies continue to beat her to a pulp. Seeing the concrete, irrefutable evidence, Mrs. Kim's jaw absolutely drops, and she frantically slams down the hotline, muttering she'll call them back later. On the other hand, Jean starts shrieking at Jean, furiously demanding to know how he got those files. Jean remains silently composed for a beat, and then, with a dramatic flair, the scene flashes back to the exterior of the Kim residence. Inside one of their lavish rooms, Jean is seen expertly sneaking around the house. He swiftly opens a laptop and copies every single byte of data onto a pen drive. In the present, Mr. Kim grits his teeth in sheer, agonizing frustration, feeling utterly convinced that his kids are a total disappointment. But Jean quickly tries to smooth things over and reassure her father, explaining that she had a good reason for everything. Mr. Kim, however, angrily, vehemently tells her to just shut up. Jean then reveals that he also has files involving Jissa Kim. He explains to the Kims that their children always save videos of their conquests. He states that he has dozens of clips showing their violent behavior, beating up kids at school, extorting money and valuables from their victims, and even the latest clip of his sister being assaulted by a group of girls at karaoke. Jean is shaking like a leaf, with all these truth bombs exploding around her. But her mother quickly jumps in to defend her daughter, claiming that our boy is just trying to threaten them, and that he won't get away with it. But Jean reminds her that he didn't start this mess, and what he's doing now is hardly a threat, compared to hiring a bunch of gangsters to attack him. It makes it clear that he has recorded all of it too. The father face bombs in utter disappointment, and asks our boy if he did all this just because his kids assaulted his sister first. Jean responds that as a parent, they have a right to take their children's side at all costs, so as a brother. He will do whatever it takes to protect his sister, as well the man understands where he's coming from, and points out that they'll cover her treatment and offer a hefty settlement to make amends. But our boy makes it clear that this isn't necessary. The father is puzzled and asks what he means by that. He then inquires if Jin would like his kids to apologize to his sister. Hearing her father, Wei Jun grits her teeth and thinks to herself that she'd rather bite her tongue and bleed to death than apologize. On the other hand, our boy makes it clear that an apology won't undo the time his sister spent in fear and pain, so he insists that if they really want to compensate him, he wants his sister to never have to see Jisoo or Hyejin Kim again. This demand rattles Hyejin's nerves, but her father quickly agrees, stating that he'll have his kids transfer schools, or perhaps even send them abroad to study. Naturally, the mother and daughter let out a piercing scream in protest, but the father quickly shuts them down. He swings his gaze back to our boy, fully focused now, and asks if this agreement will finally satisfy him. Our boy demands they vanish from the school premises, effective starting tomorrow. The father confirms he'll notify the school immediately, and as that settles, Huijin starts to weep uncontrollably. Her tears stream down, a torrent she can't hold back. Just as our boy makes a move to exit, the father swiftly halts him, a crucial reminder popping out. Since he's met all of Jin's demands, he expects our boy to delete every single video he uncovered. Our boy fixes the old man with an icy death glare, and the father, shaken, senses from those intense eyes that a gaze so utterly lethal could never belong to a mere high school student. Jin coolly asserts that he's no fool, no puppet to be played, and then turns to stride away, leaving them behind. The office door slams shut with a resounding thud, echoing his departure. Once outside, he finally sets his path toward home. His grandpa rushes to fling open the front door, anxiously asking if he's truly all right. Meanwhile, Dion can be seen crying softly in the background. Jin is momentarily startled by their overwhelming worry, but he smiles, reassuring them no one heard anything. As he steps inside the welcoming house, the old man points out that the people they just met had an undeniably dangerous aura about them. Jin replies calmly that they merely stopped by to talk, nothing more. His sister, however, then voices her concern that something about those people felt profoundly wrong, and both she and Grandpa were incredibly worried. Jin quickly tells her to cast aside all worries, focusing solely on her recovery and getting stronger. He then drops a tantalizing hint to his sister. From now on, she'll never have to struggle down the stairs again. He's personally taken care of it. Of course, this doesn't quite click for her at the moment, but she'll surely piece together his meaning soon enough. The very next morning, they make their way to school. Once inside, they part ways, heading to their own classes. Diane steps into her classroom, eyes darting, trying desperately to avoid Hui Jin's gaze. However, her steps falter, a sudden jolt, as she overhears students whispering about how Hui Jin won't be gracing their school with her presence ever again. The entire class is buzzing, alight with the news, with curiosity about what happened. And one of the girls explains that Hui Jin and her brother are both going to study abroad. This news hits Dion like a thunderbolt out of blue, because her biggest obstacle is finally quitting school. The words Jean had said about taking care of the stairs she had fallen down. Replay in her mind, she quickly realizes that he must have known about Hui Jin's transfer. All along, Dion rushes out of the classroom in order to talk to him about this. When she finds him and calls out to him, he turns around, but as soon as she tries to speak, she's at a loss for words and remains silent. Jean simply smiles and says, "See you later," leaving Dayan to tear up. She manages to reciprocate with a soft, "See you later," before she breaks down, her emotions overwhelming her. A while later, we find ourselves in an apartment where a blonde girl is asking her friends if it's true that Hui Jin is moving overseas. One of the other girls confirms that it's true, saying she was shocked when she first heard, but has no idea why they're leaving suddenly. As Weijin never mentioned anything about moving abroad, the blonde girl then turns to Chicken Shake, who is sitting silently and seems too preoccupied with herself to respond. One of the girls snaps her out of her reverie and asks if she has nothing to say about it. This rattles the timid girl to her core, and the blonde girl asks her directly if Jin is really moving overseas, figuring that since they're in the same class, Chicken Shake might know more about it. Timidly and nervously, the girl confirms that it's true and that their teacher announced it to the class. Earlier, the blonde girl then asks if she tried reaching Jin directly. Chicken Shake admits she did, but Jin didn't pick up the call. Hearing this, all the girls start to believe it might be true. Meanwhile, Chicken Shake nervously checks her phone, biting her nails in anxiety. But the last message she got from Jin was that her mother was going to take care of our boy. And ever since, Chicken Shake has been freaking out, wondering if Jin's sudden, dramatic move has anything to do with him. Just then, a furious Jin storms into the room, looking absolutely furious. The girls are utterly shocked to see her, and Jin just collapses onto the sofa, mumbling about how she barely managed to sneak out of the house. The girls asked Hyojin if she's truly moving overseas. Frustrated, Hyojin grabs her head, muttering, "It just happened." But she quickly explains she'll be back after just one semester. We then flash back into the past, where her dad told her to spend a semester abroad, promising he'd sort everything out by the time she gets back home, because he desperately doesn't want those videos going public. She keeps this crucial part to herself, though, and the other girls just laugh and tease her, saying she's going to absolutely enjoy her vacation. The blonde girl sneers, clearly annoyed by their attitude. Another girl asks, why the sudden move, and is Jissa going too? Jin simply says it's a family matter, and she doesn't need to go into details. The redhead girl then asks about Dayan and her brother, curious about how things went down, and if Jissa managed to beat our boy or not. Jin tells them not to ask, insisting that Jisoo probably has handled the situation already. However, we all know that she just doesn't want to admit that her brother and his lackeys got thoroughly defeated by our boy. It would be too humiliating to confess. She grows even more agitated, thinking about how pleased Dayan will be to see her leaving the school. This irritation sparks an idea in her mind, and she decides to mess with Dayan one last time, asking her friends to help with her audacious plan. Her friend questions whether it's really necessary. Even Chicken Shake jumps in shock and expresses her reluctance. But Jin insists they should consider how unbelievably cocky Dayan will be, without anyone there to bully her. She plans to deal with Dayan before she leaves Korea, want to make sure she gets her revenge. Chicken Shake grows increasingly anxious and terrified as Jin continues to unravel her wicked, twisted plan. She gets incredibly cocky, boldly boasting that Dayan's grandpa is just a mere security guard somewhere, and she's planning to have her mom get him fired. She believes this will teach Dion a harsh lesson, never to mess with anyone from the powerful Kim family. This is seriously, incredibly messed up. Dion is just an innocent girl caught in the crossfire, and Jin's malicious plotting is enough to make anyone sick. But before this absolute trash woman can act on her disturbing thoughts, her face suddenly goes stark white when she sees a shadowy figure standing right before her, cloaked in a hoodie with a chilling mask over their face. It doesn't take long for her to terrifyingly recognize that it must be Jin. However, Jin pulls a classic Uno reverse card move and asks her who Jin is, questioning how she can be so absolutely sure when he's wearing a mask and she can't even see his face. He casually explains that he's just here to check if everyone's having a truly good time, and he's quite pleased to see that everyone from the infamous karaoke room video is present. One of the girls starts trembling violently and nervously asks, "What are you talking about?" That's when the boy chillingly reminds them he's referring to the place where they all filmed his sister getting brutally beaten up. Jin's face turns utterly ashen as she realizes he might have been there, waiting all along, just to mess with her. Chicken Shake is visibly sweating and trembling, clearly aware of what horrifying fate might come next. The other two girls just sit there, utterly silent, frozen. The boy slowly starts to shut the door, asking why no one's singing. since he thought everyone here loved to scream along to loud music. With that, he slams the door shut, leaving us with absolutely no clue about what he might do next. The scene then abruptly takes us to the hospital, where the prestigious Kim family is gathered. The father, In Byung Kim, is clearly annoyed, asking where Wei-jin went. Her brother explains that she merely stepped out to say goodbye to her friends. In Byung's irritation grows as he demands why she left, when she was strictly supposed to stay put, until they had everything completely sorted out. Just then, a guy suddenly bursts into the room. Our hero frantically flicks on the TV, urging his master to witness the shocking events unfolding before their eyes. The screen immediately confirms that our brilliant boy has already pushed Wei-jin's scandalous videos straight into viral infamy. The footage is absolutely exploding across all platforms, and this entire situation is rapidly escalating into a full-blown public spectacle. Every member of the Kim family goes utterly silent as they watch the breaking news reports. The relentless reporter continues to unleash one bombshell after another, revealing that dozens of horrifying, violent videos are now circulating, with countless more unspeakable incidents likely still unrecorded. Now civic groups and even politicians are vehemently proposing a special bill to finally bring these ruthless culprits to justice. ISU visibly begins to unravel, his composure slipping away, and then the reporter drops another devastating detail. The entire nation is absolutely appalled by the shocking revelation that these very culprits are none other than the children of prominent candidate In By Kim. It's crystal clear that their father is now neck deep in hot water, and it's all thanks to his outrageous wife, who relentlessly pushed everything to this catastrophic breaking point. Considering Wajin's cold-hearted scheme to leave our grandpa jobless, it truly seems like they're finally getting exactly what they deserve. We swiftly cut back to our boy, who's now being intensely grilled by Mr. Cha, demanding to know why he recklessly forged ahead with his plan, when they had already reached an agreement with the Kim family. Our boy's mind vividly flashes back to a pivotal moment in the past, where we find him secretly learning every intricate detail about the Kim family's deep, dark political connections. He candidly reveals that it was overwhelmingly unlikely that everything would have genuinely gone smoothly. So he did what he inherently felt had to be done. Back in the present, he openly admits he completely disregarded the agreement they had made. Mr. Cha then challenges him, questioning whether he truly believes the formidable Kim family would simply let him walk away scot-free. Our boy, however, confidently asserts that he's probably the very last thing on their minds right now, and it seems our boy might just be spot on. The relentless reporter continues to unleash even more shattering bombshells, revealing irrefutable recent evidence of In By Kim's direct involvement in widespread money laundering, bribery, and egregious election fraud. The accumulated evidence is so utterly damning that even his own fellow party members are now fiercely calling for a strict, unyielding investigation. Everyone is frantically scrambling to cut all ties to him, desperate to avoid any damage to their party's reputation. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this, his face drops. He collapses onto the bed, limp as a puppet with its strings cut. Now, back to the intense standoff with Mr. Cha. He clearly suspects our boy has dug up some serious dirt about his shady past, too. And Cha, he absolutely cannot afford to get exposed to the law, just like the Kims. No way. So, he swiftly demands to know, "Who are you, really?" Our boy responds with a smirk, simply saying, "Oh, I'm just your average, everyday teenager." Mr. Cha just smirks at this absolutely ridiculous remark, noting, of course, that nothing about Jean is average. The scene smoothly shifts to the bustling classroom, where all the girls are practically melting, anxious, and blushing. As soon as they spot Jean, they whisper excitedly among themselves, trying to muster up the courage to finally approach him and ask him that something. But alas, everyone remains much too shy to make a single move, as Jean sits, utterly lost in his own thoughts. His phone suddenly buzzes. It's Dan. She's letting him know that she can totally walk home by herself today, telling him to finally take a break and actually hang out with his friends. Jean, however, is completely puzzled by this whole hanging out concept and honestly wonders how one even does that. Just then, one of his actual friends, Young Chan, pops up with a cheerful greeting. As Young Chan settles in, he asks if Jean happens to be busy today. Our boy, naturally, remains completely silent, which immediately prompts Young Chan to remember that Jean always walks his little sister home. So, he figures Jean must be busy after school. But hold on, not surprisingly at all. Jean tells his friend that he's actually totally free today. Young Chan's face instantly lights up with pure happiness, and they quickly make plans to hang out after school. However, Young Chan's newfound enthusiasm rapidly fades when an utterly unpleasant voice cuts through the air. As the scene dramatically zooms out, we see these two pathetic beta bullies of the class step forward. They both smugly reveal they've already heard all the news, and they know Jean is the exact reason. Jisoo Kim is suddenly moving abroad. Young Chan is absolutely floored by this bombshell news, and the other students just lounging around are equally caught completely off guard. The bullies gleefully spill the beans that, even though Jisoo and his sister were totally all set to move abroad, they're completely stuck now, because their whole rotten family's knee-deep in hot water. With the info now out there, our boy leaps into action to clear the air, declaring those bullies have it all wrong. But then, Jae-hyung quickly interjects, insisting there's no need to be modest, since it's common knowledge that our boy totally wrecked Jisoo and his whole crew. Just a couple of days ago, Hyuk-jin backs him up, confirming Jean took them all on alone. And now, the word on the street is, Jisoo's too mortified to even show his face at school. He's absolutely itching to hear just how badly our boy must have pummeled Jisoo to make him flee the country altogether. At last, Young Chan is finally convinced that Jean is genuinely a skilled fighter, and that his incredible display wasn't pure luck. Hyuk-jin then leans in conspiratorially and says, with that obnoxious jerk finally out of the picture, he's just trying to throw a party. So he immediately invites our boy to a post-school celebration. So Jae-hyung readily agrees, noting they've already been in class for days, without truly getting to know each other, and proposes they give our boy a grand tour of the area. But our guy, without a second thought, turns them down, calmly stating he already has plans for today. Naturally, the bullies are utterly puzzled and demand to know his plans. With a pleasant smile, Jean coolly replies that he's actually spending time with Young Chan. That's when Jae-hyung begins to slink closer, sporting his truly disgusting grin. Leaning in toward Young Chan, he declares that he's joining their hangout. Hyuk-jin, too, closes in on the terrified guy and clearly expresses his desire to join them as well, after forcefully making Young Chan agree. They then walk away, declaring they'll meet up later. Our hero immediately asks his friend if he truly wants these goons to tag along, and the poor, terrified guy stutters out a hesitant yes, his face completely pale. Finally, the teacher arrives in the classroom, and she's introducing two brand new transfer students. One of them is a rather unassuming guy, but the true showstopper is an absolutely gorgeous beauty with striking black hair. Young Chan's eyes instantly light up at the sight of her, and our hero quickly asks if he knows who these newcomers are. Young Chan explains that everyone knows this girl. She's Yona Sin, and her grandpa owns SW Corporation, the biggest company in all of Korea. The guy next to her is Seo Ju-ko, and rumors whisper he's been by her side since they were just kids. He's practically her personal associate and bodyguard. The teacher notes that since everyone's already familiar with these two, she won't waste any time on introductions. She then reveals that both of them have been studying in the U.S. for the past 2 years and will be joining the class starting today. Meanwhile, the beta lackeys don't seem too thrilled about these two newcomers. With just Jean in the classroom before, their chances to rule the classroom were already slim to none. But now with these two around, they're not even sure they can think about bullying anyone. Meanwhile, Young Chan, who was curious about the 2 extra desks, now clearly sees who they're for. He can't help but think Yona looks even more stunning than he remembered. Even the other students in the class can't keep their eyes off her. As Suk-ju walks forward just behind her, he can't help but notice our boy, and their eyes lock for a moment. Yona can't resist, glancing at him as she walks past. Once both newcomers take their seats, Suk-ju tells Yona that our boy wasn't in the evaluation report he received a week ago, and he wants a double check. Yona is intrigued and glances at our boy once more, and it's clear she's definitely curious about him. Our boy notices Yona glancing at him, and when he looks back, he finds her smiling. However, he just turns his gaze away again, which seems to irritate her, since she didn't get a reciprocating smile. Meanwhile, Young Chan continues their conversation and asks if Jean has any particular place he wants to go. Jean says he's okay with anywhere. So Young Chan suggests hitting the game room. Well, it seems like the word. The gaming room unlocks a flood of memories for our protagonist. Meanwhile, his friends cheerfully explain it's just around the corner, and they just souped up their PCs. And just like that, we're whisked back in time, where we hear the commanding voice of a senior addressing a group of eager soldiers that today they will embark on the essential portion of their practical life training program. He emphatically explains that there's one crucial thing every Korean teenager absolutely must master, and that, my friends, is the legendary gaming room. This, naturally, is the very first time our protagonist has ever heard about the gaming room. The senior goes on to explain with gusto that gaming rooms are hubs offering powerful personal computers for a small fee, and both students and adults are welcome to use them. Curious as ever, our boy asks what people do there. The senior then reveals that while some users might just casually browse the internet, or watch certain X-rated videos, most patrons are absolutely there to dominate in games. For the average thrill-seeking high school student, over 90% are intensely immersed in some kind of computer game. The senior then dramatically introduces some of the most popular games. First up, the legendary Legends of League, followed closely by the heart-pounding Battle Royale. Back in the present, our boy keenly reflects on how he can finally put Major Kang's intel to excellent use. Meanwhile, Young Chan eagerly adds that they'll also snag some delicious ramen at the game room, and maybe even check out a coinsa afterward. Coincha, it seems that's yet another term our boy diligently picked up during his military days. While undergoing his practical life education, the senior passionately explains that high schoolers frequently flock to coin karaoke spots. Also brilliantly known as coincha, these fantastic establishments allow for epic sing-alongs with just a few coins. Major Kong insists our boy should definitely prepare a few songs to sing just in case he finds himself at one, and promises to send him an invaluable list of popular songs, perfect for kids his age to learn and master. As our guy starts furiously brainstorming ideas and desperately trying to recall some songs, his friend sits nervously nearby, totally bewildered, wondering why Jean suddenly looks so incredibly serious. Once the bell rings, signaling freedom, the students head out for the day. And that's when our eyes are graced by this hottie once again. And as always, she's got her lackey right by her side. Apparently, they're deep in conversation about our boy, and what they discover is that he just transferred here a mere few days ago. He's 18 years old. And get this, he's none other than Dion Yu's older brother. Yona's jaw drops. She's utterly stunned Dion even as a brother, because she always believed her grandpa was her only living family. Sayok Chuko nods in agreement and clarifies the situation, explaining that Dion has been living solely with her paternal grandfather ever since her parents and brother tragically died in a plane crash. Yona, understandably confused, then asks how she still has a brother. Sayok Chuko admits it's truly hard to believe, but apparently, her supposedly deceased brother has miraculously come back to life just before they both transferred to this very school. He then suggests they absolutely need to dig a little deeper into our boy's mysterious past. Meanwhile, the hour has already grown quite late, and we find our boy all alone, simply strolling along. His phone, however, keeps buzzing and ringing, with a flurry of notifications from his excited friends, showing they had an absolute blast at the gaming center. We flash back to the bustling gaming club, where we spot Hyuk Jin, our boy Jae Hyung, and Young Chan, all hanging out together. Everyone is utterly amazed by how Young Chan absolutely carried them through the entire game. Jae-hyung, impressed, even asks about his gaming rank, guessing it must be at least Diamond or even Master. Their jaws collectively drop when Young Chan, timidly, yet proudly, reveals he's actually at Challenger rank. From that very moment onward, their entire attitude toward Young Chan shifts completely and utterly. Back in the present moment, even our boy finds this sudden, drastic shift quite odd as his friends continue chatting excitedly about Young Chan's unbelievably impressive rank. Just as he's engrossed in his phone, his sister suddenly arrives. He quickly asks, a little surprised, what she's doing here. She explains they'd run completely out of garbage bags at home, so she had to make a trip to grab some. And of course, she also picked up a few delicious snacks. Our boy immediately offers to carry the heavy bags, but his sweet sister insists with a smile that it's truly not necessary. She then kindly asks if he was out hanging with his friends, and he happily confirms that indeed he was. She feels an overwhelming, warm sense of relief. So incredibly glad to see that he's finally made some friends, and that people aren't avoiding him because of the fight. When she asks where he disappeared to, he bluntly replies that he was just at the game room. Well, it seems like this isn't quite the answer she was hoping for. As she'd thought, he might have developed some different interests after living overseas for so long. Curious about her own school experiences, he asks how things have been going for her. She pauses for a moment before excitedly responding that school hasn't been this fun in ages. She then asks if he's also had something to eat. He nods, saying they had a blast at the game room, where every kind of snack imaginable was available. He then asks her about her plans, and she mentions that she's waiting for Grandpa to come home so they can all eat together. Our boy then asks if he can join them, which confuses her since she thought he'd already eaten. He awkwardly admits that he's still a bit hungry, but we already know that. Our boy just wants some quality family time. When they get home, there's a spread of delicious food laid out on the table, and they all seem to be having a great time, eating together. It does seem odd that Grandpa only works a security job, yet they have such a variety of everyday treats. It's a bit of a mystery how they manage that. As they're having a good time eating together, our boy's thoughts drift back to his mercenary days. After a moment, he shakes off the nostalgia and is back to smiling. Just then, his phone rings. It's Major Kong calling. The Major reminds him that he should just call him bro instead of using his rank. The Major asks how things are going, and our boy says he's doing well. But when the Major probes about his school life, there's an awkward silence on the line. In response, getting a bit anxious, the Major quickly asks if our boy has killed someone. Gene quickly says no, but admits he did run into some trouble. That was quickly sorted out. The Senior lets out a sigh of relief. Our boy quickly reassures him that everything's settled now, and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. A wave of relief washes over Kong, as he reminds our boy they'll always have his back. Gene, touched, promises he'll never forget their unwavering support. The next day, we find our familiar trio in class, but our lead boy is conspicuously absent from his seat. Meanwhile, Young Chan seems to squirm with a touch of awkwardness. Among the two bullies, Jae-hyung starts to pepper the conversation with some rather peculiar questions. With a mischievous glint, he poses an intriguing challenge. Who do you think would actually win in a brawl? Between our boy Gene and the formidable CO Kyujuko Hyuk, one of them, Gene, concedes that while our Gene is certainly capable, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against CO Kyujuko, who's been rigorously training in combat since childhood. To be blunt, our boy seems like an absolute amateur in comparison. Jae-hyung readily agrees, adding that Suk-ju KO is undeniably one tough motherfudger. Young Chan then timidly pipes up, asking if the rumors are true about Suk-ju KO single-handedly fighting 20 dudes. One of the blonde-haired guys quickly interjects and corrects him, stating emphatically that it was actually 30 guys. That astounding number leaves Young Chan utterly stunned for a moment. He even forgets to breathe for a full second. Brownhead then elaborates, explaining that when a massive group of street thugs dared to harass Yonasin, Suk-ju KO fearlessly took every single one of them down. It started with just 10 guys, he recounts, But they just kept coming, and by the time 30 guys had surrounded him, Suk-ju was still going incredibly strong. He walked away completely without a scratch, while all 30 thugs were left sprawled unconscious on the asphalt, like utterly discarded toys. The timid boy, still wide-eyed, then asks about the rumors he'd heard regarding Suk-ju single-handedly catching the ruthless kidnappers who had dared to abduct Yona. He'd even heard that the masterminds behind it were all highly trained, retired soldiers. The blonde quickly jumps in, quickly confirming that the incredible story about Suk-ju KO catching those kidnappers is most likely true as well. He vehemently insists that our boy Jean simply doesn't stand a ghost of a chance against Suk-ju, because Suk-ju is undeniably on a whole other, terrifying level. Honestly, it's sometimes hilariously wild to think that teenagers in these Korean manhwa are single-handedly taking down entire, massive gangs, making the entire government and all its formidable intelligence agencies, along with every single law enforcement department, look like they're just casually wasting taxpayer money. Meanwhile, our boy abruptly freezes in the corridor as he comes face to face with none other than Suk-ju. Without a moment's hesitation, Suk-ju boldly demands to know what he's doing there. Our boy, completely bewildered, quickly makes it clear that he has no idea what Suk-ju is talking about. Suk-ju simplifies his approach, cutting straight to the chase and asking why he's lying about his identity. He then reveals he heard our boy had a hand in Jisoo and Hui-jin Kim's sudden departure. Jin quickly clarifies that while he did have some beef with Jisoo, he had absolutely nothing to do with them moving away. That's when Suk-ju drops a bombshell, pointing out that he checked with the school our boy supposedly attended overseas, and they've never, ever heard of him. Things are really heating up now. But before we can get our boy's fiery response to Suk-ju, the scene abruptly shifts to Daeyeon. She's approached by Yona, the stunning girl we saw earlier. After a moment, the two ladies are catching up, and Daeyeon excitedly mentions she had no idea Yona was back in Korea. Yona explains that she just started school the day before and is actually in her brother's homeroom class. Daeyeon's eyes widen in sheer surprise. Yona then points out that she doesn't recall Daeyeon ever mentioning having a brother before. Daeyeon explains that everyone thought her brother had died in the tragic crash with her parents 10 years ago. But he survived. They only found out about his survival a mere 6 months ago. This scene now flashes back to the past once again. Daeyeon has just returned home and finds her grandfather absolutely frozen in place, still clutching the telephone receiver. Tears are streaming freely down his face as he reveals the shocking news. Jean is alive. This incredible revelation leaves Daeyeon absolutely stunned, and that's how she learns about her brother's miraculous survival. Back in the present, Yona probes further, asking why no one knew about her brother all these years if he was alive, but didn't reach out. But Daeyeon explains that Jean lost his memory in the crash, and it was only recently that he started to regain some of those lost memories, and someone helped them track him down and finally reconnect. Yona, clearly skeptical, finds it hard to believe Daeyeon. Daeyeon confirms that Jean only has faint memories of grandfather and a younger sister after their interrogation. Yona then flashes a pleasant smile, commenting that their grandfather must have been absolutely overjoyed to get his grandson back. Yona comments that their grandfather is indeed beyond overjoyed. She explains that after receiving the call, he cried for hours and then took time off work just to enroll in cooking classes. He wanted to perfect his Korean cooking skills, thinking Jean might not have had much of it growing up. Yona comments that their grandpa must truly adore his grandkids, and Daeyeon smiles, agreeing that he definitely does. But then Yona throws a serious question her way, asking, "Are you absolutely sure Jean is your brother?" Daeyeon looks a bit surprised, but quickly gives a positive response, saying Jean is definitely her brother, and they even took a DNA test to be sure. Our girl then asks why Yona is so incredibly interested in her brother. This question clearly catches Yona off guard, as she's not sure what to say. She quickly asks, almost frantically, does her brother have a girlfriend? We then cut back to our boy, who demands from Co, a.k.Ju, What the hell are you talking about? CEO Akju repeats his question, asking what's so incredibly important about this school, that our boy had to forge his records just to be here. Jean responds by asking if he's being accused of having fake records. CEO Akju confirms this, saying they must be fake because, according to his research, Jean never lived in that city, and the school he claims to have attended doesn't even have a record of him. Our boy then asks about the proof and reminds CEO Akju that if he's claiming the records are fake, there must be some solid evidence to back up that claim. CEO Akju finds himself momentarily stumped, unsure how to counter this question. He uncovered this discrepancy by digging deep, chatting with contacts from the overseas school, but he lacks any tangible proof. He's utterly amazed by how Jean handles the situation, not flinching for a second, nor showing any sign of being startled. Then, our boy finally asks the burning question, why CEO Akju is running a background check on him. In response, CEO Akju explains that he simply can't stand by and watch a suspicious kid, especially one who might pose a threat to his mistress. A heavy silence hangs between them for a moment, but then our boy finally gives his answer, simply stating, I came back home. CEO Akju is utterly baffled by this vague response. So our boy clarifies that he was asked what he came here for, and his answer is simply this. He returned from overseas for his family. With that, our boy turns and starts to leave. CEO Akju stares after him with intensely skeptical eyes, thinking that, since he already suspects our boy has forged his records, it won't be long before he figures out his true identity once classes officially begin. Meanwhile, we see Jae-hyung quietly immersed in playing video games, while the blondie scrolls idly through his phone. Our boy Jean notices that both CEO Akju and Yona are absent from class today. He's deeply intrigued by how quickly these two, having just transferred yesterday, managed to gather so much information about him in less than a day. When the bell rings, the beta bullies immediately approach Young Chan, inviting him to play games and push ranks. They also invite Jean, but he politely declines, mentioning it's his grandpa's birthday today. The bullies decide to hang out themselves, and Young Chan is totally on board with that plan. Meanwhile, we're back with the Black Beauty, where CEO Akju is filling her in on the situation. He's absolutely convinced that Jean has definitely forged all his records, and even questions the authenticity of the DNA test itself. CEO Akju, he then reveals his research, dug up some seriously rough stuff about his sister. Diyun, apparently, has been relentlessly bullied by Jisoo, Kim, and his sister for the past 2 brutal years. When Yona asks just how horrific it was, CEO Akju declares it's enough to make anyone wonder how she endured that relentless bullying. All these years, he explains that the videos of her assault weren't exactly publicized, but he's pretty sure the assault she faced was just as serious. Yona's pretty blown away and can't help but think about how messed up kids these days can truly be. CEO Akju adds that Jin's already knocked out Jisoo, Kim, and his crew twice already, and save her sister from all that bullying. Yona chuckles to herself, thinking it's actually kind of sweet that her long-lost brother comes back from the dead and takes out her bullies, while Yona's own siblings only ever seem to want to get rid of her. Yona's curiosity gets the best of her as she starts piecing the puzzle together. Yona points out that if Jean had really come to school with the specific intent to target her, it makes no sense he'd be so upfront about it. A smart person would have stayed completely under the radar. CEO Akju agrees, noting that someone with a real plan would have definitely kept a low profile. Yona's mind starts racing once again, and she asks if Jean might have some kind of ulterior motive related to Dahyun's family. She brings up the insurance money from the plane crash. CEO Akju then reveals that the grandpa received it, but hasn't used it, letting it grow exponentially over the years. Furthermore, grandpa returned a share of money, which he got for Jin's supposed death since he was alive, but there's still a substantial amount left. So there is still a chilling possibility that he might truly be after the money. Yona connects the dots and highlights that if Jean might actually be after the money, that it could mean Dahyun is in danger. from her very own brother. The scene then shifts back to the grocery store, where our dynamic duo can be seen shopping. And wouldn't you know it, Jean is captivating all the girls around while they leisurely browse for various items. Daehoon takes a nervous, deep breath and finally admits she hesitates to ask, but her burning curiosity is utterly overwhelming. So she desperately wants to know what his life was truly like after the devastating crash. Our boy remains incredibly quiet for a long moment, and the girl starts apologizing almost frantically, saying he absolutely doesn't have to answer if it's too uncomfortable. But he just offers a gentle smile and reassures her warmly that it's okay. He then quietly begins his poignant story, explaining that he was, in truth, deeply traumatized and could barely even think straight. He did absolutely whatever he could just to survive, in a foreign place where he didn't even speak the language, staying constantly, relentlessly busy just to get by. The girl falls completely silent, absorbing this incredibly heavy revelation. Then, surprisingly, she starts to softly chuckle and teasingly asks if he was simply too busy to have a girlfriend. During that challenging time, he just nods, agreeing with a knowing laugh. She then excitedly reveals that she was genuinely surprised to learn he's in the same homeroom as Yona, something Yona herself had, naturally, mentioned to her. Jean is visibly surprised to hear this news, and quickly asks her, "Wait, you know her?" Daehoon explains that Yona had been really wonderfully nice to her before she actually moved to the US, and she had genuinely missed her a lot. So when she saw her again today, it was an absolutely happy reunion. Then, with a playful grin, Daehoon excitedly reveals that Yona even asked her if he has a girlfriend. And of course, our boy just gives a wonderfully typical flustered reaction upon hearing this juicy tidbit. Later, back at home, the birthday celebrations are absolutely in full, joyous swing. The siblings eagerly present their grandpa with a special gift. As he carefully unwraps it, he discovers a gorgeous, high-quality wallet inside, and his face truly lights up with genuine joy. He's genuinely touched, yet feels a tiny bit guilty for the somewhat low pocket money they have, thinking they must have spent more than they could possibly afford. But his granddaughter just smiles warmly and sweetly reassures him that they had more than enough to get him such a wonderful gift, and besides, it wasn't even that expensive. The old man's hands tremble with pure joy and happiness as he clutches the wallet in his grasp. With his voice thick, heavy with raw emotion, he then tells them that the greatest gift he could ever ask for had already been bestowed upon him when Jean returned home, safe and sound. Truly, nothing could ever top that moment. Then, quite suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone grabs everyone's undivided attention. Daehyun rushes to her room, eager to answer the call. While she's deep in conversation on the phone, Jean attempts to discreetly eavesdrop from afar. That's when he overhears the girl mention she's heading out to the convenience store for just a bit. The old man questions why she's venturing out at such a late hour. And it turns out she's heading out because Yona stopped by for a quick, impromptu chat. Well, we can tell Jean definitely senses something is completely off here. Later that night, Jean is absolutely digging into his computer, trying to uncover all he possibly can about SW Corporation, the very company Yona's family owns. He's curious why Yona seems so intensely interested in him, and why they're running a background check on a seemingly random transfer student like him. As Jean reflects on his conversation with Seok Ju, suddenly he hears a call, a distinct voice from his grandfather. As he steps into the living room, his grandpa mentions he's heading out for a bit too. Our boy asks if he's actually going after Daehyun, and the old man, well, he kind of agrees. He adds that he just needs a breath of fresh air. Jean smiles and firmly tells his grandpa to stay put, and that he'll go check on her instead. But the old man stubbornly insists on going out by himself. Now, Jean then reminds him about the early job he is bright and early in the morning. And finally, our boy decides to head out on his own instead. A little later, we see both girls happily chatting away about their studies and all sorts of other topics. Yona shares her fascinating experiences studying abroad and even suggests that Daehyun consider studying abroad as well. In response, Daehyun admits she'd never really given it much thought before. When Yona asks her why, Daehyun reveals it would be incredibly expensive, requiring her to be away for several long years, meaning she'd miss precious time with her beloved grandpa for quite a while. Yona, finding this a little strange, prompts Daehyun to elaborate further, as she reveals her deep concern about leaving her grandpa all alone, especially with his health not being at its best these days. However, she expresses immense gratitude for her brother's constant presence, as his being there truly helps her feel so much better. Meanwhile, Yona's struggling to bring up the real reason she came over, especially since Daehyun seems to trust her so much. She's unsure how to broach the subject without causing a huge mess. We then flash back a bit to a scene where COQ informs Yona that someone from the supposed overseas school confirmed Daehyun's brother never attended there. They even scrutinized his photo and verified he was never a student at all. Plus, the current resident at his supposed address gave solid proof that he absolutely never lived there. COQ is also pursuing some other crucial leads, so Yona makes the decision she needs to meet with Daehyun to discuss their shocking findings. But COQ wisely remind her that while they have undeniable proof the records were forged, they can't yet prove he isn't Daehyun's real brother. Yona's deeply concerned because the records from the entire decade he was missing are essentially fake, since she's now living with him. This is a monumental detail that simply can't be ignored. She believes Daehyun absolutely deserves to know the truth about these records and wants to at least fill her in on what they've uncovered so far. Back in the present, Yona is desperately struggling to bring up the main topic she came here to discuss, even though it's her primary reason for visiting. Just as Daehyun expresses how incredibly happy she is to be chatting like this after such a long time, we also see our boy making his way straight toward the girls. Both of the girls, however, are oblivious. Seok-ju steps boldly in front of him, but Jin simply tries to walk past him. However, the newcomer quickly commands him to stay put. In Seok-ju's mind, he's absolutely sure Jin must be here, because he's worried they're about to spill everything to Daehyun, so he swiftly blocks our boy's path, explaining the girls are just catching up, and asks for some time alone for them. Suddenly, a high-speed Volkswagen comes barreling right at them, before anyone can even react. The car violently slams into both boys, knocking them down like bowling pins. They hit the ground hard, as the Volkswagen screeches to a halt, right where the two girls are sitting. Jin tries to push himself up, but it's clear he's severely injured, especially around his head. As he struggles to focus his groggy eyes, he catches sight of some shady figures from the van, trying to abduct both of the girls. Without wasting a single second, Jin starts sprinting like a madman, but his efforts are in vain. The kidnappers have already taken the girls, and there's no way he can outrun a car, so they're left behind, utterly helpless. The two quickly look at each other, and, in their anger, they grab each other by the collars. But after exchanging a few heated words, they quickly realize neither of them is behind the abduction, so they let go. The black-haired guy immediately whips out his phone and calls the security team at SW Corporation, urgently reporting that Yona has been kidnapped. He tells them to track her down, using the security footage. Meanwhile, Jin starts walking off, and the black-haired guy quickly asks him where he's going, and if he's actually not behind all this. Jin simply replies that he doesn't have time to argue with anyone. Seok-ju points out that SW Corporation security is already on it, and they'll find the girls soon. Until then, Jin will need to stick with him, so they can confirm his identity. But our boy makes it crystal clear he's going to find his sister, and if Seok-ju wants to follow him, he can gladly do so. Seok-ju starts to get the sense that Jin might not be involved, but just when we thought it was over, our hero abruptly halts, a playful grin spreading as he asks Seok-ju if he happened to bring his ride along. The scene explosively shifts now to the vibrant, pulsating heart of the city's lively entertainment district. Inside a dimly lit pub, we find Mr. Cha leaning back with an air of nonchalance, casually puffing a cigarette, utterly lost in his own laid-back world. But just as he's settling in, his lackey rushes over informing him someone's arrived to see him. Mr. Cha slowly turns, only to find Jean standing there, uninvited. Meanwhile, the opulent halls of Saw Corporation come into view. There, a regal-looking lady is poised elegantly in her chair. I can instantly tell she's undoubtedly Yona's sister, because she radiates the exact same stunning gorgeousness. Her dark, flowing hair cascading around her. Suddenly, the calm is shattered as an assistant bursts into the room. The woman's brow furrows, clearly annoyed by this abrupt intrusion, and she demands to know precisely why he neglected to ask for permission. Before brazenly barging in, the frantic assistant quickly blurts out the shocking news. Yona has been kidnapped. This revelation catches the lady off guard. Yet, to our surprise, she doesn't appear overly troubled. In fact, a faint, almost sinister smile begins to play on her lips, as if confirming that certain rumors must indeed be true. After all, it seems her suspicions were well-founded. With a newfound purpose, she then sharply asks if their formidable grandfather is still relentlessly pursuing control of the company. The assistant nervously admits he's not entirely sure, so she leans back with a satisfied glint in her eye, hoping that if he relentlessly continues to pursue them, refusing to back down, Yona will, in turn, eventually meet her end. A truly twisted outcome she's clearly anticipating with relish. Our chaotic narrative then snaps back to the pub scene, where we rejoin our main character right in the middle of it all, during his crucial meeting with Mr. Cha. And of course, Seok Ju is right there, tagging along. Seok Ju already seems well acquainted with Cha, recognizing him instantly from their extensive database records. And he's clearly intrigued by how our boy managed to connect with this gangster. Cha cuts right to the chase, demanding to know what our boy wants. Jean, ever direct, simply states he's in need of some vital intel. Cha casually lights up another cigarette, a dismissive scoff escaping his lips, as he questions why he should even bother extending a hand. Our boy, not one for idle talk, wastes no time cutting to the chase. Dropping a bombshell, the granddaughter of the mighty Saw Corporation has been kidnapped. This unexpected revelation is something Cha definitely, absolutely, was not prepared to hear. However, with practiced ease, he quickly brushes off the shock, declaring it's absolutely none of their concern, and that they simply don't meddle with such issues, especially since it would be incredibly risky to cross paths with the Saw Corporation. Our boy then asks if Cha has any valuable leads to share, but the mafia boss makes it crystal clear that he has absolutely no reason to reveal anything, especially when he's already tangled in a difficult situation. All thanks to our boy. That's when our boy reveals that his younger sister was also snatched away, right alongside Saw's granddaughter. Cha finally realizes he's in a seriously tough spot now, because messing with our boy's sister is just like messing with John Wick's dog. Both are equally, terrifyingly dangerous. So he then reluctantly starts explaining and mentions that some mysterious people, speaking in broken Korean, were asking around for untraceable warehouses, as well as for burner cars and a few extra hands. The offer was tempting, but he wisely turned them down, because dealing with this kind of trouble isn't something you can simply wash off. He adds that he's heard another crew took the job, and all he knows is they're operating out of Incheon. That's every last piece of info he's got. It wouldn't be surprising if Seok-ju had already cracked who's behind this entire mess. Meanwhile, our boy starts to walk away after giving a final thanks. But then the mafia boss tosses his phone to our boy, telling him to save his number. Jean cluelessly stares at him, puzzled as to why he'd even need his number. The mafia boss gets a tad agitated and clarifies that he'll definitely need it to contact him once he digs into that warehouse for more info. With that, our boy starts punching in his digits. He also casually asks if that beast of a bike outside the door belongs to him. Cha knows exactly what our boy is planning to do with it, so he feels incredibly hesitant to respond. But eventually, our guy takes the heavy bike anyway, and before leaving, he tells Seok-ju to figure his own way out to get there, because he's taking the bike. Seok-ju questions whether he's really going to trust this shady, half-baked info and chase those kidnappers. Based on that, our boy explains that he doesn't have time to waste, because Yana will probably be safe until the kidnappers get what they want. but there's no telling what they might do with Dae-hyun. Suk-ju gets the logic behind Jin's reasoning and stays quiet, and he can tell that he's a quick and sharp thinker. Suk-ju then tells him that he's already passed the info to his security team and will follow him in his car. Jin just gives a cold response saying, Suk-ju can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, revs up the gas pedal, and speeds off through the streets. The scene then switches back to the girls, where we see Dae-hoon waking up with a headache, and as she becomes aware of her surroundings, Yona quickly apologizes saying, it's probably her fault. That Dae-hoon got dragged into this. Dae-hoon's mind starts to recall the recent event, and she is shocked to remember that they have been kidnapped, and Yona sadly confirms it, adding that she didn't expect this to happen. So soon after returning to Korea, just then the kidnappers arrive, and Yona coldly asks them why they have been abducted. One of the kidnappers snaps at her to shut up and stay quiet, and it'll be over soon enough. Of course, it does not take her long to realize that these filthy people must be planning to use her as leverage against her grandfather. One of the lackeys then asks the boss what they should do with Dae-hyun, who was kidnapped simply because she was with Yona. Unsurprisingly, the boss decides she is useless to them and orders his lackeys to get rid of her. But Yana immediately speaks up, insisting she won't let them harm Dae-hoon. The boss asks what she can possibly do, and Yana threatens that she'll bite her tongue and bleed to death, making it impossible for them to use her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it hilarious that she's willing to risk her life for someone she barely knows. He pushes her limits even further, daring her to go ahead and bite her tongue. But this particular mafia boss should have chosen his words far more carefully, because Yana doesn't even flinch, biting her tongue hard, leaving a horrifying stream of blood gushing from her mouth. The boss roars out in absolute surprise, while his lackey watches on, completely stunned, clearly aghast at her sheer, steel-like guts. The boss quickly leaps to his feet and tells her that her bravery has bought her some time. His lackeys nervously ask what the next order is. The boss tells them to deal with Dae-hoon later and instructs them to tightly stuff her mouth shut so she can't make a single noise. The scene then cuts back to our boy and CO Kyungju. It looks like they've finally arrived at the location Mr. Cha had mentioned. Suk-ju points out that the location seems completely legit because SW Security tracked the minivan's footage to this exact area. As our boy starts to move forward, Suk-ju tells him to halt and wait for backup, since he's already sent their coordinates to SW Security, and they should arrive here any moment. But our boy reminds him that Dae-hoon doesn't have much time left, so we gotta make this quick. There's no room for argument here, so they stealthily proceed forward and spot a whole bunch of goons patrolling the area. Suddenly, our boy leaps right over one of the goons, grabs him by the throat, and starts choking him out. The lackey eventually loses consciousness, and our boy quietly drags him into the shadows, adding him to a pile of other goons. He's already taken down, and Suk-ju is also helping out, and he's completely blown away by Jin's incredible ability to take down opponents silently. He's so impressed that he asks Jin, "Who the heck are you?" Jin just casually replies that he's just an average student at the same school. The scene then shifts to SW Corporation, where we finally meet the big boss, the esteemed grandpa of the entire company. He's getting a report from the black-suited guy about the kidnappers' demands. The guy explains that the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel their recent contract. If SW Corp doesn't respond within an hour or refuses to comply, they'll kill Ms. Yona. The old man asks about the security details, and the black-suited guy says that SW Security will reach the location, where Yona is being held within 50 minutes. Back at the shady location, we hear two lackeys chatting. They're curious about their client and why they're making them do this kidnapping. One of them says their boss has already made it clear that it's none of their business, and they should just follow orders. Just then, one of the lackeys gets a smack right on the head and crumples to the ground. He turns around wincing to see Jin, who's already taken out the other guy. After they're done with the goons, Jin asks his fellow how many he's knocked out. Suk-ju says The guy he left behind makes it 5 in total. Gene then does a quick mental tally and realizes they've taken down 14 guys, meaning the enemy have got plenty of muscle and resources. Soju is blown away that Gene managed to take down 9 guys, while he struggled with just 5. Finally, Gene asks the blackhead who's pulling the strings. The guy lets out a heavy sigh and says, they don't really know. Apparently these kinds of incidents pop up now and then. This kind of thing also happened when they were in America, where he never thought it would happen again. So soon after coming back to Korea, and feels like he should have been more on the ball, Gene points out that the real mastermind must be with Yona right now. So he decides to push deeper into the location. Before he moves on, Gene asks Suk-ju if he'll be okay. Suk-ju looks puzzled and asks, okay about what? Gene explains that he was pretty banged up when that van ran over him. The blackhead just shrugs it off, saying, our boy should focus on his own injured leg instead. Suddenly, a frantic shout slices through the air. Where in the world are our lookouts? They demand. Another goon chimes in with a crude joke, suggesting maybe everyone's gone for a bathroom break. But then, a more sensible voice pipes up. Why would they all need to go together, though? As they cautiously press onward, they finally discover their comrades, sprawled out cold. Before the stunned goons can even process this or figure out what hit them, Gene delivers a brutal, skull-crushing knee smash straight to one's face. Gene swiftly pivots to the thin, mustachioed thug, grabs his hand, then delivers a savage kick to his leg, immediately followed by a bone-jarring smack to the head. Just like that, both goons are knocked out cold. Gene decides it's time to split up, but before they part ways, Seok-ju calls out to him, and our boy turns around. Seok-ju declares that once they're out of this mess, he owes Gene a very official apology. Back with the boss, he's growing agitated by the commotion outside, so he barks orders for his lackeys to check it out. We then see our ladies, their faces muffled with cloth, to stifle any desperate screams. As Gene moves further down, he inevitably runs into the lackeys. The masked man among them quickly points out that he's seen Seok-ju in pictures, confirming this brat is definitely not him. He then menacingly questions how our boy managed to get inside. Gene remains chillingly silent in response, and the masked man quickly deduces these are the culprits behind the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the masked leader barks at his lackeys. Just get rid of this pest now. Just before we see Gene completely take out these goons, the scene abruptly cuts to Seok-ju, who's cautiously hiding in the storeroom. He peers around, every sense on high alert. There, he discovers both ladies bound and gagged. Thankfully, the room is otherwise empty, so he deduces everyone must be out hunting for Gene. He stealthily creeps over to the girls, swiftly pulling the makeshift gag off Yona's face. Has the security team arrived? She gasps. Seok-ju assures her they're on their way. Yona's eyes widen in utter shock upon hearing this, asking how he even found them out in this remote place. That's precisely when the chilling voice of the mafia boss chimes in. He sounds utterly delighted to hear that the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. The boss then smugly declares, this has to be Seok-ju from SW Corporation, and word on the street is he's quite the legend. He adds that this Brad has been an absolute nuisance, always lurking around Yona, completely messing up their schemes. The intimidating mafia boss makes one thing perfectly clear. He has no clue how Seok-ju even sniffed out their hideout, but he's positive it was beyond foolish to come here solo, without a single shred of backup. Suddenly, one of the lackeys lunges forward, aiming right for Suk-ju, but our main man effortlessly sidesteps the assault and delivers a powerful counterpunch of his own. However, this lackey is no mere pushover. He skillfully dodges the blow and swiftly retaliates. Seok-ju quickly realizes this guy is significantly tougher than the goons they effortlessly took down just outside. He's actually having a tough time keeping up the pace. But then, Seok-ju lands a brutal, crushing whack, and immediately follows up with a devastating, gut-wrenching punch straight to the lackey's stomach, leaving him completely doubled over in agonizing pain. To truly finish things off, Seok-ju unleashes a powerful, sweeping leg swing, and a lackey finally looks like he's completely down for the count. just when we think it's all over. The thug tries to swing back in a desperate retaliation, but Seok-ju meets him mid-swing with a devastating knee smash to the back, and the guy quickly starts to crumple to the ground. The Scarface boss notes with surprise that he knew Seok-ju had been trained since he was young, but he never imagined he was this impressive. Even the two girls are utterly shocked by the incredible display they're witnessing. But the mafia boss isn't here for some petty duel of pride. With those chilling words, the lackey pulls out a menacing blade and begins furiously slashing at Seok-ju, landing several brutal, deep cuts across his body. The boss grins wickedly under his mask, saying he didn't expect this brat to fight empty-handed, which makes dealing with him significantly easier. The lackey charges at Seok-ju again with the dagger, swinging wildly left and right like an absolute madman. Seok-ju does his absolute best to dodge, but he's still taking deep, painful cuts that are leaving him struggling to move. The boss then pulls out his own gleaming dagger and starts casually juggling it in the air, clearly enjoying himself as his gaze sweeps towards the girls. As soon as Seok-ju catches sight of this, he instantly realizes Dae-yeon is in grave danger. The poor girl is already trembling with fear, just picturing the horror that's about to unfold. Before Seok-ju can even move a muscle, the vile bastard hurls his dagger, aiming straight for her, intending to end her life. But in a breathtaking last second, Yona bravely lunges in front of Dae-yeon, and just as the blade is about to strike true, Seok-ju heroically dives in front of both girls, taking the deadly blade directly into his back. The cold mafia boss sneers down at Seok-ju, mocking him as a pathetic wretch whose only worth comes from the empty praises of others. He then commands his lackeys to spare Yona, but to mercilessly kill the other two. The lackeys quickly nod in sinister agreement and start to advance, ready to carry out the gruesome order. Then, a sudden creak of the door echoes through the room, and all eyes snap to see Jean making a truly epic entrance, after flawlessly taking down the surrounding goons, leaving them utterly sprawled and defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, back at the club, Gangster Cha is with his loyal lackeys. They quickly update him with the critical latest info, reporting with urgency that the notorious Gosung cartel is behind the brutal abduction. Cha is absolutely floored by the Gosung cartel's ridiculous blunder, the sheer idiocy the Gosung cartel displayed by foolishly tangling with both Jean and SW Corporation. It was destined to spectacularly backfire, especially considering how the cartel never bothers to properly vet their clients before accepting any high-stakes job. One of the lackeys then boldly questions Cha why he aided Jean. He further highlights with concern that Jean is the very reason they're in such a precarious position, and he's the one who ruthlessly exposed all the dirty secrets of the Kim family, which they had meticulously kept hidden for years. Cha lets out a long, weary sigh, explaining he had no other option. He calmly states he's merely an aging man who couldn't possibly contend with a force like Jean, and they simply cannot seek revenge against him, especially not now, since it was the Kim family who foolishly provoked him first. The lackeys, still unconvinced, then retort that they also don't have to help Jean. Cha goes quiet for a brief, thoughtful moment, then lets out a knowing chuckle to himself, and further explains that he was truly left with no other choice but to assist him, especially since Jin's sister was kidnapped. Back at the tense hideout, Jean makes his powerful, grand entrance. The lackey leader, surprised, demands to know just who this guy is. Aliona freezes, utterly stunned by his sudden appearance. Dion, equally aghast, recognizes him as her own brother, and as those words tumble from her lips, spoken aloud, the cold mafia boss catches every single word. The shocking truth hits him. Jean is her brother. A sudden, booming laugh rips from the boss's throat. He's practically gasping, convulsing with mirth. He finds it absolutely hysterical that he's snatched one girl, and now her adorable brother has arrived, boldly attempting to play hero and save her. Indeed, he finds the entire predicament incredibly entertaining. Meanwhile, Jean urgently turns to his sister, asking if she's alright. Dion's eyes well up, tears streaming down her face like rivers, as she desperately pleads with her brother to just escape this place. Meanwhile, Yona's heart shatters into 1,000 pieces, watching these two innocent siblings brutally dragged into this nightmare, all because of her. She bravely shouts at the lackey leader, offering to cooperate fully, demanding they release everyone else immediately in exchange for her willing compliance. The mafia boss, however, snarls back instantly, demanding to know why he should grant her any favors whatsoever. Yona's voice dies in her throat. The grim truth dawns on her. She has absolutely no leverage here. Battered and bruised, Suk-ju lies helpless on the ground, watching Jean with a swirling mix of admiration and utter amazement. Despite the incredibly tense and dangerous situation they're trapped in, Jean remains utterly unfazed, not a single muscle flinching. Finally, the lackey leader barks out an order, "Take Jean down." He declares they've already wasted enough time on him, and it's high time to finish this once and for all. A lackey lunges forward, a gleaming dagger clutched tightly in his hand, poised to strike Jean down, but before he can even make his move, Jean swiftly deflects the incoming attack with lightning speed. He seizes the lackey's wrist in a vice-like grip, and shockingly, plunges the dagger into the lackey's own chest. The mafia boss is left utterly speechless by this sudden, brutal turn of events, and Suk-ju watches the scene unfold, completely aghast as well. Dion is absolutely blown away by the sheer, deadly skill her brother possesses. Her brother quickly barks at her, telling her to close her eyes. The girls instantly comply, squeezing their eyes shut tightly. Jean then unleashes a furious flurry of slashes on the lackey, leaving deep, crimson gashes tearing across his body. Blood erupts and splatters everywhere, as the lifeless lackey finally collapses to the ground, completely drenched in his own blood. Yona struggles to comprehend the shocking events, as the sheer horror overwhelms her senses. Meanwhile, Suk-ju stares on in absolute awe, suddenly realizing a crucial detail. Jean isn't just wildly flailing his knife around. Instead, he has masterfully and precisely severed the lackey's muscles and ligaments, completely neutralizing his threat. As even a mafia boss is utterly astounded by this display and blurts out his observations. He doesn't seem like a mere brother at all, but rather a highly trained bodyguard. Jean relentlessly advances toward him, and the boss quickly retracts his hasty statement. He concedes that Jean must be far more than just a bodyguard, because no ordinary kid could wield a knife with such precision or maintain such an icy, unwavering gaze. He then dismisses it, declaring it doesn't truly matter, because he still plans to brutally kill Jean anyway. He savagely swings his dagger at Jean, but our guy quickly ducks down with lightning speed. The boss continues to wildly swing his dagger, a furious flurry of left and right strikes, as the mafia boss lunges directly at Jean with his dagger. Jean, with stunning ease, blocks the fierce attack with one hand, then swiftly swings his own dagger back at the boss. The boss, surprisingly quick on his feet, steps back just in time to avoid the brutal, piercing hit. The two engage in a deadly, mesmerizing dance of blades, each strike more vicious and precise than the last. But this time, Jin's blade unerringly finds its mark, slicing sharply through the boss's dominant hand, rendering it temporarily useless in battle. The mafia boss, reeling in agony and utter disbelief, furiously demands to know who Jin truly is. But our guy remains utterly silent, his expression a stone-cold, unreadable mask, as he calmly prepares for the next brutal round. Without a shred of hesitation, the mafia boss charges at Jin once more. This time, Jin effortlessly grabs his charging wrist and, with a lightning-fast motion, slashes mercilessly through the boss's other hand. After delivering a few more brutal, calculated cuts, Jean follows up immediately with a crushing, devastating punch directly to the lackey's face, leaving him staggering backward, clutching his now bloodied nose. The mafia boss, now completely enraged and utterly desperate, grabs a hidden gun and aims it directly at Jean. But just as he's about to pull that trigger, Jean unleashes his dagger with deadly, pinpoint accuracy. It embeds deep into the boss's shoulder, making him wince and roar in agony. Seizing that crucial moment, Jean launches himself at the boss, moving with unbelievable lightning speed. He lands a devastating slap right under the boss's chin, sending him crashing backward like a crumpled sack of potatoes. The mafia leader, now thoroughly beaten and disgraced, collapses to the ground, his pride and power utterly shattered. The others watch in stunned, awestruck silence as Jean stands tall, radiating pure badass energy, his very presence alone, causing Yona and COQ to tremble ever so slightly. Jean steps forward, his gaze softening, gently telling his sister to finally open her eyes. When she does, she sees him standing right there before her, a reassuring smile gracing his battered yet strong face. Without missing a single beat, he tells her, "I'm here to take you home." Yona is momentarily shocked by his injured appearance and instinctively places her hand over his fresh wounds, asking, "Jean, are you okay?" Jean, with a warm, comforting smile, reassures her that he's fine despite all the injuries he's taken. His calm demeanor and truly comforting words make her emotions overflow completely, and she begins to cry uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Jean does everything he can to comfort her, his own heart aching to see his sister so utterly distraught. Yona, observing them, is deeply moved by the compassion Jean shows for his sister, watching them with admiration. The very next day, we find ourselves at SW Seoul Medical Center. Jean sits quietly in the corridor, deep in thought, his handsome, striking face, effortlessly drawing the attention of passing nurses. His phone buzzes, a message from Jae-hyung popping up, curious as to why Jean isn't at school today. Jean replies that he's got an errand to run, and as he scrolls through his messages, he sees his friends excitedly discussing their upcoming hangout, teasing him playfully for missing all the fun. Jean smiles faintly as he reads his friends' messages, feeling that warm connection despite missing out on the action. He leans back in his seat, sighing softly, letting his gaze drift lazily around the sterile corridor. His eyes eventually fall upon the room directly across from him, marked clearly with a sign that reads, Psychiatry Department. The scene then abruptly transitions to later that very night, after Jin's intense, brutal battle with those Goonies. The police and authorities finally arrive at the chaotic scene. They round up all the criminals present, and doctors begin tending to Jin's sister. Yona approaches Jin and tells him that he should take his sister to the hospital, and promises to take care of the bill. Jin looks puzzled and asks why, given that his sister seems to be unharmed. Yona explains that, even though Daeyeon doesn't appear injured, at the moment she may have sustained unseen injuries. The trauma of the situation is significant, and she emphasizes that it's crucial to ensure Daeyeon gets thorough medical attention. She also mentions that she recently discovered Jisoo and Hui Jin Kim had been harassing Daeyeon, and while she's relieved they've been penalized, the resolution for the victims is still incomplete. She further explains that speaking with a counselor could be beneficial for Daeyeon after the traumatic experience. This is why we are waiting outside a psychiatrist's office rather than an emergency ward. As Daehoon exits the room, she approaches Jin and asks if he's been waiting long. Jin reassures her that he just came here a few minutes ago. He then inquires about what the doctor said. In response, she explains that there's nothing serious to worry about. She will need to attend sessions once a week for a while, but overall she's fine. Jin also shares that his own injuries are minor, just a few light bruises. The girl also let out a sigh of relief. She's relieved that he's okay. Jin's mind drifts back to how she was so emotional after being bullied, a tough reminder of everything she went through. She calls out to him, and he flashes her a smile. Asking what's up, she just smiles back and says she forgot for a moment what she was going to ask. But inside her head, we can tell she's hesitant to bring up her question. The scene shifts back to earlier, when the doctor was checking on her well-being. In the background, she overhears soldiers talking, completely amazed. A kid single-handedly took down most of the kidnappers. It just boggles their minds at that very moment. Diane herself, is just as utterly stunned by the soldier's words. She's burning with curiosity about Jin's incredible fighting skills and what his life was like before his return to Korea, but she just can't bring herself to ask him any of these questions as they stroll down the corridor. They unexpectedly run into Yana. The moment Diane spots her, she practically lights up with sheer happiness. Yana quickly asks her how the therapy session went. Diane says it went well and casually mentions she heard Yana covered the bill for her treatment, so she tells her, "You really didn't have to do that." Yana waves it off with a dismissive hand, saying it's no big deal, and sweetly reminds her friend that she's the one who got her into this whole mess. She then sincerely apologizes to Diane. Diane just laughs it off, saying Yana has already apologized plenty. Besides, Yana herself was a victim too. That's when Jin notices a massive, hulking bodyguard standing directly behind Yana, with a seriously intimidating glare plastered on his face. Despite the intense, unwavering stare he's giving our boy, Jin remains totally, utterly unfazed. Yona then turns to Jin, asking if he's had his checkup yet. Our boy quickly confirms with a yes, and Diane chimes in, saying she practically had to drag him there. He only agreed to go after she threatened not to go to the hospital herself if he didn't. Diane then asks about Seok-ju, and Yona confirms he's in the very same hospital. Diane appears really eager to see him, and decides they absolutely must stop by before leaving, even though she's buzzing with excitement about the visit. We can tell Jin's feelings are definitely less clear. Still, they do end up visiting Seok-ju, and Diane make sure to sincerely thank him for saving her from the blade. Seok-ju is a bit startled by her sudden gratitude, and stutters out that it's no big deal. She then asks Seok-ju if he's feeling any better, and he replies that he's indeed feeling much better now. Meanwhile, Jin isn't looking too happy at all. Seeing his sister getting a little too cozy with Seok-ju, he just stands there in stony silence, clearly uncomfortable. Even Yahello and her bodyguard notice that Jin seems to be deeply troubled. Diane then hopes Seok-ju recovers quickly, and just like that, they decide to make their exit. Yahello gracefully waves them farewell, watching them disappear through the main door. With them gone, the bodyguard is lost in deep contemplation, remarking with disbelief how utterly unbelievable it is that someone like this seemingly scrawny kid, could take down a whole group of people at once. It's just unbelievable. Yana chuckles, admitting she's pretty amazed herself too, but she's not sure if it's something that would even surprise a seasoned pro like the bodyguard. The bodyguard shrugs and then calmly states, it's not merely about the kid beating up a group of guys, because there appears to be something far deeper about our boy. The bodyguard then elaborates, explaining that our boy quickly and quietly neutralized over 10 guards, which is absolutely no easy feat. Even a highly trained pro would struggle to do that without some kind of serious backup. What's even more mind-blowing, though, is that he didn't kill a single one of them. He simply rendered them unfit for combat, and judging by the cuts on the 2 men found in the cargo container, his knife skills are insanely advanced, especially considering those guys were retired soldiers. And it's not just the report, but the state of those thugs. That makes it crystal clear Jin Yu is a highly trained pro, with a ton of combat experience. Both Seok-ju and Dan are completely blown away by this. A little while later, we catch up with Dan and Jin. Dan quickly apologizes, feeling genuinely ashamed that she always seems to need his help. Jin tells her she doesn't need to apologize at all, and that he should be the one thanking her. Dan is startled to hear this, and Jin continues, saying he finally understands what it feels like to have a family now. You see, it's for the very first time in his life. He puts someone else's safety above his own, without any calculations. Something he'd never experienced before, coming to this country. So he started to truly get what family really means. We then see the same woman with short black hair once again, and I will say it once again. She's likely Yona's sister, and she looks utterly distraught, her face etched with pain, that Yona was rescued safely, miraculously intact. And the reporter then delves into the specifics, that a highly suspicious rumor is circulating. He then expands on the story, stating that while Sayak Ju played a crucial, pivotal role in the rescue. The incredible exploits of another student, his companion, were even more extraordinary, truly on another level. She asks, incredulously, how that's possible, and the reporter promptly responds that even the chairman himself has taken in strong interest in this student. And we already know this student is none other than our boy. Of course, the woman is left in complete shock and can't help but wonder if these rumors might actually be true. We see Gene once again grinding out some hardcore pull-ups as he works out, processing everything in his mind. Flashes with vivid images of the people he fought that day, just as he's fully absorbed in the intensity of the exercise. Dayan's knock sounds at the door and mentions she's brought some refreshing fruit. While Dayan enjoys the delicious fruit, munching away, Gene enters the room and immediately asks his sister about her well-being. She responds, a touch of exasperation in her voice, that she's already answered that question 1,000 times before, and she's perfectly fine once Gene takes a seat. He notices something weighing heavily on Dayan's mind. He asks her, simply, what's up? That's when she earnestly assures him that she does not hate him, just because she saw him fighting so fiercely and savagely beating those guys down. She claims that it doesn't change how she fundamentally views him. After all, he did all this for her sake alone, just to save her, and she won't question him about his past either. Dayan then becomes somber, her tone shifting as she reveals she was never able to confide in Grandpa about any of the terrible things that happened at school. She just wasn't ready to open up and share it with him. But now she feels remarkably more relaxed, as if she can open up about absolutely anything and everything. Suddenly, her phone loudly rings out. It's Yona, who's on the other end of the line. So she grabs the phone and quickly retreats to her room. While still on the call, a short while later, we see Yona now sitting directly in front of Gene, who quickly gestures for him to take a seat as well. Gene sits down, then immediately asks why she wanted to see him. Yona explains that she came here specifically to apologize for putting Dayan in such a dangerous, life-threatening situation. Despite her previous heartfelt apologies, she still wanted to say it to him personally. He then explains Sayak Ju will also come to apologize in person as soon as he's feeling better. She also expresses her gratitude to Gene for saving her. Gene, however, makes it abundantly clear he only went to rescue Dayan, not Yona. Undeterred, she simply shrugs, saying that it fundamentally doesn't change the crucial fact that she was indeed saved, all thanks to his decisive intervention. Once her speech concludes, Gene then asks if there's anything else she wanted to say. Yona, somewhat reluctantly, admits that she also wanted to let him know that they will cease all investigation into his background, so she truly hopes that he isn't too mad. But they try to dig into his mysterious past. He then lets out a heavy sigh and explains that she simply couldn't ignore the stark fact that all of his documents were completely forged, especially after a recent kidnapping attempt in America. It definitely raised some serious red flags for her. She's been in many perilous situations since she was little, solely because of who she is. She says that although they never fully uncovered the truth behind his fake records, they won't be investigating it further. Gene starts to leave, saying if there's nothing else, he'll be on his way. Yona looks quite startled and asks if he could spare a couple of hours, because her grandpa wants to meet him and thank him in person. While Gene is heading back, he coolly replies that there's no need for that, since he wasn't even there to rescue her in the first place. Yona falls completely silent and Gene heads home, walking down the dimly lit, gloomy alleys late at night. As he walks, a familiar person appears across the street. As the scene dramatically zooms in, we see that this is one of Mr. Cha's lackeys, who has been brutally shot right in the gut. And it doesn't take long for our boy to recognize exactly who this man is. The man is barely holding on to his life, but immediately starts to berate Gene, blaming him for putting his gang in grave danger. He explains that they were already struggling ever since Gene exposed the Kim family. Then, their boss also helped our boy by tipping off the location of the Gozeon cartel, igniting a furious war between the Gozeon cartel and Dusik Cha's crew. Mr. Cha's territory is under siege, his friends and loyalists already taken out, and the ruthless leader of the Goziong cartel made sure to personally confront Dusik Cha. As Goziong finally stands before Cha face to face, he delivers a stinging verbal jab, mocking him, "Why not just surrender? Save yourself the humiliation in front of your men." Cha, quick-witted as ever, fires back with a jab of his own, scathingly pointing out that he'd already sent most of his crew on a weekend off. Yet Goziong brought his entire platoon of lackeys. Suddenly, another guy in a sleek coat pipes up, telling Cha menacingly that he really shouldn't have ignited this firestorm by daring to cross the mighty Kim family. And as if that weren't enough, he recently tipped off Goziong and his men. Our legendary gangster unleashes another brutal jab, and this time, Goziong himself absolutely snaps. He's going absolutely bonkers, seething at what Cha just uttered. He furiously screams for all his lackeys to charge Cha. The gang rushes Cha like a ravenous pack of wild dogs, foaming at the mouth for a fight. But our beloved gangster isn't just some weakling. He deftly ducks, letting a brutal punch whiz past his face, and retaliates with a devastating, bone-shattering blow that sends his attacker reeling. Another clueless lackey tries to swing at him, but ends up taking a brutal, precise hit right under the chin, crashing to the ground in a sickening pool of blood. Goziong grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, while Cha continues to drop lackeys, as if they're nothing but bothersome flies. Suddenly, Cha takes a brutal, unexpected jab with a stick from behind. He groans in pain, but quickly recovers, throwing a retaliatory punch that sends his assailant crashing down for the count. Even though Cha manages to take out a shocking number of guys, the sheer, relentless number of lackeys is overwhelming. It's clear that despite his incredible skill, he won't be able to take them all down like this alone. Our beloved gangster takes his battle stance, knowing he's up against a truly copious amount of people, and he's absolutely furious that Goziong brought so many guys, when he knew perfectly well Cha didn't have most of his men in the club. He can't help but smirk when he thinks about our boy. He's left wondering if he's saved his little sister by now. And just like that, speak of the devil. Suddenly, Jean arrives outside the club. The lackey standing guard brazenly tells him to get lost. But Jean isn't about to take orders from anyone. He delivers a brutal, lightning-fast kick to one of them, sending the poor guy crashing violently to the ground, leaving the other two utterly speechless at Jin's sheer audacity. He then coolly dismounts from his bike, while the two remaining lackeys foolishly try to take a swing at him. But Jean effortlessly snatches one's attacking hand and delivers a devastating smash straight to his face, leaving blood to splatter dramatically everywhere. The last remaining lackey tenses up, utterly terrified by the sight, and quickly ends up taking a heavy kick straight to his gut. With both of these goons swiftly taken care of, he moves deeper into the club's dark interior, only to be met with a brutal scene of fallen bodies. As he calmly advances, a group of arrogant thugs arrogantly orders him to leave. But our boy remains completely unfazed and keeps walking straight toward them. One of the foolish thugs steps up, yammering some arrogant nonsense. But our guy quickly silences him with a single devastating blow, sending him crashing brutally to the ground and leaving the others utterly, completely terrified. Despite their terror, the thugs still recklessly charge at him, and our boy begins to deliver powerful, precise blows, taking them down swiftly, one after another. The scene then dramatically switches back to our gangster, Cha, who is now utterly exhausted after knocking out a relentless bunch of thugs. Meanwhile, Go Shirong is absolutely livid, unable to believe that Cha is still holding his own for so incredibly long all by himself. On the other hand, Go Xiong's assistant feels an unexpected sense of relief that they only attacked Cha while he was still alone. Otherwise, it truly would have been an absolute massacre. Yet more lackeys bravely charge at our gangster, but he swiftly takes out the very first one in front of him. But before he can fully move around, He receives a devastating, bone-jarring punch to the face. Cha responds in kind, delivering an equally powerful punch back. With equal, unwavering force at this point, Cha is now barely hanging on. Even Go Shirong reluctantly admits that. He is truly a tough nut to crack, and truly deserves all the praise for his incredible efforts. However, he makes it absolutely clear that Cha looks like he's completely at the end of his rope, and should just throw in the towel right now. He'll even make it worth his while. Cha dramatically spits out a mouthful of blood, and defiantly asks why he should ever do that. Wiping the crimson from his face, he declares he's going to finish what he started. No matter what, we can instantly tell that the big cheese is utterly unimpressed by Cha's gutsy display, and the swarm of lackeys surrounding the place are visibly shaking in their boots to hear his bold statement. Suddenly, there's an explosive commotion at the entrance, with the lackeys screaming their heads off. Go Shong, utterly bewildered, asks what on earth is going on, and why his men are screeching like a pack of wild dogs. They turn around, initially seeing nothing, but then they hear distinct footsteps. Out steps Jean, and the entire crowd of lackeys is absolutely stunned to see a mere kid in their midst. Cha is equally shocked to see him and quickly demands, "What the hell are you doing here?" To which Jean casually responds, "That. He's just there to return the motorcycle he borrowed." Cha was quite literally not expecting to hear this kind of absurd crap, while they're surrounded by death itself. Meanwhile, Go Shun's assistant sneers once he realizes that Cha knows this kid, so he promptly orders his lackeys to take Jean down as well. The lackey proudly complies and begins to strut toward our boy, as if he's about to scold a toddler. Cha then tells them that it would be better if they just leave him alone, but the assistant insists they can't just let Jean go, since he's seen absolutely everything. Cha snaps back once again, saying they should pray to the heavens. That Jean feels generous enough to let them go, not the other way around. The assistant has absolutely no clue what this stupid head is yammering about, but he soon gets a rude awakening when Jean takes down one of his guys. With a single, explosive punch, our boy then follows up with a kick. That cracks another lackey's leg. Then a brutal headbutt sends another flying, sending him sprawling across the floor. Just as one thug lunges, bat in hand. From behind, Jin's reflexes kick in, grabbing his hand, and delivers a brutal, skull-rattling smash to his face, leaving him bloodied as the bat clatters to the ground. Go Shun is absolutely floored by Jin's incredible display, while Cha just smirks, completely unbothered. He quips that they should have listened to him earlier. Cha even admits that despite his own formidable strength, he wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against this kid. The big cheese simply bellows at his lackeys to finally take Jean down, and they charge in a frantic, desperate wave. But, as always, Jean effortlessly dispatches them, making them look like absolute amateurs in the process. Growing visibly impatient, the big cheese roars at his pathetic lackeys, demanding they stop letting a little punk humiliate them. But just as he's about to unleash another furious command, he suddenly falls silent, eyes wide with shock. He sees Cha, now fully enraged, charging directly at him. At this point, Sean can only assume that things are about to get much messier for everyone involved. And sure enough, moments later, the big cheese and all his lackeys are sprawled on the ground, looking utterly defeated and having definitely kissed the dirt. Meanwhile, Cha slumps back, completely drained and utterly exhausted. Jean strides over to the weary Cha, and as Cha looks up, he takes in the absolute wreckage of the battle. Bodies are scattered around like discarded wrappers, with Jean standing tall, utterly triumphant. Jean simply turns and starts heading out, casually stating that Cha has now officially paid his dues. Cha is left utterly dumbfounded, still trying to wrap his head around just how fixated this kid is on the same old bullcrap. After all this, he finally asks if Jean saved his sister. Jean calmly replies that he did indeed, and it's all thanks to Cha's help. The very next scene shifts to a bustling hospital room, where one of Cha's lackeys suddenly jolts awake with a gasp. He looks around, dazed, and spots Cha on the other side of the room. Cha's all patched up, but clearly still in rough shape. The lackey is absolutely stunned to see his boss there, and Cha quickly, yet weakly, tells him to stop calling him boss, especially while they're stuck in a hospital. Confused, the junior asks how on earth his boss ended up here. Cha casually dismisses it, saying he got roughed up and just took a cab to get treated. The lackey then boldly asks about Go-sung and the fate of their fellow cronies. Cha, with a nonchalant shrug, coolly declares that he's dealt with every single one of them. The junior can barely believe his ears, instantly calling it pure BS. This, of course, prompts the senior to get visibly annoyed, demanding to know why his junior would ever accuse him of lying. The lackey then shrewdly suggests it's probably because he's simply too embarrassed to admit that Go-sung absolutely wiped the floor with him. Cha then smoothly pivots, asking if he perhaps ran into Jean yesterday. The junior immediately perks up, excitedly confirming that yes, he totally did. He then dramatically explains how. He got ambushed by the rival team, completely out of nowhere, right as he was leaving the club. After taking a brutal beating, he stumbled upon our boy, letting out a furious yell. He charged at Jean, fueled by pure rage. But after receiving just one powerful blow, he instantly blacked out, remembering nothing else. The boss explains that Jean probably just knocked him out to safely get him to the hospital. Cha then dramatically continues, explaining that inside the club, he was completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. That's when Jean, like a true hero, showed up, took them all out in mere seconds, and then coolly told him he'd officially paid his dues, before just walking out. The lackey finds this absolutely admirable, thinking it's genuinely badass, to say the least. The senior wholeheartedly agrees, acknowledging that Jean is, without a doubt, quite impressive. The lackey then asks his boss, curious, if he has any clue who this mysterious kid truly is. The senior thoughtfully points out that Jean claims to be just an average teenager, so he figures they'll simply have to take his word for it. In the very next scene, we see a football hurtling straight toward Jean, and he catches it with absolute ease. The referee immediately blows his whistle, announcing it as a handball, leaving everyone on the playground absolutely shocked. His friend, looking visibly annoyed, reminds him that he's absolutely not supposed to grab the ball, because he's not a goalkeeper. Jean, confused about why he's suddenly getting an earful, apologizes anyway. Suddenly, the bell rings, and Jin's friends excitedly call out to him, asking if he has time to hang out today, since today is their only free day. Young Shan's lessons are officially done for the day, leaving him free right after school, and the squad is geared up for an epic gaming session. Jean tells them to charge ahead, no waiting, promising to catch up with them later at their gaming spot, because he's got to walk his sister home first. His friends look a little bewildered, honestly, wondering if he's back on babysit the sister duty. Jean clarifies that she hasn't been feeling her best lately. Blondie, ever the pal, declares he'll save Jean a prime spot, while meanwhile, Daehoon is just about ready to leave her class. She's contemplating whipping up some kimchi stew for Jean, remembering how much he absolutely adored it last time. But then she second guesses, unsure if he can truly handle the spice. So she starts leaning towards a milder, less fiery soybean paste stew as a safer bet. Suddenly, a wave of noise washes over her, a thrilled buzz of excitement from the other girls in her class. They're all absolutely gathered by the window, practically swooning over Jean. Some are openly gushing about how hot he is, while others are desperately wishing he'd be their boyfriend. The girls even spin around to Daehoon, eagerly asking if her amazing brother happens to be dating anyone. Daehoon is completely caught off guard by their overflowing, practically dripping enthusiasm for her brother. So she hesitates, then reluctantly admits that he did mention he wasn't currently seeing anyone. As the ladies practically dash back to the window, Daehoon smiles faintly, a clear sign she's secretly pleased her brother is such a hit with the girls. Walking outside the school, a thought pops in her head. Why doesn't Jean have a girlfriend? She muses, even wondering if he might not be interested in girls whatsoever. Suddenly, she overhears some voices just ahead, and to her surprise, it's Jean hanging out with his friends. Startled, she snaps to attention, quickly trying to greet them as politely and charmingly as she can. One of the more bashful lackeys blushes a deep red at her cuteness and can only manage a shy wave in response to her friendly greeting. The boys decide to make a quick dash for the game room, hoping Jean will catch up with them there soon. Once they vanish from sight, Daehoon asks Jin if he's actually going out with his friends. He confirms that he is, indeed, but adds that he'll swing by home first. When she asks if he's doing it just for her sake, Jin explains he simply left something important at home, but she still insists she's perfectly capable of walking home alone, especially since it's still so bright and early outside. However, Jin suddenly remembers he must pick up something he left behind at home, and she immediately points out that he really doesn't need to go out of his way for her sake, just as she'd told Yona, who had offered a security escort earlier. All she truly wants is to lead a normal life. Jin stays silent, but ultimately agrees to her request, stating he'll do exactly as she says, though he does suggest they still walk home together. From time to time, Daehoon pouts, teasing him for worrying far too much. But Jin quickly explains he's not just worried. He actually genuinely enjoys their walks together. In the end, she finally agrees to keep walking with him. As they're walking, Jin suddenly stops dead in his tracks when he spots that same woman with flowing black hair, whom we all strongly suspect is Yona's sister anyway. She smoothly greets Jin, but he doesn't even bother to respond to her greetings. Meanwhile, Daehoon is just as completely clueless about the mysterious woman with the black hair. The woman then pretends to notice Daehoon for the very first time, putting on an exaggeratedly concerned look. She says Daehoon must be the one who went through so much because of Yona's traumatic abduction. Daehoon is seriously confused by now and quickly asks who she even is. The woman introduces herself as Yona's cousin, saying she's here to personally thank Daehoon for helping Yona and offers to treat her to dinner if she has some time. Jin flatly, unceremoniously refuses, explaining that Yona already thanked him personally. So, there's absolutely no need for this stranger to go out of her way. The woman is completely bewildered by his bluntness, but tries to desperately continue the conversation, saying she also has a proposition that could benefit both of them. Once again, Jin firmly declines, saying he's simply not interested. He then just starts to calmly walk away, leaving this arrogant woman absolutely fuming. But before he's completely out of sight, Daehoon makes sure to bow her head and give her one last polite nod. Meanwhile, the lady is absolutely seething with rage, and her guard asks if he should bring Jin back. He pushes hard, but the lady just isn't having it. It seems her ego took a much bigger hit than we first thought, and now she's absolutely seething with rage. Next up, we're diving into the intense gaming room, where everyone's absolutely glued to their TV screens, completely lost in the game. That is until Yang-chan decides it's time to answer nature's call. As he's making his way down the hall, he accidentally bumps right into a super cocky punk. This guy immediately starts threatening Yang-chan, barking at him to watch where he's going. Yang-chan, the poor guy, is practically shaking and stumbles out an apology. But Mr. Cocky isn't nearly done. He's about to slap Yang-chan right across the face, when just in the nick of time, Jae-hyung bursts onto the scene, saving his friend from getting slapped. Jae-hyung strides over, all swagger and confidence, telling the cocky punk to just get over it, because there's no need to make a scene. Over a little shoulder bump, he quickly spits out the lollipop he was sucking, and locks eyes with the punk, and tells him to not take them for a bunch of goddamn scaredy cats. The punk's nerves are clearly rattled by Jae-hyung's deadly glare, and Jae-hyung continues to stare him down, demanding, "This crazy punk, why the hell are you staring?" Once the punk is thoroughly intimidated, he finally walks off with whatever pride he has left. Jae-hyung lets out a puff of air through his nostrils, looking pretty pleased with himself. On the other hand, Yang-chan still appears to be in shock, watching his friend and reflecting on this crazy turn of events. It's a bit of shock to him, considering Jae-hyung used to be the one bullying him, and now he's the one coming to his rescue. His orange head tells them they'd better hurry, or Hyukjin will start giving them grief for being late, so they head toward the toilet. All the while, Yang-chan still can't believe his eyes that this dude actually saved him. When they finally return, Hyukjin asks why taking a dump took so long. Orange Head explains there was some idiot trying to mess with Yang-chan. Hyukjin's interest instantly peaks, and he quickly asks who it was. Our fiery orange head shares a key detail. The guy was unmistakably sporting a Gosok Tech uniform. Blondie's attention then snaps to Young Chan, anxiously checking to see if he's okay. Our timid friend simply reassures them he's perfectly fine, because truly, nothing serious had happened yet, all thanks to Jae-hyung's perfectly timed interruption. Just then, Orange Head decides with a grin, it's time to just dive headfirst into the game. But just as they settle in, a boisterous crew of rowdy people bursts into the gaming room. It's the very same guy Jae-hyung bumped into earlier, and he's brought his entire squad of lackeys, ready to exact some serious revenge for his humiliation. Hyuk-jin is completely absorbed deep in his game, and doesn't notice the looming figures to his left, until he finally glances up, and he sees a menacing bunch of goons towering over him, and the gang's intimidating leader quickly barks at him to step outside now. Both Hyuk-jin and Jae-hyung instantly grasp, and Jae-hyung realizes that things are about to get very real, and Young Chan is visibly shaking, absolutely terrified just thinking about what's coming next. Once they've all headed outside, Young Chan is trembling, utterly consumed by fear, feeling completely and utterly terrified, convinced they're caught in this mess all because of him. The arrogant guy from before starts obnoxiously bragging that Orange Head was all talk and absolutely no action, confidently claiming it'll be child's play to take down him and his other friend. But our Orange Head, defiant as ever, doesn't back down. He brilliantly mocks the cocky guy, pointing out how scared he was, and quietly scurried off earlier, only to return with his entire entourage of lackeys. The cocky guy, definitely not appreciating the jab, and instantly flies into a furious rage. He lunges, attempting to land a punch on Orange Head, but Jae-hyung, with lightning speed, quickly ducks, and delivers a brutal punch right to the cocky guy's face, firmly showing him exactly who's boss around here. The cocky leader staggers backward, stunned, and Young Chan, on the other hand, is practically in full-blown panic mode, absolutely convinced that this entire mess is all his fault, that they're caught up in this whole dangerous mess. That's when Jae-hyung, seeing his friend's distress, speaks up, firmly telling his terrified friend that he has absolutely no reason to feel guilty about anything, because these bastards are the real problem here. No, they're the ones who should be truly sorry. Those words absolutely melt Young Chan's heart, because seeing his friend looking so utterly badass, while saying that is almost too much to handle. But then, Hyuk-jin can't help but chime in, pointing out it's the exact same line Jin himself had used a while back. And even the way Jae-hyung said it had the same energy, he jokes that Jae-hyung basically copied him. And now he feels like he needs to bleach his eyes clean after seeing his copycat friend in action. Our orange-haired hero starts blushing furiously, feeling totally, utterly embarrassed, and admits that Jin looks so cool. When he said those words, they just stuck in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. While our trio is caught up in their own banter, they momentarily forget something crucial. They're actually facing off against a whole gang, and they are far too distracted to pay much attention to the goons. But soon enough, the lackeys charge right at them, because they're not here just to be simply ignored as the fight truly erupts. Our orange-haired hero stands his ground. As soon as one of the thugs reaches him, he delivers a powerful kick straight to the gut, sending him stumbling backward. Another goon tries to swing at him, but Orange Head responds with a brutal whack, taking him down. Meanwhile, Young Chan, who's not exactly a fighter, is more or less panicking on the sidelines, unsure of what to do. Hyuk-jin, however, is in full battle mode, taking down goons left and right. He turns to Young Chan and tells him to stay back and just watch from behind. Our Orange Head agrees, pointing out that while Young Chan might be a pro gamer, he is utterly out of his element in this fight, so they've got things under control. Young Chan is completely blown away by this. He can't believe they're fighting because of him, and yet they're telling him to stay back. The goons are squirming and quivering on the ground after taking a serious beating. Our boys, on the other hand, are starting to struggle a bit, exhausted from the relentless fight and outnumbered. Eventually, Jae-hyung takes a solid hit to the gut. Feeling a surge of pain, he knows he's utterly doomed. That cocky bully is about to land a devastating punch, aimed directly at his face. But just as the fist closes in, Young Chan springs into action, launching himself at the cocky guy, clinging to him like a desperate limpet, as if he's found his long-lost brother from another mother. They both tumble and crash to the hard ground, and the cocky guy immediately tries to shove Young Chan off. But Young Chan holds on for dear life, fear etched across his face. That's the exact moment Orange Head seizes his opportunity, unleashing a powerful, sweeping kick. He lands a devastating blow right to the cocky guy's head. The sheer impact leaves Young Chan wide-eyed and a little teary, overwhelmed by the raw brutality he's just witnessed. This is unlike anything he's ever seen. Orange Head stands tall, looking absolutely like a boss, after delivering that final decisive kick to his opponent. He glances down at the guy, who's clearly down for the count. Yuk-jin can't resist a little jab at Orange Head, pointing out how Young Chan had to step in and save the day. Orange Head immediately gets flustered, turning defensive, claiming he was just about to take that guy down himself. They then turn their attention to Young Chan, who's still on the verge of tears. Orange Head quickly asks if he's alright. The timid fella quickly reassures him that he's fine, then apologizes for causing all this trouble. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to our main boy, who finally makes it to the game room, only to find it completely empty. He quickly tries calling his friends, but no one picks up the phone. Just then, he hears someone shout his name. He spins around to see his friends, who excitedly tell him he missed all the intense action. The self-proclaimed beta bullies start bragging about how they just absolutely hooped. Some ghost hack tech guys. They head inside, and as they climb the stairs, they point out to Gene that, while he might not be familiar with the Go-Suck tech guys, they're actually pretty tough opponents. But clearly, they were no match for them. As they finally stride into the gaming room, they're utterly shocked to find a pile of people lying, unconscious on the ground. The beta lackeys are completely blown away by the sight, and quickly demand to know who took down all these Go-Suck tech guys. Our boy casually points out that he came looking for everyone, and these guys jumped him when they spotted his uniform. These three are absolutely stunned to realize our boy single-handedly took down all these guys. Later, after some wild fun at the arcade, the crew decides it's time to grab some grub. The beta bullies have brought along the very same delicious food Young Chan always loves. But Orange Head realizes he totally forgot the drinks. He immediately decides to go grab them ASAP. Young Chan offers to tag along, but Orange Head insists on going alone. As they dig in, Hyuk-jin just beams with pride and can't help but laugh about taking down those ghosts. Yak Tech goons. Orange Head wholeheartedly agrees, remarking how those goons strutted and acting all tough, only to end up getting absolutely clobbered like dogs. Meanwhile, our boy stares down at his tuna mayo creation, completely clueless on how to even start eating it. He watches intently as Jae-hyung tears open the seal and pops the delicious snack right out of its wrapper. Mimicking Jae-hyung, he finally takes a tentative bite. While munching, he casually asks his friends who exactly started the brawl. Jae-hyung quickly clarifies, explaining that one of those creeps was harassing Young Chan right outside the game room, which totally set off the whole scene. Our boy then checks in on his timid friend, asking if he's doing okay. His friend quickly assures him he's absolutely good, because Jae-hyung showed up to rescue him just in the nick of time. Orange Head then leans in to share some valuable advice, telling Young Chan that in tricky situations like this, he should never back down, ever. Young Chan looks a little confused to hear this, so Orange Head elaborates, explaining that you absolutely shouldn't flinch in front of bully. You need to make it crystal clear you're ready for anything, or they'll just totally take advantage if they sense even a shred of fear. Hyuk-jin strongly agrees, chiming in that you've simply got to show them you won't take any crap, or else they'll just walk all over you, guaranteed. Young Chan then tentatively asks, but what if they end up hitting me? Orange Head just shrugs casually and says, they're going to try to hit you anyway, even if you're scared. But Young Chan worries, what if they hit me even harder then? Orange Head concedes, but then points out that if you never stand up for yourself, You'll just forever be seen as a total pushover. And honestly, that's way worse than getting a few bruises. Jin also chimes in with his 2 cents, confirming he's seen this tactic work wonders before, because no one wants to deal with trouble. Bullies usually pick on the quiet ones, who never speak up. Young Chan stays quiet, probably realizing that he's always been picked on, because he didn't stand up for himself. As they chat, our boy keeps munching on his delicious food. The scene then drifts to his past, where instead of fancy food, he was stuck with some mediocre curry and a piece of dry bread at that time. He had no choice but to eat it. What made it worse was that there were always strong guys around him, bullying the weak and taking their food. One day, a cocky guy demanded our boy hand over his food. Gene wasn't having any of it, so he fought back and left a gruesome mess behind. His memory makes him reflect on how the same pattern of the strong preying on the weak seems to repeat itself both in his past and present situations. That's when Yang Chan finally musters up his courage and says out loud that he doesn't like either of the beta bullies. 2 bullies choke on their food, their breath caught in their throats at hearing this. Yang Chan continues saying he hates them because they've bullied kids in class, including him. Orange Head looks curious and asks when they even bullied anyone. He points out that they only joked around sometimes. Nothing more. The blondie also agrees, saying that they never physically hurt anyone in class or made anyone do their dirty work. Compared to some of the other guys like Jisa Kim, they're practically saints. But Yang Chan stands firm, saying that even though they might just be joking or playing rough, it's still a form of violence to others. The beta bullies are stunned because they are not sure what to think of it. Yang Chan further continues, explaining that it's the same kind of violence, no matter how big or small. He resents them for being so cruel, without a shred of guilt once he is done speaking. He points out that, since beta bullies told him to stand up for himself, he poured his heart out, trying to make them understand. The beta bullies, utterly dumbfounded, are completely thrown off by Young Chan's words. The blonde, utterly speechless, confesses, "No one's ever told me anything like that before." He never realized people perceive their actions that way, genuinely thinking they were just joking around. The other bully nods in agreement, admitting they figured it was fine, since they weren't nearly as bad as some others. Young Chan, still a bundle of nerves, gently explains that he was truly surprised by how genuinely nice the beta bullies seemed when he hung out with them. He guessed they didn't quite realize that what they were doing was, in fact, a form of bullying. Overwhelmed with guilt, Orangehead quickly blurts out an apology. The blonde also chimes in with a heartfelt sorry, admitting they're not sure how to fix things, but at least want to offer a genuine apology. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cafeteria, our boy is still clumsily messing with his food. As he fumbles with the shell of his rice ball, it tragically drops to the ground. He's totally bummed out, watching his precious meal ruined. His friends, not knowing how to react, end up yelling at him in exasperation. When he tries to eat the rice ball after picking it up, in the bustling heart of the city, we find ourselves back at SW Corporation. There at her desk sits that same woman who claimed to be Yona's cousin. Suddenly, Yona storms into the room, a picture of pure fury, clearly fuming as she yells this woman's name, Jay. The sassy lady looks up, a subtle smile playing on her lips for Yona. But before she can even utter a word, Yona cuts her off with a sharp, demanding tone, demanding to know if she's met Jean recently. Jay tries to play it cool, a smirk on her face, reminding Yona that it was actually she who was initially tracking Jin's background, because she was so suspicious of him. Yona, frustrated, admits she did investigate Jean, but had explicitly promised him she wouldn't pursue it further. Now, she's also telling Jay to stop nagging our boy. Jay raises an eyebrow, a knowing glint in her eye, and reminds her that she shouldn't ever forget the kind of dangerous world they live in, especially given the recent, alarming kidnapping event. So, she makes it crystal clear that they're absolutely not taking any chances. Our boy's background is a massive, looming concern. Yona, ever loyal, insists that Jean had no part in any of the recent trouble. But Ja swiftly cuts her off, stating that just because Jean helped with a rescue, it doesn't automatically make him trustworthy. Ja's manager, quick to add fuel, also chimes in, pointing out that Jin's true identity poses a significant issue for their school. They emphasize that a school affiliated with the powerful SW Corporation absolutely shouldn't have accepted a student with fake records, and they make it abundantly clear that they absolutely won't overlook this blatant matter. Yona frustratingly grits her teeth, tension rising, while Ja just smirks, a hint of cruel satisfaction in her eyes. She explains that they might just receive some good news very soon. Curious, Yona presses, asking what kind of news she's even talking about. Ja's manager then elaborates, explaining that Jin's records were incredibly restricted, so they had to consult higher-ups in their expansive network to dig up more information. Ja looks at Yona with a truly challenging smile, asking if she isn't even curious about Jin's true identity. Yona, unwavering, firmly states that she doesn't care, emphasizing that Jin saved her life, and that is more than enough for her. Just then, the telephone shrilly rings, grabbing everyone's suddenly tense attention. Ja's smirk widens even further as she declares, "It's time for us to hear the news together." She answers the call, and the caller immediately announces that they have crucial news to deliver. As Yona waits, heart-pounding, Ja expresses her hope that the caller will reveal all about Jin's mysterious identity. The caller, however, responds with a bombshell. The higher-ups have decided that SW Corporation should refrain from any further inquiries into Jin's background. This shocking announcement leaves Ja visibly pale, and even the guard utterly stunned. Her frustration absolutely boils over, and she starts yelling, furious, at the caller, demanding to know how they can simply let this critical matter slide. The caller, unfazed, makes it crystal clear that, given the long-standing, enduring relationship between SW Corporation and the government, they have decided to overlook that. The caller explains that Jin is estranged from his family due to an unfortunate plane crash, and is essentially a young man who has found his way back home. They emphasize that it will be best to let him live his life without further scrutiny. The next day at school, Yona walks in with her escort, catching everyone's attention, including our boys, who are curious to see them back after such a long time. Yona suddenly starts looking at them with a direct gaze, which makes young Chan feel uneasy. She approaches him and simply asks if Jin isn't in school today. Young Chan, looking around for Jin, explains that he was just here, but Jae-hyun explains that he just got called to the office a few minutes ago. As Yona and her escort Sukju settle into their seats, her escort reveals that the chairman is at the school. Right now, Yona is surprised to hear that. Her grandfather is at the school and wonders why he didn't inform her of his visit, and if Jin might have gone to meet him in the office. In the office, we finally meet the old man we've been hearing so much about. He's thrilled to finally meet our boy in person, especially since our boy had previously turned down a meeting. So he came by himself to thank him for saving Yona. Our boy responds that there's no need for thanks. He was just trying to rescue his sister, and Yona happened to be there too. The old man acknowledges that he knows. He still wanted to express his gratitude for saving his granddaughter and apologize for involving his sister. Our boy clears things up again, letting the old man know that he doesn't need to worry about that, since Yona has already apologized. The old man stays silent after hearing this, and our boy starts to head into the classroom. That's when Grandpa finally asks if he will become Yona's bodyguard. Not surprisingly, he flatly refuses, and makes it clear that this isn't something an average teenager like him can handle. The old man reminds our boy that an average teenager couldn't really handle a unit of kidnappers made up of former Special Forces soldiers either. Jin then points out that Yona already has an internal security team guarding her 24/7. The old man agrees. It says that a security team can't be with her at school, and besides, she wouldn't be able to live normally with a team trailing her all the time. He explains that Seok Ju was in charge of her security, but the recent incident made him realize he isn't the right person to protect her. So he's thinking of giving the job to our boy, and starts to walk away again, saying he can't help. The old man goes quiet for a moment, and then says, he wasn't just here to thank him for saving Yona. He also wanted to thank him for what he did. 3 years ago, as soon as our boy hears this, he freezes and quickly turns back toward the old man. The old man keeps going with his thanks, saying he's wanted to express his gratitude for a long time, because without our boy's efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to see his son. Before he passed away, it's clear that Jean remembers what the old man is talking about. But he stays nonchalant, saying it was just another job. The old man insists it was a dangerous job that no one else would take on. Thanks to our boy's success in the mission, he was able to see his son again, and his son spoke about Jean often. The old man reveals that his son was worried and asked him to find out why. Our boy had become a mercenary, so the old man tried to track him down, but couldn't find any leads. Now, as fate would have it, they're face to face, and he adds that Yona is his daughter. Jin's mind quickly flashes back to the past, recalling the man, bringing up that he had a daughter who was around Jin's age. Still, Jin firmly states he can't possibly be Yona's personal bodyguard, but he vows he won't simply turn a blind eye if anything were to happen to her. The old man seems slightly taken aback at first, but then a warm smile crosses his face, saying that would be more than enough. He then casually adds that there's just one more favor he'd like to request. He points out that he'd truly appreciate hearing Jin's honest thoughts on the current security team over at SW. Jin asks for clarification, and the old man explains that SW Security Division boasts a long-standing and incredibly proud tradition, perhaps a little too proud for their own good. They firmly believe that Yona's recent kidnapping ordeal would have been perfectly contained, even without any help from Jin. However, as SW relentlessly continues its rapid expansion, the potential threats are dramatically growing, and their security division is sorely lacking in innovative strategies. The old man genuinely wants Jin's brutal, honest assessment of their skills. And of course, it would be a handsomely paid assignment. Of course, Jin lets out a weary sigh, feeling like this entire situation is just a monumental drag. He then finally, reluctantly, heads back into his classroom. As soon as he steps inside, Yona excitedly greets him, but he pointedly ignores her, making a beeline for his seat. As the teacher begins the class for the day, Jin sits quietly in his chair, deep in thought about the old man's peculiar words. He realizes that Yona's father must have tragically passed away, since the old man distinctly mentioned he'd seen his son before his passing. The scene then dramatically cuts back to the past. We see Jin, a lone mercenary, with all the site workers gathered around, sharing a meal. Jin is quietly munching on some kind of generic food bar when a curious voice calls out to him, asking, "How did a mere kid like you end up working as a mercenary?" It's instantly clear this man is none other than Yona's father, and after he gets a good look at our boy's face, he remarks that he didn't realize Jin was incredibly young. Jin quickly covers his face, trying to discreetly walk away, but the man kindly offers him his overflowing platter, absolutely full of delicious, appetizing food. He tells Jin to toss his measly trash away and enjoy this feast. Instead, he warns that what you eat truly matters at your age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries are buzzing about their new clients' incredible wealth, explaining how they're constructing roads, a new school, and a vital clinic in their station town. As they chat, Jin quietly listens on. While on guard duty, the man approaches him once more, offering him a tempting chocolate bar. Jin simply looks away. Later that night, the man offers him food yet again, but Jin just turns his back once more. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings an umbrella and a warm coat, but Jin refuses them too. One day, as Jin packs his things to leave, the same man approaches him once more. He says he'll miss having Jin around, and invites him to stop by if he ever can, since they'll be stationed there for at least another month. The man then tosses a bag to Jin, explaining that he's packed some essential snacks and basic medical supplies inside. Finally, Jin speaks up, asking why he's giving him all this. The question catches the man completely off guard, and he's utterly surprised to hear Jin speak Korean. He adds that he tried speaking in Jin's language and in English before, but never got a response. The man explains he's giving him these things because he has a daughter around Jin's age. Jin reminds him of her, so he can't help but worry. Later, we find ourselves in a desolate, rundown place, where conflict is relentlessly ongoing. We then see Jin with his fellow mercenary. His fellow informs him that the town, where Jin was once stationed as a guard, has now been violently taken over by a resistance group. He explains they were cunningly waiting for the foreigners to finish their construction, so they could seize the new buildings. And most of the people at the site had been mercilessly killed. Jin is jolted violently out of his flashback by the sudden, insistent ringing of a bell, and he notices Yona calling out to him, asking if he's free right now. A short while later, they're in the lounging area, where Suk-ju is bowing his head deeply in respect, offering a heartfelt, late apology in person. Jin simply tells him there's no need for that, as he finally grasps the true motive behind his actions. Yona, though, is absolutely certain Jin will flat out refuse, revealing that Grandpa personally asked her to extend the invitation. To her absolute shock, Jin agrees without a moment's hesitation, leaving Yona utterly bewildered to witness his surprising acceptance, breaking his usual pattern of resistance for the very first time. Meanwhile, the spotlight dramatically turns to Jae, who is practically grinding her teeth to dust in sheer frustration. She's absolutely incandescent with rage, furious that the higher-ups are still refusing to reveal Jin's true identity. Just then, her manager breezes in and casually mentions that same student has arrived. A surprising piece of news that definitely jolts Jae. Over in SW Corporation's men's locker room, Jin is already getting geared up in the company's slick dress code. Suk-ju, utterly bewildered, asks how Jin, of all people, managed to land a job with SW Corporation. A quick flashback takes us to the past, where we find Jin intensely scrutinizing the confidential files of every security personnel currently employed by SW Corporation. The mysterious old man had instructed him to spend a few days embedded with the team and then report back with his insightful thoughts. With all the necessary arrangements already carefully set up, it would be quite straightforward for Jin to truly understand their program. Snapping back to the present, Jin coolly tells Suk-ju that he was merely curious to deeply experience the daily realities of being on the security team, which is how he suddenly ended up with a job here. Suk-ju then muses aloud if this means Jin actually wants to be a bodyguard. Jin then smoothly deflects, asking if Suk-ju isn't participating in today's training. With a sigh, Suk-ju explains. Suk-ju clarifies that today's intense session is exclusively for Team 2, and he's, of course, a proud member of Team 3. He emphatically adds that Team 3's sole duty is to escort Yona exclusively, whereas Team 2 handles the formidable task of escorting Miss J and her parents. Next, the focus shifts to a massive training hall, where all the dedicated personnel are attentively seated on the ground. Suddenly, one of the instructors steps up, formally introducing Jin to the entire group, and clarifies that Jin is about to join them for the next few thrilling days. He's even in the same training cohort as Suk-ju, and the esteemed chairman himself has expressly permitted him to join their rigorous program to gain invaluable insight into their specialized field. Suddenly, one of the men raises his hand and asks a question. If Jin was the one who handled that intense kidnapping situation involving COQ, the senior leader confirms he is indeed that very same person. Jin steps up, coolly introducing himself, and thanks everyone for letting him participate in the training. As the students dive into their intense training, we see Yona observing our boy from above. COQ then reveals to her that our boy is here because he truly wanted to experience what's like to be a top-tier bodyguard. Or at least, that's what Jin told him. Anyway, meanwhile, the guards are relentlessly running down the halls, fully engaged in their rigorous training. As Yona watches our boy's every move, she also notices someone else surprising in the hall. It's Gia, accompanied by her own guard. Yona's curiosity sparks, wondering what she could be doing there. Meanwhile, Jin is expertly running across the hall, with the other soldiers, the senior leader setting the blazing pace. Takes a quick glance back at the group, and sees that Jean is keeping up remarkably well. So he decides to really pick up the pace, running with even more blistering intensity. After several grueling, sweat-drenched rounds, all the soldiers are utterly gasping for breath, and the senior leader looks utterly exhausted, as if he might just faint at any moment. Jean, however, remains completely unfazed, looking as if literally nothing has happened at all, taking just a simple, casual breath. The senior, completely bewildered, reveals that they've run, enough to make anyone else faint clean out. But Jean kept up the entire time, and even looks like he could easily handle 20 more laps. They then move on to other brutally intense exercises, and Jean, of course, absolutely excels at those as well. From the sidelines, Yona is absolutely blown away by how Jean utterly outperforms everyone, leaving everyone else struggling just to keep up. Meanwhile, Gia simply sneers, proclaiming it's just basic training. And still, Team 2 is falling way behind this one kid. As our boy just stands there, the senior is left wondering where in the world they found this incredible kid. He's questioning if he's been secretly trained somewhere before, because he's just impossibly too good. Then, the senior's eyes drift, and he notices Gia standing nearby, and his face instantly goes utterly pale. As soon as he makes eye contact with her bodyguard, he realizes he's going to catch flack from Jay, and her bodyguard later, for falling behind compared to a high schooler. Suddenly, one of the juniors raises his hand, and points out that he's heard. This student played a critical role in Miss Yona's rescue, so he wants to test the kid's skills himself. The senior gets angry and asks if he really wants to spar with a high school kid, yelling at his junior for being out of his mind. But the senior finds himself completely blown away when the kid himself volunteers to fight and says he doesn't really mind. Senior, completely at a loss for words, scratches his head in frustration and reluctantly agrees. He tells his juniors to get the protective gear for our boy. Before long, our boy is decked out in his gear, and the other guy facing him gets suited up too. Yona wonders if this will be okay, and Ju points out that it's hard to say, given how tough the other guys are. Even Gia thinks it would be pretty hilarious if this high school kid actually won. She mentions she's heard the kid has extraordinary fighting skills, but her bodyguard assures her that he's still no match for his men, because these guys have been highly trained in all sorts of combat long before they started working at SW. The senior tells both of them to just take it easy, especially telling his junior to go a bit easy on the kid, and the junior agrees. Senior then tells them to get ready, so the junior takes his stance and reminds our boy that he's not against those chumps. He has beaten before, so he better be careful. Our boy doesn't even flinch at the jab and simply takes his own stance. As soon as the senior signals the start of the fight, the junior lunges at our boy with an incredible burst of speed and swings a punch right at his face. But our boy quickly steps back. The junior swings again with full force, but Jean dodges effortlessly once more. Yona's anxiety begins to soar as she points out that the soldier wasn't supposed to go so incredibly hard during a simple sparring match. But the soldier, however, just keeps coming at Jean, fists swinging wildly left and right. Jean continues to dodge every single attack with effortless grace. Then, with lightning speed, Jean quickly kicks the junior's leg, causing him to stagger back. Seizing this perfect moment, our boy balls up his fist and unleashes a truly brutal punch. The soldier quickly raises his hands, barely managing to block, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to the face. That arrogant fatty mocks our boy for his seemingly futile attack and prepares to unleash a punch of his very own. But Jean, with blinding speed, quickly deflects the incoming fist and immediately counters with a brutal, stunning blow, landing it square on the bastard's unprotected face. That incredible display of power leaves Yona utterly breathless, and even her seasoned guard finds it pretty darn impressive, noting that Jean struck precisely where the fatty's face was utterly exposed. As the fatty writhes in agonizing pain on the ground, Jean mercilessly grabs him by the head and delivers a vicious, bone-shattering knee smash to his face, leaving him utterly bloody and finally beginning to collapse to the ground. Ja is absolutely blown away, completely stunned by what just happened, while Jean stands there, the undisputed clear winner. His opponent is left slumped, utterly unconscious on the ground. Jean calmly removes the protective gear from his head, and both the senior and all the other soldiers are utterly stunned by this shocking turn of events. Suk-ju, finally finding his voice, notes that they were clearly instructed to take it incredibly easy, but this entire match was just far too intense. GA speaks up again, her voice still laced with disbelief, questioning if this kid is really the 19-year-old they claimed he was in the first place. Meanwhile, her bodyguard is absolutely fuming, steam practically coming out of his head, as Team 2 is a crucial part of his crew. And he is not at all happy to see one of his top soldiers going down like flies after being so thoroughly beaten by a teenager. The other soldiers quickly drag their incapacitated buddy off the ground, while Jean effortlessly remains the center of all attention. By now, the senior has absolutely no doubt about Jin's critical role in saving Yona from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, Ja's bodyguard is giving his soldiers the most intense death glares imaginable. They're all panicking, especially the senior, who looks terrified, who's practically sweating bullets, convinced he's in a world of trouble. Then, another soldier, Bae Suk Choi, raises his hand, boldly volunteering to spar with Jean. The senior quickly reminds him that they've already lost to a kid once, and absolutely doesn't want to look foolish by losing again. But Bae Suk, absolutely brimming with confidence, declares he's genuinely itching for a fight with Jean. After witnessing his impressive skills firsthand, the senior then points out that they can't all just rush at Jean at once. But Jean simply says he's totally fine and not exhausted at all. He even adds that he hasn't moved around nearly enough to be tired. This revelation freaks everyone out a bit, because after taking down one of their absolute top soldiers, he's practically saying he hasn't even broken a sweat. Seok-ju lets out a knowing sigh, clearly not surprised by our boy's audacious antics. BM Seok finally steps into the ring, coming face to face with Jean while stretching his muscles. He casually asks our boy where he learned to fight with such incredible skill. Jean then coolly asks if BM Suk isn't going to wear his headgear, to which the soldier confidently replies that he absolutely doesn't need it. He even tells Jean to go ahead and use one if he wants to, but Jean was only asking for the other guy's sake. He doesn't care about headgear either, so he just casually tosses it aside, completely surprising Bien Seok and even Yana. That's when Bien Seok starts getting really cocky, calling Jean a punk and declaring he likes his spirit. GA then curiously asks her bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time around. In response, he admits they made the crucial mistake of underestimating Jean earlier, but he's absolutely confident they can take him down now. He takes immense pride in his men, who train tirelessly every single day. Not to mention, our boy is about to face the undisputed ace of the team. This time, Ja cracks a wicked smile, eagerly anticipating how BM Suk will handle Jean. Meanwhile, Yona's bodyguard is starting to think Jean might actually lose this round. In a no-holds-barred, weapon-free fight like this, ultimately, it all boils down to raw physical strength. And BM Suk Choi, he's an absolutely jacked-up dude. There's no telling what kind of intense training Jean has endured, but nothing can make up for the sheer, raw strength. BM Suk is rocking as this epic fight begins. BM Suk, absolutely full of bravado, takes his stance and swings a mighty blow at Jean. But our boy, he casually sidesteps that punch with shocking ease. Jean tries to land a quick punch on BM Suk, but this dude is absolutely not here to mess around. He dodges Jin's attack with lightning speed and counters with a powerful punch of his own. Jean smoothly tilts to the side, saving himself, and throws another rapid-fire punch. But BM Suk grabs Jin's fist, a smirk playing on his lips. He reluctantly acknowledges that Jin's punch is far stronger than he expected, especially given his appearance. But Jean isn't interested in any mid-fight chit-chat. He immediately throws another punch. But BM Suk blocks it, seemingly effortlessly. He gives Jean props for his great timing, but smirks and scoffs arrogantly, declaring that no one can break his guard with pesky blows like those. But that's precisely where he's dead wrong. Jean quickly swings his leg around and lands a solid, bone-jarring kick to Suk's thigh. The cocky guy is now utterly stunned, and the senior's jaw practically hits the floor in disbelief to see our boy making such a hardcore comeback. Then Jean follows up with another brutal kick, straight to Suk's leg. By now, Suk is absolutely fuming and throws a wild punch in a fit of pure frustration. But Jean calmly takes his stance and land a nasty whack right to Suk's chin, followed by a few more rapid-fire blows that leave the cocky guy clenching his teeth in fury. Suk, still seething, tries to swing at Jean again, but our boy deflects it with some truly slick, ninja-like moves. Then he delivers a solid, resounding slap to Suk's throat, making him cough up and spit in shock. With a heavy thud, the once muscular guy dramatically drops to his knees. The first shocked face we see, it's Yun Ae's, quickly followed by Ae and her stunned bodyguard. Meanwhile, Jean just stands there, cool as ever, while the muscular guy coughs violently, crumpled on the ground. Yun Ae's bodyguard is absolutely stunned by how strategically Jean shattered Suk's upper guard by striking his knee, and then immediately went for the neck. He effectively narrowed the gap in their physical strength, as further attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Suk's advantages. Jean then asks if anyone else is itching for a throwdown, but it's clear no one's eager to step forward. That's when the senior chimes in, telling Jean you shouldn't go for the neck or knees when sparring. Jean, looking genuinely puzzled, asks if there are rules to sparring, and apologizes if he broke any. Since he wasn't aware, the senior quickly clarifies that there aren't really any specific rules, but it's just something he felt like mentioning. Deep down, the senior feels like he's just trying to save his sorry face after getting his butt handed to him by a high schooler. After witnessing the entire battle, Jay is absolutely certain that it wasn't just a stroke of luck, that Jean was able to rescue Yun Ae, and she wants her bodyguard's take on the matter. The man, clearly pissed off, after seeing his soldiers drop like flies, reluctantly admits that, from basic training to serious combat, Jean excels in every aspect. Jay smiles thoroughly at this, and then quickly tells everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone is startled, especially Yun Ae, who has no clue what G-A-E even means by that. G-A-E then walks over to Jean and reminds him that, since he's here to experience real security duties, it's finally time to see what it's like to be a real bodyguard. Jean listens intently as she explains that, since he's paired with Team 2, he'll be escorting her, and she's looking forward to his service. Yun Ae, however, can tell from a mile away that this woman is cooking up something shady. Our next scene plunges us right into one of the offices, deep within the high-tech confines of SW Corp. There we find Grandpa, deep in conversation with a sharp-suited executive. And this executive? He's absolutely flabbergasted. He's utterly amazed that Jean is in the very same class as Yona. He spills the tea, explaining he dug into Jin's mysterious background during their extensive research. But it's still a massive shock to see that the legendary codenamed Jean is actually just this incredibly young kid. Our executive then adds another jaw-dropping detail. Jin's name only surfaced in their intel a mere few years ago, which means he was even younger still. When he first exploded onto the scene and gained recognition, he simply cannot wrap his mind around the fact how this seemingly innocent kid could possibly be the same ruthless individual he's heard terrifying tales about. The action then snaps back to the locker room, where Jean is finally decked out, sporting a genuine, top-tier bodyguard outfit. And let me tell you, he looks absolutely, undeniably badass. As evening descends, we find Diane sharing a quiet moment with her grandpa. The old man gently probes, asking if Jean is still out painting the town with friends. In response to his inquiry, she clarifies that Jean had a small matter to attend to, and mentioned he'd be back just a little late. Grandpa's brow furrows with concern, urging that Jean shouldn't be out roaming the streets too late. He's certain Jean can handle himself, but warns that running into any rowdy hooligans late at night could genuinely spell trouble. Our next scene cuts to the two thoroughly defeated soldiers who were just oozing cockiness before their encounter with Jean. Now, they're getting an absolute earful from their furious superior. Everyone is visibly shrinking, completely shamed, after Jean so effortlessly kicked their butts. The senior is absolutely livid, his veins practically popping from his neck, and he makes it terrifyingly crystal clear that they're about to endure a training regimen like they've never, ever experienced before. The soldiers' faces completely crumble in despair upon hearing this news. And the senior, he finally lets out a deep sigh of relief, grateful they weren't subjected to a chewing out from their ultimate boss today. Meanwhile, Yona is utterly, completely blown away when she catches sight of Jean, stepping out in his sleek bodyguard uniform, looking so sharp he could be heading out for a fancy date. Even GA can't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at seeing him. And those recently defeated soldiers are definitely feeling a pang of jealousy for our effortlessly cool boy. And just like that, we're heading outside the building. Jean, alongside two other guards, is escorting GA, plus a whole squad of other guards is also present, ensuring her seamless entry into her luxurious Bentley without a single hitch. Once she's safely inside, the other guards follow suit while Jean stands outside, until the stern senior bodyguard simply tells him to get into the car. Following that direct command, Jean swiftly takes a seat in the back alongside Yona. Once settled inside, he immediately notices two guards are perpetually glued to GA's side. Then, completely out of the blue, GA asks our boy if he's ever considered singing, or even acting as a career path. She explains that one of the SW subsidiaries she runs is actually an entertainment agency, which, fittingly, is exactly where they're headed right now. Jean, however, simply states that he's not interested. She then pivots, asking him why he's so interested in becoming a bodyguard. As soon as our guy hears this loaded question, he realizes these folks probably don't know the real reason behind his involvement, so he just goes with the flow and says he simply wanted to experience life as a bodyguard. She then gives him major props, saying he's pretty darn good at this job, judging by how well he did in training today, and how easily he dismantled the guards in Team 2. She's clearly impressed. Where a bodyguard hears about his Team 2's defeat, he's absolutely livid, turning crimson with barely contained rage. He's utterly embarrassed to be reminded that his elite team got trounced by a mere high schooler. On the other hand, Jean points out that he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to consciously hold back, because he's just an inexperienced kid, giving him a significant advantage from the start. If they had taken him seriously as a real opponent, he's pretty sure he would have lost both duels. The woman acknowledges the situation, but deep down she thought Jean would be more boastful about beating working guards. Turns out he's not like that at all. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard is absolutely blown, absolutely floored by how our boy has meticulously thought through everything with such incredible precision. A little while later, they finally arrive at their destination, at the other SW Corporation building. We find her calmly seated in her office, while our boy and the senior bodyguard stand guard just outside. The senior is utterly astounded that, after standing rigid for a solid hour, our boy hasn't even flinched once. So, piqued by curiosity, he asks where he received such intense training. Our boy simply meets his gaze and remains perfectly silent. The senior, undeterred, asks again where exactly he picked up those incredible moves from, the sparring session specifically, because this isn't something you could just pull off by sheer luck. In response, Jean simply states he learned on the very streets where he grew up. This incredibly vague answer really ruffles the senior bodyguard's feathers, who definitely wasn't expecting such a dismissive brush-off. But his answer wasn't too far from the truth, as the scene then powerfully transitions to his past, showing how he truly did learn these incredible skills. On the streets, we see him running alongside his buddy, while a terrifying hail of bullets rains down from behind. He's scaling ropes with lightning speed to reach the treetops, even amidst the harshest weather, and facing off against highly trained soldiers and merciless killers. But he never flinches. Once they head out again, their car zooms down the highway, GA asks if he's feeling alright, since it's been a long day. He says he's fine, and she finds it quite odd, because it's his very first day on the job for this intense line of work. But he confirms once again, this is indeed his very first time. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on just how this is typical of our boy. He hasn't asked a single question since they started the route, and hasn't shown any signs of being affected, even when they deliberately skip dinner just to test him. It's as if he's fully aware that these things can happen. In security work, he never budged from his position until he was explicitly instructed to do so. Suddenly, Gene notices something seriously wrong up ahead. There's a truck coming, but the driver inside, he looks either completely sloshed or barely awake. It's honestly hard to tell which. What's crystal clear is this truck swerves wildly out of its lane, barreling straight for Gene and Jay's car. The truck screeches across the asphalt, smashing right into their vehicle. As soon as the car grinds to a halt, bodyguards from the other vehicle sprint into action. Airbags have burst forth, and the senior bodyguard swiftly checks the back, frantically asking if Gia is all right. But what he sees there absolutely stuns him. Gene, incredibly, has pulled Gia close, shielding her just in time from the crash's full force. The bodyguard is utterly floored that Gene reacted so quickly, protecting her in that split second before impact. But then Gia abruptly yanks herself away from Gene, creating an immediate distance between them. The other bodyguard rushes to her, asking if she's okay. The other guards quickly converge to discuss the shocking incident. One of them reports back, confirming the truck driver was absolutely sloshed. The junior guard adds that the driver appears to be unconscious, and they're currently pulling him from the vehicle. The senior guard barks orders, call an ambulance, secure the driver, and get to the absolute bottom of this incident. Meanwhile, back inside the wrecked car, Jay looks at Gene, who's sitting unusually quiet. Startled, she asks if he's okay. Gene simply nods, a silent confirmation, but Jay insists he might be hurt, suggesting he join them at the hospital to get checked out instead of brushing this off. But Gene, ever the pragmatist, reminds her she should always wear her seatbelt, even when just sitting in the back. Clearly, this wasn't the response she expected, especially at such a critical moment. Now she's completely clueless how to react to this brutal truth bomb. Back at home, Diane is happily bustling, preparing some delicious food, and Gene walks into the living room, asking if she's making lunch. She replies that she's cooking for Grandpa, and will save some for Gene to have later too. Gene gently reminds her Grandpa is already at work, but Diane explains she plans to take it right to his workplace. It's a spot she used to frequent, visiting him all the time, but that all changed once our boy made his grand return home. So, Gene, ever the companion, decides to tag along, sealing the deal with a warm, irresistible smile. Later, amidst the lively hustle and bustle of the city, we catch a glimpse of Grandpa, engaged in a cheerful chat with his fellow officer. His colleague can't help but playfully tease him, wondering if he'd won the lottery or something, given his unusually bright demeanor. Ever since he got back from vacation, Grandpa, looking utterly puzzled, inquires what he means. The officer then points out that he's just been exceptionally happy these days, still bewildered by the playful jabs. His friend further discloses that apartment 703 just brought them some delicious snacks to share. He's told to swing by and grab some after his shift. Grandpa cheerfully replies he'll be right over once he's done sorting out the recycling, as our senior citizen starts diligently shoving trash into the bins. He muses that he might have truly let himself get overly excited about Jin's return. So much so that others have even begun to notice his newfound joy. Suddenly, Grandpa's ears pick up some commotion. He spots a total thug, slamming on his brakes right in the middle of the road and stepping out his car. Someone behind him immediately shouts for him to move his vehicle and stop blocking the road. But this brazen guy just saunters out of his sports car, clutching 2 disposable cups with a truly smug attitude. He then unleashes a barrage of insults, telling the other driver to just shut up, claiming he'll be back in just a minute. After he tosses these glasses, The driver in the car is visibly intimidated by the thug's attitude. The thug then saunters over to Grandpa and casually drops the 2 disposable cups into the dustbin. But he's so unbelievably careless, they just tumble to the ground, instead of actually making it into the bin, leaving Grandpa with extra, unnecessary work. The old man promptly and patiently picks up the scattered trash. Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend, who's still waiting in the car, tells her boyfriend to just throw this bag of trash too. Reluctantly, he grabs the trash bag and hurls it from a distance, too lazy to even stroll to the bin. And just as you'd expect, Grandpa's the one who cleans up the mess, left behind by that utterly thoughtless duo. The thug then peels out of there in his car, a total blur, and just as Grandpa's diligently busy putting the garbage exactly where it belongs, he suddenly hears a familiar voice ring out. He turns, only to find his children arriving for a visit. While Grandpa's absolutely thrilled to see his kids, he still playfully asks what they're doing here. They reveal they brought lunch just for him, but he insists they really shouldn't have gone to such trouble. You could have just picked something up nearby. Dion looks around and immediately notices Grandpa sorting out the recycling. He readily agrees, saying, "It's definitely better to tackle this before it piles up and gets totally out of hand." The charming girl then offers to help with the task, but Grandpa quickly tells her she doesn't need to get her clothes all dirty. Diane, however, has already made up her mind. She just brushes off his concern, saying she'll simply wash them later. So they all begin sorting out the trash, with our hero quietly standing behind them, absolutely beaming with happiness to be with his family. After a little while, we catch the girls blushing, their gazes fixed in a certain direction. It wouldn't be surprising at all if they're utterly admiring our boy's handsome face. Meanwhile, in the background, we catch sight of Mr. Cha and his trusty Lucky, who have finally been discharged from the hospital. They're just walking out from his apartment building. Suddenly, Mr. Cha perks up when his eyes wander to the front, and he spots our boy sorting out some trash. He has absolutely no clue what on earth he's doing there. Cha's Lucky, however, recognizes the old man and immediately realizes he's the grandpa they saw when they went to pick up the kid. Hearing this, Cha quickly pieces it all together and figures out that the girl must be our boy's sister. Seeing our boy smiling so warmly, Cha finds it absolutely fascinating that he even knows how to smile. After all, he can finally see that he really does look like an average teenager. Lucky then suggests they go over and say hello, but Cha decides against it for now, claiming guys like them would only end up ruining moments like that. Instead, he suggests they grab a delicious bite to eat. We then catch a glimpse of the sweet family, enjoying their lunch right there in the park. The 3 of them are having an absolute blast, eating and chatting away until they're done. Dan waves goodbye, and they decide it's time to head out. Once the evening strikes, the old grandpa has also finished his duty and walks home, a pleasant smile gracing his face. But then he spots that very same Corvette he saw earlier at noon, when that arrogant thug came to dump his trash. The old man bravely approaches the thug, reminding him that parking there is strictly forbidden because it blocks the entry and creates a dangerous hazard for the children. So he kindly suggests parking in the lot instead. The thug just sneers, daring to ask why he should ever listen to an old guy like him, making it crystal clear he'll park his damn car wherever he pleases. The old man tries to reason, but the blonde woman beside the thug threatens him, saying he's just a guard, and wondering if he's actively trying to get himself fired. The old man maintains his calm smile and calmly explains that he knows he's paid by the residents, which is precisely why he's asking them to park elsewhere, to avoid causing trouble for everyone else. The thug scoffs loudly, declaring he won't park in that tiny parking lot, because if another car scratches mine, he huffs, who's going to reimburse me for the damages? Grandpa is left utterly speechless, and the blonde woman sneers, openly doubting that Grandpa could possibly cover the cost of that car. That's when Mr. Charslaki grabs the thug by the neck from behind, speaking with a truly terrifying tone. He asks if this thug has no manners when speaking to his elders. The thick-headed thug groans in pain, demanding to know who's behind him. Chaz Lucky leans in with a face that could scare ghosts and simply asks, Why do you want to know? The thug is absolutely terrified by the look Chaz Lucky is giving him. Lucky then yanks the thug away. He loudly commands him to shut up and move his car right now. He makes it crystal clear that if he ever catches him, giving this kind gentleman trouble ever again, he's going to make sure both of them get a seriously brutal beat down. Disgusting indeed. The despicable couple quickly hops into their car and speeds away. Charles Lucky then flashes a warm smile at the old man, asking sincerely if he's all right, Grandpa. Grandpa, unsure how to respond, simply manages to say, "Thank you." The man then gently reminds Grandpa that Gene is his friend, and that he saw Gene himself working alongside the old man earlier today. Grandpa's mind suddenly perks up, and he vividly remembers that this man is the very same guy who came to their home one day just to meet Gene. The scene dramatically cuts to Mr. Cha's turf, where our lucky lackey meets up with his boss. Cha's in surprisingly good spirits, despite his fractured hand, glad he can still enjoy a refreshing drink with his other hand. Our lucky lackey mentions that if he hadn't bravely stepped in, poor Grandpa would have had even more trouble from that insufferable little punk. Cha chuckles knowingly and gives his friend a solid nod for his excellent work, noting just how utterly disrespectful punks can be these days. Suddenly, Gene barges in abruptly with a palpable intensity, and he looks quite terrifying at first indeed. Cha immediately starts sweating profusely, absolutely stunned to see our guy this serious, because Gene is the last person he would ever want to mess with. He cautiously asks Gene why he's giving them such an insane look. By the way, we've been referring to this man as Charles Lucky for a while now, since we don't know his actual name yet. Let's give him one and call him Muscle Man. Gene pulls out his phone with a furious flourish and shows a selfie of Muscle Man posing with Grandpa. Grandpa also had told our boy earlier that one of his friends actually lives in the apartment where he works. Muscle Man starts blushing fiercely, feeling pretty pleased, as well as incredibly embarrassed with himself. Meanwhile, Gene looks absolutely, utterly furious, and pointedly asks Muscle Man if this is some kind of sick threat. Cha and his lackey are utterly terrified that Gene is taking this the absolute wrong way, and they definitely don't want to get on the bad side of our MC. As our boy's anger boils over, Muscle Man starts to stagger, and quickly tries to explain that it's just a gesture of goodwill, begging Gene to listen before taking any action. Scene then shifts to SW Corporation, where GA is asking her guard how the kid is doing. The guard remains silent for a moment, but then points out that the kid should be finishing up his training session with Team 3GA, then asks if Gene was taken to the hospital to get checked out, and what the doctor said. The bodyguard reports that Gene had a few bruises, but nothing serious to worry about. BA reflects on how Gene saved her just in time, and we can tell that she has a soft spot in her heart for him. She tells her bodyguard to check in on Gene just in case, as you never know what symptoms might develop after a car accident. She's concerned that if the media finds out the crash was staged and Gene gets hurt, it could create a real problem. Well, I already had a hunch from the start that the accident was staged, because they just wanted to assess Jin's caliber. We then see Gene again donning his school uniform back. So Ju asks him what's going on, noting that Gene seemed to be holding back. Compared to his last session, Gene points out that he does not want to get on the bad side of everyone. He then asks Sukju why he's still hanging out with the security team, since he initially thought Sukju had already finished his security training and moved on the yacht Ju's size, and explains that, contrary to what Gene might have heard, he was never an official guard. He only started because of his family, and because he grew up with Yana. Since he was good at being a bodyguard, he stuck with it. He admits that after seeing how Gene rescued Yana from kidnappers, he realized he's not as skilled as he thought he was, and felt he needed to improve. Tokyo mentions that he got all his training from SW, but is curious about where Gene learned his moves, because he seems like a trained professional. Gene simply responds that he learned it on the streets, where he used to live. Shokyu senses that Gene isn't telling the full truth, but decides not to press him further. After they finish preparing in the men's locker room and head out, They find Ayana standing outside, eavesdropping. Jean doesn't bother to engage with her and continues walking, but YN quickly speaks up, asking if he's not planning to try more field work today. Jean looks confused and YN blushes as she explains that she thinks it would be a good opportunity to hang out, and it won't take too long. Jean remains silent, and both her guard and Sayok Ju stay quiet as well, after hearing her odd wish. Later, a bunch of guards are stationed outside, while Yoon, and Jean stop by a stall to grab some food. Yoon excitedly explains that she missed cup noodles and triangle kimbap so much while she was in the U.S. As Jean looks at his triangle kimbaps, he has a flashback to an unpleasant memory, where his food fell out of the wrapper and hit the ground. Suk-ju looks a bit bewildered by the rundown spot they've chosen for eating. Yona notices and asks Jean if he's not going to eat anything. Our boy then replies that he doesn't think he should eat with her, since he's supposed to be guarding her. Yona is startled by this, and Sayok Ju quickly explains that Team 3 is responsible for escorting Yona right now, and their job is to blend in as her companions while guarding her from close by. Yona charmingly agrees and tells everyone to just dig into the food. Meanwhile, Suk-ju reflects on how Ayana picked the convenience store near his home on purpose because she knew he would decline if she took him somewhere nicer. So Yona then circles back to the big accident that happened while Jean was escorting the infamous Jay, immediately asking if he was alright. Jean casually replies he's fine, all while intensely staring at his triangle kimbaps, still nestled in their clear packaging. Yona then probes, asking if Jay gave him a hard time, noting that Jay is infamous for being super demanding and incredibly harsh. In response, Jean simply states everything went surprisingly smoothly. Yona finds this utterly hard to believe, as it doesn't sound like Jay at all. She comments that Jay only ever smiles when she's busy insulting others. As they chat, Jean looks at Yona's pleasant personality and finds himself drifting far back into his memories. He vividly remembers her father, utterly exhausted and gravely injured, with Jean himself panting heavily, gun clutched in hand, scanning desperately for enemies. Her father tells him to leave him behind, saying that at least one of them should survive. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he's miraculously saved today, he won't live much longer anyway. He reassures Jean not to feel bad about abandoning an injured man, because he's just so glad that Jean stayed to help when everyone else refused. The father's only heartfelt regret is not being able to see his beloved daughter's face one last time before he tragically dies. Jean tells him to stop being so sad about it and insists that since he is still alive, he should just stand up and go see his daughter. The father's face lights up at Jin's powerful words, feeling a glimmer of hope. Even in this utterly despairing situation, the story picks up right where we dramatically left off, and as the vivid flashback fades, Jean sharply turns to Yona and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. The girl is clearly startled to hear this and repeats his question, asking if he means just the two of them. Jean responds positively, so Sayok Ju decides to gracefully step away, saying he'll give them some much-needed space. Once Sayok Ju is completely out of earshot, Yona asks what in the world is going on, and why Jean suddenly wants to talk so privately. In response, Jean drops this significant name. Inguk Sunday. Yona quickly catches on that Inguk Sun is her father's name, and now Yona's even more confused why exactly Jean is bringing this topic up now. Completely out of the blue, no less. Jean then shifts gears, asking Yona what her father was truly like. Yona's expression is a mix of confusion and bewilderment, as she's not quite sure where Jean is going with this sudden line of questioning. She eventually lets out a weary sigh and begins to explain that her father was always incredibly busy, constantly working overseas for extended periods. They were never truly close, she admits, as they barely ever had a chance to see each other. She goes on to heartbreakingly explain that her father then fell gravely ill, and doctors revealed he didn't have much time left to live. Despite receiving such devastating news, he inexplicably kept working, eventually collapsing while still abroad. To this day, she still can't comprehend why anyone would choose to spend their precious last days toiling away at work instead of being with their loved ones. She was desperately on her way to see him, as he was too frail to manage the flight back home. But tragically, he passed away before she could even arrive. Yona further continues, her voice tinged with sorrow, explaining that her father worked himself to death without ever having a final, precious moment with his daughter. And if she's truly being honest with herself, she confesses that she still harbors resentment toward him for it. She's still not entirely sure why. Jean is delving into her father's past like this, but she admits she wouldn't have opened up so much if our boy hadn't heroically saved her from those kidnappers. Back then, when it all began. Once again, Jin's mind flashes back, landing him on a dusty construction site. Her father is there, talking to him once more. He explains he's doing all of this because he desperately wants to help, and as a parent himself, facing his own mortality, he felt an overwhelming compulsion to do something for these children. It was the only way he believed he could ever truly face his daughter. He openly admits he hadn't been a good father to her, and if he had only known his time was limited sooner, he would have spent every single moment with her. To him, family, above all else, became the most important thing in the entire world. Now, back in the gripping present, Jean finally reveals a shocking truth to Yona, that she was actually the very reason her father worked, relentlessly until his very last breath. This news absolutely shatters the girl, and she can only stare, asking what on earth he's talking about. Jean then, with a solemn gaze, explains that he's here right now to deliver the final, heartfelt request of his departed client. He reveals her father's dying wish, a message he wanted to tell her. He yearned to see her just one last time, before his final breath. He deeply regretted not making it happen. These were the poignant words her father desperately wished Jean to deliver. We're hurled back into the past once more, where her father earnestly tells Jean that this is an official mission, one he absolutely must fulfill no matter what. He emphasizes that whether he lives or dies, Jean is the one entrusted to deliver this message to her. Yona is utterly stunned to learn Jean met her father right before he passed away, dropping this bombshell. Jean simply grabs his bag and casually walks away, leaving Yona wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as a wave of uncertainty washes over her. Did her father truly utter those heart-wrenching words? It seems like finally, Jean is embarking on his own powerful development arc and has finally started to grasp something profound he couldn't comprehend before. He's beginning to truly see the hidden meaning behind a request he was tasked to fulfill. You see, whenever Yona's father tried to offer anything to Jean, it wasn't about easing his own conscience, but rather, it was simply because he yearned to protect Jean. The father made that heartfelt request solely to steer Jean away from the brutal battlefield, doing everything he possibly could to help him survive. The very next scene whisks us away to Jin's apartment. The doorbell rings, and Jean swiftly opens the door, only to find his respected senior, Major Kong, standing right there. A short while later, they settle down in the living room at the dining table. Jin's grandpa is absolutely thrilled to finally meet Major Kong face to face, after only ever speaking with him on the phone. Major Kong quickly apologizes for not visiting sooner, to properly say hello. He explains he returned to Korea alongside Jean, but wanted to give Jean some much-needed time to reconnect with his beloved family first. Grandpa finds it quite surprising that Major Kong was here in Korea this entire time. He states he was incredibly eager to thank him personally. He then remarks on how utterly shocked he was to uncover all the incredible things Major Kong had done for Jean. Just moments earlier, the old man had mistaken Kong for a mere embassy employee, not the true hero who brought their Jean home. A jubilant Major Kong then explains that they simply wouldn't have made it out alive without Jin's aid. And frankly, it's the absolute truth, as Kong vividly reflects on how Jean practically dragged them back from the very jaws of hell, and his gratitude knows no bounds. Meanwhile, Grandpa, nodding with profound respect, admits that Jean might never have seen home again if it weren't for Major Kang's crucial involvement. He concedes it's a bit belated, but still offers Kong heartfelt thanks for everything. Major Kong begins to perspire, an anxious look crossing his face, hastily waving away the thanks, protesting, "There's absolutely no need for it." Nevertheless, Grandpa, ever curious, inquires how a military officer came to cross paths with Jean. Major Kong, caught off guard, initially feels confused as he struggles to find the right words, but swiftly composes himself and explains that Jean served as their indispensable guide during their deployment overseas. He single-handedly rescued them from a tight spot, and Kong emphatically declares they would unequivocally not have survived without Jin's vital assistance. Grandpa, with a welcoming gesture, then invites Major Kong to lunch, observing that it's almost midday. Major Kong enthusiastically agrees, and while he happily munches on some fruit, he casually turns to face the young girl and charmingly asks if she's Jin's little sister. The girl, looking slightly flustered, but quickly and shyly confirms with a yes. Kong flashes her a genuinely warm smile and playfully tells her that since she's Jin's younger sister, she's practically a younger sister to him too. And so, he hilariously adds that now she's got two awesome, stylish bros to hang with. How cool is that? The little girl, though a bit awkward, courteously manages a polite reply. She's only a 17-year-old, after all, doing her utmost to be polite, while a 36-year-old man tries perhaps too hard to be hip. With the arrival of noon, the table overflows with delicious food, a feast entirely thanks to Grandpa's well-paying job as security guard, believe it or not. Major Kong absolutely plunges into the feast with electrifying enthusiasm, gobbling it down so fast it leaves Grandpa utterly bewildered, who gently reminds him there's absolutely no need to rush. Major Kong quickly offers his apologies, explaining he's just bursting with excitement, because it's been ages since he had such a delightful, heartwarming home-cooked meal like this one. Grandpa then gently inquires if Kang's mother is no longer by his side. Kong quickly confirms she's very much alive, but not exactly a whiz in the kitchen. He and his father usually opt to dine out instead, saving them the sheer awkwardness of pretending to enjoy her cooking. He even gets a little emotional and reveals that, believe it or not, the military mess hall was actually the best part of his military service. He admits that sounds, well, a bit tragic. Both Grandpa and the young girl exchange awkward smiles, while Jean quietly but diligently continues eating his food. The good-natured soul he truly is. In the next scene, Jean and Major Kong are casually catching up outside. Kong absolutely beams with happiness at seeing Jean, and adds that all the other boys still fondly remember him too. Jin's mind floods with a wave of pleasant memories of his fellow juniors' unwavering kindness, and a truly genuine smile blossoms across his face. He then curiously asks his senior what brings him here. All of a sudden, Kong explains that he was out on a business trip and decided to drop by and see his junior, since he had a few days off after wrapping up his assignment. He's absolutely delighted to see that Grandpa and Jin's little sisters seem so wonderful. Jean smiles warmly in return at this, and Major Kong beams back with matching, infectious energy. As the senior prepares to take his leave, Jean asks if he's truly heading out already. Kong nods, noting it's already getting quite late. Major Kong then reveals that he would absolutely adore nothing more than to sit down and truly catch up, but he absolutely must go meet his fiancée. This news absolutely shocks Jean, and he blurts out, "You're engaged already?" Kong proudly confirms it, leaving Jean utterly staring, completely unsure how to respond. Seeing Jin's rather flat reaction, Kong gets a little flustered and, annoyingly, he probes, asking if Jin's feeling a little green-eyed over his senior, who's finally found someone. Jean quickly shoots down the accusation. Meanwhile, Kong clarifies that their arrangement is a tad old-fashioned, you see, as their parents orchestrated the whole thing. Still, he admits he's secretly quite pleased with it all, especially since he's constantly swamped with assignments and has no time for dating. As Kong bids him farewell, he kindly reminds Jean to take good care of himself, but just as he's about to make his exit, Kong abruptly halts, calling out to Jean once more. Our boy swiftly turns, acknowledging his senior summons. and Kong cryptically asks, "Have you found the answers you've been seeking?" To grasp the profound meaning behind Kang's words, the scene dramatically flashes back to a pivotal moment when Jean once asked his senior for the ultimate truth about what family truly means. At that very moment, Kong found the question incredibly difficult to answer and had remained utterly silent. Back in the present, Jean candidly confirms he still doesn't fully grasp the true essence of family, but he's finally beginning to get a sense of it. Kang's face lights up, pleased by this revelation, and he offers Jean a truly heartfelt goodbye. We then seamlessly transition back to the bustling SW Corp, where GA is profusely apologizing to her distinguished visitor for summoning him at such short notice, explaining that she simply couldn't find time to meet him anywhere else. And now, for everyone's utter surprise, the mysterious visitor turns out to be Major Kong himself. He quickly reassures her, with a charming smile, that it's absolutely no problem whatsoever. In fact, he was the one who called her out of the blue, and he's just thrilled she could spare a moment for him. As she settles in her seat, she remarks that she's heard Major Kong has been dispatched overseas quite frequently lately, so his schedule must be absolutely packed. The man scratches his head, giving a modest chuckle, saying he's sure he's nowhere near as busy as she is, merely scrambling around, trying to be somewhat useful. She tells him to drop the modesty, though, knowing full well just how incredibly tight his schedule truly is. Kong grins sheepishly in response, while she muses silently to herself that she truly never would have imagined. Imagine she'd be paired with a military man, and what's more, they'd never even met. If their parents hadn't orchestrated the whole thing. She then ponders how many times they've actually seen each other, and Kong promptly replies, exactly 14 times. She then quickly points out that this minimal contact is simply far too little, especially considering they've been engaged for over a year. Suddenly, something else clicks in her mind. She declares, "I have a favor to ask you." The man immediately perks up, eager, and urges her to just say the words. That's when she smoothly slides over a profile of our mysterious boy as he scrutinizes the document. She highlights, it's about this boy right here in the picture. She wants him to delve deep into his records. Of course, Kong doesn't need to investigate a single thing, since he already knows everything there is to know about Jean. But he cunningly remains silent, keeping his secret. She then mentions that this boy is Yona's classmate, and they've uncovered that Jin's records are completely fake. She's been relentlessly trying to investigate herself, but the authorities refuse to grant her access. So, she mused, it might just be better to entrust it to Kong. Kong, however, offers a swift apology and makes it crystal clear that he won't beat around the bush. He simply cannot help her with this. GA's eyes visibly widen in utter surprise, and she stays absolutely silent for a tense moment. Then, she sharply turns her head away, a touch annoyed, and tells him directly, if you don't want to tell me anything, you don't need to get all dramatic and secretive. The poor guy visibly trembles with a mix of anxiety and raw nervousness. He absolutely does not want to upset her. A few days later, Jean receives an urgent phone call, informing him that Major Kong and his entire unit, who were deep on a mission, have now vanished without a trace. The scene instantly flashes to Major Kong and his soldiers, cautiously treading, guns at the ready, through the dense terrain. But then we also spot enemy soldiers lurking in the dark woods. Somewhere, one of the enemy soldiers reports back, Kong and his team have been successfully driven right into the target zone. The boss flashes a chilling, wide grin at this pleasant news, and he is absolutely relishing the thought of hunting them down. Back with Jean, he urgently asks the caller, is Major Kong in danger? The caller confirms, Major Kong is definitely in dire straits. And, for the record, the one who called our protagonist? It's Yona's grandfather, the esteemed director of SW Corporation. According to their top-secret sources, it seems, Major Kong and his unit were brutally ambushed by armed forces. During their mission, they're now relentlessly pursued by the enemy, forced to engage in desperate, relentless combat. Meanwhile, back at base, The military is furiously preparing to extricate Major Kong and his valiant troops. The director then solemnly explains that he's sharing this critical information now, precisely because he knows Jean shares an incredibly close bond with Major Kong. Jean quickly processes this, a chilling realization dawning. If the director felt compelled to personally inform him, it most likely signifies that King's chances of survival aren't very promising at all. The old man sadly, gravely agrees, admitting he called Jean to brace him for the absolute worst. Jean remains stunned into silence, and the caller advises him not to leap to any rash conclusions just yet, urging him to leave the dire matter in the military's capable hands. He gently reminds Jean to remember he now has a precious family to consider. In the end, our boy agrees, ending the weighty call. As he stands there, frozen, his mind races, flashing back to cherished memories with Major Kong. In one, from the infirmary, Kong, with his signature big grin, reminds his fellow soldiers that he'd already told them Jean was Korean. And indeed, he absolutely is. The other injured soldiers happily chime in, all finding it incredibly hard to believe their ears. They wonder aloud if Jean has truly gotten his memories back at last. In another, when Jean was sitting alone, Major Kong gently approached, telling him to take his time and never force himself to remember anything. He then asked Jean if Lee Jin-woo was his real name, which Jean confirmed without a moment's hesitation. Then, in another vivid memory, Jean and his colleagues are gathered in the game room, hilariously struggling to win even a single game. The atmosphere is lighthearted, yet filled with mock despair, as they continue to lose one game after excruciating game. In one particularly unforgettable memory, Major Kong bursts in, practically vibrating with excitement, and hastily reveals the monumental news to Jean. They found his family, his real family. He joyfully explains they discovered Jean has a grandfather and even a sweet younger sister. Our protagonist stays quiet, seemingly unshocked by it all. But his other friends? They're absolutely overjoyed. They beam with smiles, showering him with warm congratulations. Truly, they're so happy for him, knowing he'll finally get to lead a normal life. Back in the present moment, though, Jean feels an unexpected pang of sadness, stirred by the news regarding Major Kong. He's completely lost in his own thoughts when Dae-hyun's call for dinner breaks his reverie, and Grandpa chimes in, urging him to hurry up before all their delicious food gets cold. Jean finally emerges from his room, standing in silence. The others are puzzled, noting his unusual, quiet demeanor, and wonder if he's even going to take his seat. Jean snaps out of his deep contemplation and eagerly settles in right next to his sister as they finally get comfortable. Grandpa reveals that the other guards are quite envious because his grandkid come eat with him so often. Dae-hyun, however, finds it odd that anyone would feel jealous about that. She assumes all kids visit their grandparents, right? Sadly, the old man sighs and shares a truth. That's simply not the case, as none of the other grandkids visit nearly as often as she does. Dae-hoon's face lights up, pleasantly surprised, and excitedly declares she'll visit again real soon, bringing along delicious lunchboxes. Meanwhile, Jean, however, isn't quite in sync with the current mood. He suddenly calls out, drawing Grandpa's attention, who, naturally, asks what's weighing on his mind. Jean then asks how Grandpa truly feels about helping someone who once offered him aid. The old man pauses, thinking for a moment, and replies that, truly, there's no simple answer. It all depends on the nature of the help he received, and how he can possibly offer assistance in return. What's undeniably clear is that the person who helped you likely had a lot more to lose in their generosity, and probably expected nothing at all in return when they helped. He further explains, his voice thoughtful, that the true value of a kind deed is utterly immeasurable. And eventually, Jean, you'll find there will come a time in your life when you need to repay someone for their incredible kindness. All in all, if you can't completely help someone out, you should at least try your very best to return the favor. Grandpa starts to feel a bit flustered, perhaps embarrassed, after sharing such heartfelt, profound words, then humbly apologizes for perhaps rambling on a bit too much, admitting he struggles to perfectly articulate his deepest thoughts. Yet, Jean, with a gentle smile, simply responds that he understands every single word perfectly clear and expresses how truly grateful he is to have finally met someone like Grandpa. The old man, visibly taken aback, looks quite unsure where all this sudden, heartfelt flattery is coming from. Still, he warmly thanks his newfound grandson, stating that hearing Jin's kind words genuinely means the world to him. Suddenly, Daehoon notices her brother's gaze now fixed on her, and Jin, with a tender smile, tells her that he's just as incredibly glad to have a sister like her. Daehoon falls utterly silent for a brief moment, then blushes a furious, fiery red because, well, she is absolutely not the type to handle this much flattery. All at once, later that day, once Jin finally makes it into his room, he immediately speaks to his senior, firmly informing him that he intends to assist Major Kong. He then urgently appeals to his senior to please make any necessary arrangements. If he possibly can, it seems the director isn't entirely sold on sending our main character into this fight, but it genuinely looks like he doesn't have much of a choice. The next scene dramatically cuts back to the dense, perilous woods, where we find Major Kong utterly and completely exhausted, panting heavily, desperately trying to catch his breath. He then instructs everyone to rest for a brief moment, specifically telling one of the soldiers, Seok Yun, to immediately scan the perimeter, while Jisuk and Sukyol are dispatched to check just how close the enemy forces truly are. One of the weary soldiers speaks up, mentioning that everyone is practically wiped out, and poor Gwangsik has lost a dangerous amount of blood. But the senior officer sternly responds that they absolutely must reach the next checkpoint if they hope to wait for any rescue. The soldier then nervously asks if they can even make it, especially since they're almost completely out of rations. The senior, clearly agitated by their dire situation, begins grinding his teeth in frustration. The scene dramatically cuts next to the enemy's ominous base, where one of their soldiers reports directly to the boss. Kang's party is now incredibly close to giving up. The boss calmly says he's surprisingly impressed they've lasted this long, and even admits that he would have suffered far greater losses if Kang's party weren't constantly burdened with protecting innocent civilians. Plus, Major Kong, back in his prime, this land is just as unfamiliar to him, too, which hands this eye-patch bastard a crucial advantage in the fight. Then, without warning, the man's eye starts throbbing beneath his patch, and an uncontrollable agitation washes over him as the image of our boy abruptly flashes through his mind. It looks like our hero was the one who took this bastard's eye. Later, we cut to a plane soaring through the skies, and inside, our boy is seated in his soldier uniform, gun firmly in hand. He's clearly no stranger to the territory he's heading for. You see, this region is known as Gryan, one of the very places where Jean had operated as a mercenary. Before he boarded the plane, the director's assistant had explained how Major Kong and his men have been deployed to extract a group of researchers, gathering crucial data on the region's minerals. The rescue mission was proceeding successfully, but then the troops were ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also mentioned that they prepared the list of items our boy had requested, plus the military forces of both nations had agreed to assist in securing his passage to the region. Lastly, the director himself posed our boy one final question, inquiring if he was absolutely sure about his decision. And Jin's quick reply, a resounding yes. With that, we're back in the plane, and the sirens start blaring as they finally reach the checkpoint. It's finally time for our boy to jump into action. The scene then cuts to the school, where the lecture is going as usual. Our beta bullies are busy slacking off, and unsurprisingly, young Chan is diligently taking notes. Yona, on the other hand, is puzzled, wondering why Jean isn't in class, and hasn't responded to her messages. Once more, we're back in the woods, as our guy moves with extreme caution, He spots bullet cartridges scattered across the ground. Scanning the area, he realizes that Major Kong hasn't made it to the second foothold. But after seeing the remnants of the battles fought here, he figures the Major might have already moved on to the third foothold, already having departed from the second. Meanwhile, deeper in the woods, soldiers are exchanging heavy fire. Major Kong is reloading his magazine, while the enemy keeps up a relentless barrage. One of the enemy soldiers is even armed with an RPG. Seeing this, Kong is momentarily shocked, but he does not waste any time, and quickly takes aim at the soldier with the RPG, and fires, hitting him right in the head. The RPG also detonates for some reason, after the soldier is shot in the head, creating a massive explosion and sending debris flying everywhere. Many enemy soldiers are down, and Major Kong and his squad continue their relentless barrage of bullets. Once all the current soldiers are dealt with, those hiding behind hesitate to advance and eventually retreat. Kong quickly calls for a status report. The soldier reports that no one else has been injured, but their ammunition is running low. It's hard to say for sure, but they might not have enough for another skirmish. Kong then asks how far the next foothold is. The soldier replies it's about 8 kilometers southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours. In 20 minutes, Kong isn't thrilled to hear this, because covering that distance on foot, with civilians and wounded men, especially in such a dense jungle, is far from easy. The soldier also notes that the enemy seems to be using a pattern of ambush and retreat instead of launching a full-on attack. Kong grits his teeth after realizing that the enemy is deliberately trying to wear him down from the start, and they are even ready to sacrifice as many men as it takes to achieve their objective. He reflects that these men aren't fighting like trained soldiers, but are being strategically deployed by someone skilled in tactics. The attack seemed random at first, but after a few skirmishes, Kong noticed a pattern. The enemy's pursuit forced him to retreat from the first foothold to the second, and now they're driving him back from the second foothold as well. Also, the enemy is chasing him down, as if they are already familiar with the path. His best option now is to defend the third foothold and hope that the rescue party arrives in time, no matter what it takes. Kong is determined to get his men back home safely. Back at the enemy base camp, a soldier reports to his leader that the enemy is following the predicted course, and he has already positioned the troops to block their way. The man with the eye patch grins, not surprised by this development. After all, there aren't many routes the enemy could have taken. Suddenly, a mercenary bursts into the tent, asking how many more of his men will have to die needlessly. He questions why the eye patch guy won't just let them charge in full force, instead of sacrificing themselves just to retreat. The eye patch then shoots this mercenary a deathly glare, causing him to tremble and fall silent. Immediately, the eye patch's aura becomes even more intimidating as he explains that they are up against a highly experienced special forces unit, and charging at them without a strategic maneuver would have already decimated all their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no territory to call their own. But then the eye patch man starts smiling again and returns to his normal behavior. He assures his mercenary friend that none of them will matter to him. From this point onward, with those chilling words, someone shoots the poor man in the head, and he falls to the ground. I guess he really won't have to worry about anything. From now on, the leader exits his tent, and we see that other members of the mercenary group have also been captured. He finally gives the green light to hunt down Major Kong and his party, but also orders his soldiers to dispose of these useless fools before they go. A while later, we see Kang's party all looking exhausted. One of the soldiers comments that they've already blazed through half the distance and are set to reach their foothold right on schedule. But Kong ever cautious, decide to stay on high alert, opting to slow their pace ever so slightly. You see, the enemy knows this treacherous terrain like the back of their hand, unlike our heroes. And what's more, they know the exact path Kang's party is treading on right this very moment. Meanwhile, back with our infamous eye patch man, he's practically bursting at the seams with wicked glee. He's absolutely reveling in this thrilling hunt, eagerly anticipating the glorious moment he'll finally ensnare his prey. Just when they think they've slipped away, he can barely contain his explosive excitement, picturing the sheer horror the fools will feel when they realize they've been utterly bamboozled from the very beginning. He's so utterly thrilled that he barks orders for his soldiers to notify the others that their unsuspecting prey will be arriving any moment now. Meanwhile, back on the treacherous path, Kong and his party are navigating the brutal terrain when they stumble upon a horrifying sight: the slaughtered bodies of mercenaries. They're scattered across the ground, every single one of them dead. Kong is left utterly bewildered, his mind reeling, with absolutely no clue what terrifying chaos is unfolding. It seems like our mysterious boy is the one who single-handedly took down all those soldiers. Back at the enemy base, however, things are taking a grim turn. A soldier delivers some truly shocking news to their leader. Apparently, the Alpha unit, poised for the ambush, has completely gone dark. Contact is lost. The boss is utterly jolted, reeling in disbelief, demanding to know how this could possibly be happening. The soldier stammering explains they've tried multiple times to reach the Alpha unit, but every attempt has been utterly unsuccessful. The eye patch man grits his teeth, pure frustration radiating, and furiously demands an update on the Delta unit. He needs to know right now if they're hot on the Alpha unit's heels. The soldier quickly replies that the Delta unit is rapidly closing in on the target, with barely 2 kilometers left to cover. The boss, regaining his composure, immediately orders his men to establish contact with the Delta unit and ensure they snag their prey, no matter what it takes, no matter the cost. But then, a flicker of suspicion, he decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is finally established, he barks at the Delta unit, demanding their report. The Delta unit operative radios in, quick and urgent. His voice crackles. They're pinned down by a brutal onslaught. The big boss recoils, his jaw practically hitting the floor. "What in the blazes are you talking about?" he roars back. The operative frantically explains. They walked right into an ambush, right on their way to the target coordinates. The big boss presses him. "Who are you even fighting out there?" The operative's voice shakes as he replies. They have absolutely no idea who their attackers are. But before another word can escape his lips, a deafening bang, then total, chilling silence on the line. The big cheese stands there, utterly frozen, his teeth grinding together in a fury of frustration. It's infuriating. The hunters have become the hunted, and he absolutely despises it. Meanwhile, let's check in with our fearless protagonist. And one thing is crystal clear. He's the very force tearing through the enemy ranks, wreaking utter havoc. The enemy soldiers unleash everything they've got. A relentless, hellish barrage of bullets. But Jean, oh Jean, dodges every single one with impossible finesse. It's honestly an unbelievable sight. Jean calculates. Major Kong needs time, around 30 minutes to reach the 3rd foothold. So, his mission is clear. Keep these enemy soldiers absolutely tied up until then, ensuring his comrade in arms, and the rest of the team can make their safe escape. He executes a perfect combat slide across the ground, swiftly bringing his weapon to bear on the enemy. He locks on, takes a breath, and fires that perfect shot. One enemy drops, instantly eliminated, without even a moment's hesitation. He lines up the second soldier and takes him down too. The remaining soldiers, in a panic, quickly realize exactly where that deadly sniper fire is coming from. But before they can even process a reaction, Jean unleashes an absolute storm of bullets, blowing them away. More soldiers emerge from the shadows and instantly begin bombarding Jean with everything they have. A fresh, furious wave of relentless bullets. He ducks, rolling into cover to shield himself. Bullets whiz and tear through the air everywhere but him. Jean sprints forward, brimming with confidence that the enemy won't be able to track his erratic route. In this treacherous terrain, he plans to turn the tables and strike from an entirely unexpected direction. Meanwhile, Major Kong and his soldiers hear the heavy firing. From a distance, a soldier urgently reports that the intense gunfire is coming straight from their designated route. They just pass. Kong is baffled because the mercenaries were already dead before he arrived, and now there's intense fire coming from the direction they came from. He shares his confusion with his friend, saying he can't make sense of it yet, but they'll wait at their current position until the rescue party arrives. As they wait, the senior begins to hear loud bangs once again, and enemy soldiers are dropping dead left and right. All thanks to our boy, the enemy retaliates with gunfire, but my guy quickly ducks behind some rocks. He reveals to us that the enemy has figured out he's the only one attacking them, and he's been outnumbered from the start. However, they're starting to panic because their numbers have dwindled to half. He spots 3 more soldiers who don't seem to know his exact location. With quick precision, he takes aim and shoots them down immediately. He then glances at his watch and sees that there are still 14 minutes left until the rescue team arrives. As the sun begins to rise, our soldiers keep a close watch on the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will be landing soon. The civilians let out a sigh of relief at this news, but Kong quickly reminds his relieved soldiers to stay alert until they're safely out of this mess, especially given his bad feeling about how the gunfire suddenly stops suddenly. Their transmitter crackles to life. From the other side, they hear a man reporting that this is Gene, and he is only 3 minutes away. The soldier notes that the name sounds familiar, and it doesn't take Major Kong long to connect the dots and realize who was behind all that gunfire, which abruptly stopped when he looks ahead. He sees our boy walking toward them, with his hands raised in the air. Major Kong peers through his sniper rifle scope and confirms that it's indeed Gene. The other soldiers can also confirm it's Gene, but they have no idea what he's doing here. Major Kong is still in utter disbelief, and he surely does not want to believe his eyes. Right on cue, the rescue helicopters arrive on the scene. Kong rushes over to Gene, grabbing him by his shirt, and sternly demands to know what the hell is doing here and why he came. Gene remains calm and simply says he knows this region better than anyone. Kong reminds him that he doesn't need to be here anymore, since he's transitioned from a mercenary life. In response, Gene explains that this is exactly why he came, because he did not want to live a regretful life. You see, ever since our boy heard that Major Kong and his men were in danger, he knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't come to their aid. Kong just gets even more furious, reminding Gene that he's just a kid. Despite his anger, he pulls Gene into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face. Once his emotions overflow his mind, finally the chopper lands, and the rescue team quickly spreads out to tend to the survivors and offer aid. Meanwhile, back with the eye patch guy, his lackey reports that the Alpha unit has been wiped out, and 17 out of 20 Delta troops are dead. Although he's not completely certain, he's confident that Alpha was annihilated instantly, and Delta was ambushed while on the move. The eye patch guy grits his teeth in utter frustration after hearing the report. I guess his anger is understandable, because everything was going according to his plan, and his prey was moving just as he expected, and there were no reinforcements nearby. All he had to do was wait for the moment to strike, but somehow someone managed to destroy Alpha and nearly wipe out Delta, as well the only combat he's seen like this was from someone who messed up his eye. And as he remembers Gene, his eyes begin to throb once more, and it finally clicks into his mind that our boy must be behind all of this mess. His lackey quickly notices the eye patch guy's unusual behavior, and eye patch points out that this is exactly the kind of combat that 001 was known for. The lackey reminds him that 001 was terminated years ago, but the boss tells him to check again. He orders his lackey to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then cuts to the SW Cooperation Training Area, where guards are diligently doing their daily routine exercise. Among them are Sayok Ju and Jean, with Yona, watching from the sidelines. The training involves some running and rope climbing. SEO, Hugh, seems unable to take his eyes off Jean, likely because he struggles to keep up with him. After the rope climbing, the next exercise is desk jumping. SEO, Q, and Jean stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for the challenge. As they start running at an incredible speed, Jean effortlessly outpaces his fellow, leaping over desks with such ease, as if he was born for it. The spectators on the sidelines, including Yahello, watch in awe, marveling at how Jean seems to excel at everything he does once they finish the course. The group takes a moment to catch their breath. Ju is panting heavily from exhaustion, but when he glances at Jean, he's shocked to see that Jean hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Ju continues to observe Jean, and he is fascinated by his prowess. That's when he notices a spot of blood on Jin's arm and points it out. Jean also takes notice of the blood stain, but quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing and simply puts on a school coat. Ju, however, is blown away, realizing that only a deep wound would bleed like that. Yet, Jean managed to outperform everyone in training. Despite the injury, Ju then speaks from the heart and points out that whenever he looks at Jean, he feels like he's been stuck in a small pond. His whole life, he doesn't know much about our boy, but he's sure that Jean is not an ordinary Joe, and it's clear that he has been at this game for a long time, especially after witnessing how he rescued Yona and how he nailed the entire training session. He further explains that since he was young, everyone told him he was a prodigy, but seeing Jean has pushed him to confront his own limits, which is pretty damn frustrating. He makes it clear, though, that he won't let our boy outshine him in training. Jean then asks him if that's why he was keeping such a close eye on him. Ju feels a bit awkward after being called out, but Jean points out that it's pretty hard not to notice when Ju has been trying to outdo him in every training session still. Our boy admits he gets it and understands that Ju can't help but compare themselves since they're the same age. Ju stays silent after hearing this, which just confirms that he's definitely comparing himself to Jean anyway. Our boy then asks Ju if it's true that he's more than just Yona's bodyguard, and that he's been trained as her aide. Since he was young, Ju points out that he's not sure who told this to our boy, but it's kind of true his grandfather is the chief secretary to the chairman of SW Corp, and his dad works alongside him as an aide. It was decided early on that Ju would join SW Corp one day, and since he and Yana grew up together, he was trained as her aide to assist her when the time came for her to take on a role at SW Corp. That's when our boy admits that he has no idea how to be an aide and wouldn't even know where to start. With that in mind, he states that they each have their own roles to play, just as our boy is walking away. Ju quickly catches up and says he's not going to let Jean beat him in training. Or sparring, Jean looks at his friend and just smiles. After all, a bit of healthy competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. Once they get out of the men's locker room, Yana is waiting outside as usual. He gives both of them props for a well-done training. The session ends, and she turns her gaze to our boy, Jean, wondering if he's been swamped lately, especially since he's been MIA from school for quite some time. Jean simply shrugs, mentioning he had some pressing matters to handle. Yana falls silent for a beat, and then his phone suddenly blares to life, with Major Kong flashing boldly on the screen. Our boy picks up, and the Major immediately relays the good news the doctors just reported. That Guangxi's operation went off without a hitch. Absolutely nothing to worry about there. Jin's face lights up, clearly thrilled by the update. The Major then continues, emphasizing that if they hadn't arrived in the nick of time, Guangxi might not have made it through. He's alive and kicking, all thanks to our boy. Major Kong thanks him profusely, declaring that without Jin's heroic intervention, the entire unit would have been in grave peril. The rest of the squad? They're just as utterly grateful. You can even hear the other guys in the background, practically showering our boy with heartfelt thanks. Then Major Kang's tone shifts, getting serious, and he lays it down for Jean. He absolutely does not want to see him back out on the field. He admits it sounds a bit strange to say, right after Jean just saved everyone's bacon. But something about it just doesn't feel right. He points out that Jean has a family now, and an entire new life stretching out before him. But our boy gently reminds the Major, with a knowing look, that it was actually because of him that he found that family to begin with. So, Jin's absolutely certain he made the right call by stepping onto that battlefield. Major Kong can't help but let a genuine smile break through, and he thanks Jean once more for making that incredibly brave decision. Jean then hangs up a polite goodbye on his lips, and when we look up, we see Yona standing nearby with an utterly bewildered expression on her face. She looks quite startled, probably because she's never witnessed him smile with such genuine warmth. Yona then, almost frantically, asks Jean if he needs to rush straight home. He replies with a casual, "Nope, not at all," because his friends are eagerly waiting for him at the game room. Intrigued, Yona quickly declares she wants to tag along too, but it seems Sukju isn't sure if they should actually head over. But eventually, their curiosity pulls them towards the game room. The moment our boy steps inside, he's immediately thrown off by the chaotic scene before him. Sukju and Yona wear equally bewildered expressions. The game room is an absolute disaster zone. Peripherals lie strewn haphazardly across the floor. Meanwhile, one of the beleaguered staff members is frantically attempting to clean up what clearly looks like the aftermath of a massive brawl. Sukju presses the manager, demanding to know what happened. The exasperated manager huffs, explaining that a group of kids, wearing uniforms just like theirs, were quietly gaming until a rowdy bunch from a different school suddenly burst in and ignited a full-blown, chaotic brawl. The entire place devolved into a monumental mess. Now, they're desperately trying to salvage what's left of the chaos. It seems our two notorious beta bullies and Yang-chan might have just landed themselves in some seriously deep trouble. And Jean, well, he seems to have a pretty clear idea of exactly what just went down. We finally zoom in on Yang-chan, who's running at absolute full throttle. Even as his lungs burn and he gasps for air, he furiously dashes down the streets and swiftly disappears into a shadowy alleyway. Cowering deep within the corner's shadows, he's absolutely paralyzed with terror, as the menacing thugs who were hot on his heels relentlessly continue their desperate search to truly grasp how Yang-chan plunged into this predicament. Let's rewind just a bit. We see the entire gang of thugs completely encircling the trapped beta bullies. The bullies are desperately scrambling to fight back, but they're hopelessly, utterly outnumbered. The orange-haired guy shouts at Yang-chan to just run, and the blonde one emphatically warns him that he absolutely shouldn't tell Jean about any of this. And so, he has heartlessly abandoned his friends right in the brutal thick of the fight. He's now utterly trembling in fear at the terrifying thought of how those helpless beta bullies are going to handle an entire ruthless gang of kids from Gosak Tech. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, ringing abruptly, sending a jolt of pure terror straight through him. And it's our boy Jean calling back. Our attention now on the beta bullies. Back in the fray, Jae-hyung unleashes a devastating single punch, knocking out a thug. But almost immediately, he's blindsided by another assailant. Without missing a beat, he fiercely retaliates with a brutal kick, straight to the gut, sending the thug tumbling backward. Meanwhile, the blondie is absolutely dismantling thugs left and right. After finally felling countless opponents, our dynamic duo looks utterly spent. However, the sheer number of thugs they're up against is simply overwhelming. A single, sneering thug stands behind his lackeys, openly mocking our exhausted duo. He snidely remarks that their effort wasn't half bad, and that he's finally seeing some truth to the whispers of his boys, getting absolutely thrashed. This, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than the infamous In Chan-gu, and he's the undisputed top dog of Gosak Tech. Even our seasoned bullies had never once imagined, in their wildest dreams, they'd face off against the infamous In Chan-gu and his relentless goons one day. Meanwhile, Orangehead fearlessly continues to taunt him, daringly asking if he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his boys. In Chan-gu, predictably, takes the bait and charges at them like a rampaging bull, As he swings his fist with unbelievable speed, Orange Head effortlessly sidesteps the blow. He then balls up his own fist and launches a devastating counterpunch. But In-chan-gu, with lightning reflexes, quickly blocks it. Orange Head immediately swings again, only fueling In-chan-gu's frustration. In-chan-gu swings wildly back at Jae-hyung, but he delivers a crushing whack to the thug's face. It looks like Jae-hyung is too utterly exhausted to land a solid hit anymore. Just then, he finds himself reeling in shock as In-chan-gu snatches his leg midair, grinning menacingly from ear to ear, while taunting him that he's as good as dead now. And with that, In-chan-gu unleashes a brutal punch, leaving Jae-hyung's face a horrifying, bloody mess. But this relentless bastard doesn't stop there. He immediately follows up with a savage knee smash that sends Jae-hyung skidding helplessly across the ground. Meanwhile, the blondie is also in grave trouble. He takes a skull-crushing blow from a thug sneaking up behind him, while he's distracted and utterly worried about his friend. Once he's completely down, the thugs immediately begin pounding on him relentlessly. In-chan-gu also continues to viciously beat the hell out of Jae-hyung. His shoes are now slick with blood and grime, but he's absolutely merciless, crushing Orange Head's skull with truly vicious intent. Suddenly, another lackey emerges from behind and urgently informs In-chan that Taisu demands these guys be brought to him. The other lackey then wonders what they should do about the one who slipped away. In-chan instructs him to tell everyone to rally at the club, and then start chasing that third guy. It turns out they're talking about young Chan, and it seems this scaredy cat has finally bumped into our boy. He quickly fills everyone in on what went down, how the Go-Suck Tech guys burst in and jumped them, and how they seemed still incredibly pissed off about what went down days ago. He goes on to explain they were caught entirely off guard, but Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin swiftly managed to fight back, until In-chan-gu finally appeared. Jin is utterly clueless about In-chan-gu, so Scaredy Cat clarifies that Tae-suki rules. Go-Ziak Tech and In-chan-gu serves as his right-hand man. They're infamous, so notorious they were recruited by gangsters, even before they had a chance to graduate. He reveals there were a staggering 20 of them, simply waiting to spring their ambush. And Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin urged him to run away. Only 2 of them stood against all 20, and made him swear not to tell a soul. Scaredy Cat confesses it's entirely his fault, because Jae-hyung stepped in to help him when the Go-Sock guys tried to harass him. Jin finally demands to know where he last saw Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin. The Scaredy Cat rapidly explains that he last saw them in an alley, right by the subway station, which is also their regular route to the game room. Jin quietly starts walking forward. Without a word, young Chan tries to inquire where he's heading to find them. And this scaredy cat still looks utterly terrified, convinced that even Jin couldn't take on 20 guys by himself. The Ghost Yak guys are notoriously tough, as most of them head straight into gangs. But then, a memory flashes through the scaredy cat's mind of all the cherished moments he shared with his friends. With those happy memories burning bright, he steals his resolve, casting worries aside, and boldly steps up to join Jin's cause. The 2 of them start to walk away, leaving Yona behind, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Suk-ju, on the other hand, stands silently until his bodyguard asks if he's going to join his friends. Suk-ju jumps, startled by the sudden question, and the bodyguard repeats himself, pressing the issue, asking if he's truly not going with them, given they're his classmates. A knowing grin then spreads across the bodyguard's face as he tells Suk-ju to snap out of it. He reminds Suk-ju that even though he might usually hang around important suits, like the guard himself, he's still a high school kid just like those 2. Suk-ju ponders this for a moment, and then a confident smirk plays on his lips. As he makes up his mind, he turns to Yona and casually lets her know he'll be back in a few minutes. It won't take him long at all. Yona is utterly taken aback by his sudden, unexpected behavior, and as he walks away, she can't help but think to herself, she's never seen such a determined look on his face before. But then out of nowhere, Yona declares that she's tagging along too. But her guard quickly interjects, cutting her off, stating she absolutely can't get mixed up in any trouble, and he's sure that those two can handle it quite easily. Yona is visibly annoyed by her guard's party pooping attitude, and she quickly turns her gaze away to express her profound frustration, leaving the poor guard utterly bewildered and sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Young Chan remains plagued by worry, because he knows Jean is a hardcore fighter, but he's unsure if even he can handle 20 guys alone. However, his worries seem utterly unwarranted when he spots Suk-ju joining them in their valiant cause. Jean glances back over his right shoulder, as Suk-ju simply states that he's joining as well, since they're his classmates too. This brings a confident smile to Jin's face, and the trio struts down the path, radiating full confidence. Once the heroic trio finally arrives at the scene, they find absolutely nothing but broken sticks and crimson blood were splattered everywhere. Young Chan is absolutely freaking out, seeing the chaotic scene, convinced his friends were just here moments ago. He wonders if, just maybe, they somehow managed to escape. But Sayok-ju quickly spots 2 abandoned smartphones nearby. He picks them up, explaining it's far more likely the thugs took them away. Young Chan confirms these phones belong to those pathetic bullies, and Sayok-ju points out that the shattered phones on the ground were likely left intentionally, and Jean is also pretty sure. He knows exactly whose blood stains the ground. Suddenly, some of the thugs nonchalantly stroll into the street. They spot our determined trio and quickly recognize their distinctive Sinyang uniform. They also spot Young Chan, who had scurried away earlier. The thugs begin to swagger and approach them, calling Young Chan every name in the book and boasting they've been chasing him everywhere just to hunt down this pathetic little bastard. While Young Chan is completely rattled and frozen in fear, Sayok-ju feels a wave of relief that they won't have to chase around for answers. They could just ask these thugs exactly where their friends were taken. Jean strides confidently toward one of the menacing thugs, but that thug doesn't like our boy's unwavering attitude and tries to land a cheap shot. But Jean quickly deflects the punch, then lands a solid, punishing hit to the thug's face. Another thug swings his fist wildly, but Jean delivers a brutal whack to that one as well. He then grabs the thug by the head and smashes a powerful knee right to his face. Meanwhile, Sayok-ju is absolutely not holding back either, and he's also swiftly taking down thugs with incredible precision and skill. Before long, all the goons are brutally down for the count, smeared in their own pooling blood. Young Chan's face has now moved from utterly scared to utterly shocked as he watches Jean and Sayok-ju dismantle the thugs. In absolutely no time, one of the goons groans in pain, and Jean quickly approaches him, demanding to know exactly where their friends were taken. The thug remains stubbornly silent, looking both pissed and cocky. Even after his face is completely smashed up, he flashes Jean a defiant middle finger, telling him to scram, to return the rude gesture. Our guy slams the defiant thug down to the ground with incredible speed, leaving him utterly unconscious, with eyes completely rolled back in his head. Young Chan's face is a mask of pure anxiety. He can barely believe Jean just smashed that thug's face straight into the unforgiving concrete. And then Blackhead steps in. He decides it's his turn to handle the interrogation, figuring Jean isn't exactly built for subtle questioning. Suddenly, we're whisked away to the club, where all the top-tier goons have converged. And trust me, this place is absolutely crawling with them, right in the heart of all this mayhem. Our beta bullies are being tossed around like yesterday's garbage. Young Chan manages to peek up as he hears the thunderous sound of smashing, and his mind is absolutely reeling from what he sees. A hulking dude, covered in intimidating tattoos, is swinging a baseball bat like a pure madman, sending blood splattering in every direction. The one unleashing this brutal bat-swinging fury, that's Taisuke, the undisputed big cheese of this whole operation. While he's busy absolutely pummeling someone to the ground, his lackeys rush in to deliver news, announcing they've successfully brought both thugs back. The man finally stops his assault after hearing this, casually tossing his baseball bat aside. then signals his trembling lackey for a cigarette. The poor guy practically scrambles to fetch it. Taisuke, meanwhile, just plops back in his seat, and he's looking absolutely, undeniably furious. He's seething because he's had to deal with so much grief, all thanks to his boss and those blasted rumors. The rumors that our beta bullies single-handedly took down 10 of his men. The scene abruptly flashes back to a very tense meeting between Taisuke and his enraged boss. Taisuke is absolutely grilled over the rumors that 10 of their toughest guys were taken down by just 2 measly high schoolers. The boss is practically spewing fire, pointing out that most of their crew is made up of elite Gosok tech grads. We're talking hardened recruits here, who are absolutely not supposed to be getting wiped out by some random high schoolers. He's straight up threatening Taisuke, warning that if this is how he handles business, then his position might just be on the chopping block. Back in the present, Taisuke is still absolutely fuming about this whole mess, all thanks to what he's had to deal with. Because of these 2 infuriating beta bullies, he glares daggers at them, demanding to know, "Are you the ones who gave my guys such a brutal beating?" Lucky gives a swift nod, acknowledging the situation. But then Taisu cuts through the air, demanding to know where the 3rd target has vanished. Inchan, he blurts out, the name hanging heavy in the air. He anxiously tacks on that one of their targets slipped right through their fingers, but quickly reassures them that he's certain they'll nab him in no time. The boss, however, is absolutely blindsided by this revelation. Clearly, this was not the report he was waiting for. The unthinkable has happened. They haven't secured all their targets. His stunned reaction alone screams just how wildly off-kilter this entire operation is, compared to the meticulous plan he'd envisioned. Inchan and his lackeys visibly tense up, a wave of anxiety washing over them, as they sense Taisu's mood plummet into an unusually dangerous territory. A likely fallout from the boss's stern words just yesterday. So, desperate to smooth things over, he quickly stammers out a hasty apology, praying it will somehow defuse the ticking time bomb of Taisu's fury. Taisu finally allows his rage to simmer slightly, asking with utter incredulity how on earth he's supposed to swallow the story that these flimsy, pathetic little guys actually managed to take down 10 of his men. He then snaps, demanding to know the whereabouts of their supposed partners. But Jae Hong, ever the rebel, simply tells him to screw off, and earns a bone-jarring kick straight to the face for using such foul language. Meanwhile, Taisu attempts to blow off some steam, exhaling a thick plume of smoke, while his merciless lackey relentlessly pummels both of our heroes. Taisu then crushes his cigarette underfoot and coldly lays out his twisted proposition, declaring that the first one to spill all the juicy details gets the sweet taste of freedom. But the other? They'll be sticking around as their personal pawn, trapped in their game for a long, long time. He even offers them a chance to run, but chillingly clarifies that his men will simply drag them right out of their school if they dare. He promises to turn their lives into a living nightmare. That's when our insufferable blonde bully lets out a derisive snicker, and the 2 beta bullies erupt into uncontrollable laughter, laughing so unbelievably hard. It seems they're on the verge of losing their very lungs. Well, that just about does it. Taisu is moments away from absolutely blowing his lid, and his lackeys can already taste the impending chaos. True to form, the cocky leader lunges forward, charging at our boys with terrifying speed, wielding a bat and swinging it down with brutal force, resulting in a sickening crack and blood splattering everywhere upon impact. Even the lackeys flinch back, a flicker of genuine concern crossing their faces, as they watch the situation spiral wildly out of control. Meanwhile, the sadistic bastard continues to mercilessly beat the living hell out of our beta bullies, until he abruptly halts, a sudden commotion nearby catching his attention. Looking outside, what do we see? The thugs who were just loitering around the club are now inexplicably sprawled out inside. A sudden silence falls as the door creaks open, and every single eye snaps toward the entrance. And who strolls in next? Our incredible trio, radiating confidence without a single care in the world. The boss is absolutely fuming at these high schoolers barging in, and he demands to know, how these pathetic morons managed to take down the fools guarding the place outside. On the other hand, young Chan is absolutely scared out of his mind when he sees both of his friends lying helpless on the ground, covered in their own blood. In-chan quickly pipes up, pointing out that this is the very same guy who managed to slip away earlier. The other lackeys in the club start snickering, mocking Sukju and Jean with a scoff. Are they really that scared? Especially if these two were supposed to be the backup. Young Chan ran to get. Meanwhile, young Chan is about to crap his pants, second-guessing himself and wondering if infiltrating this place was ever a good idea after all. The boss drops his bat with a resounding thud and declares he's been in this business way too long. But he never thought he'd see the day when a bunch of scrawny-ass punks would come marching into his club, looking for trouble. He then turns to his underling and asks what he plans to do with these fools. In response, In-chan quickly rallies his thugs, ordering them to bring our crew down to their knees. The lackeys charge at our boys, bats in hand, ready to finish this once and for all. At the same time, In-chan feels a strange sense of relief, thinking, finally, at least they'll be able to wrap this mess up today. He doesn't even want to. Imagine what would have happened if this dragged on for another day. But little does he know, he and his lackeys are in for one heck of a ride. As expected, Sukju and our main guy have already started dropping these bastards left and right. In-chan and his crew go absolutely pale, and even the other fools just standing around are trembling in pure fear. Our boys quickly shrug off their bags. Meanwhile, our boy In-chan is utterly flabbergasted to see they've already dismantled 4 of his top guys. The rest of the lackeys rush them, a frantic wave. But Sukju and Jean simply settle into their battle stances. Ready to rumble, they start absolutely pulverizing these thugs, as if they're nothing but disposable trash. Suddenly, one of our heroes leaps like a ninja and unleashes a devastating, bone-jarring blow directly to a thug's stunned face. Sukju isn't pulling any punches, no sir, sending these pathetic thugs flying with single, brutal punches, sending them absolutely soaring. Young Chan can only gape in sheer amazement as his friends completely dismantle the entire crew. Our dynamic duo is just tearing through these thugs like it's the easiest thing they've ever done. When the smug leader witnesses his lackeys getting an absolute thrashing, his cigarette tumbles from his wide-open mouth in utter disbelief. The epic beatdown rages on without pause, and eventually, every last thug is completely incapacitated. The boss is practically reeling in utter disbelief, wondering if this spectacle could even be real. He gazes at our heroes, utterly stunned, and it's painfully obvious they've barely broken a sweat. Yet they've absolutely demolished 30 of his goons. Single-handedly, our boy Jean starts walking, and In-chan, standing right next to him, starts to tremble as Jean casually strolls past. It seemed like he was going to let this one go. Or so I and everyone else thought for a moment, until Sukju suddenly steps in and unleashes a brutal, swift punch, sending In-chan sprawling to the ground, down for good. The boss, now gripped by sheer panic, snatches his bat and squares up in a desperate stance. But Jean simply continues his relentless walk toward him. The moment they're finally eye to eye, the boss quickly launches his bat in a wild arc, but Jean counters with an even quicker, devastating smack. Jean then delivers a searing slap across the boss's throat, grabs his head with an iron grip, and in his usual ruthless style, slams the scoundrel's face brutally into his knee, causing a torrent of crimson to erupt from his nose. But this arrogant fool isn't quite ready to call it quits yet. He knows that if his true boss discovers this colossal failure, he'll be mercilessly cast out of the clan for good. So he resorts to a cowardly move, pulling out a hidden dagger, and dangerously swings it straight at Jean. But Jean, with icy calm, just grabs his hand and snaps it, leaving the poor guy whimpering in pure agony. To seal the deal, Jean absolutely slams the guy into the ground, finally putting that cocky boss down for the count, this time for good. Suddenly, the beta bullies slowly start to stir and wake up. Young Chan quickly rushes over, asking his friends if they're even okay. But Blondie just points, asking if they actually look good. Even. considering how their faces were smashed with that baseball bat. Orangehead looks up, and his eyes land on our boy once he successfully catches Jin's attention. Jae Huang flashes a thumbs up and confidently declares that, in the game of life, he's truly at the challenger rank, even though he's still stuck at a bronze rank in the actual game. It's a pretty good jab, though. Seokju, however, has absolutely no clue what the heck he's talking about in this chaotic situation. In the very next scene, we see both Tae-soo and his underling, Incheon, getting absolutely pummeled by their boss's assistant, who's absolutely fuming. He harshly reminds them that he explicitly told them to clean up their mess, but instead, they just managed to make things even worse. The two poor guys keep their heads hung low, and Tae-soo tries to slide out of the situation with a simple, meek apology. Tae-soo takes a brutal smack right to the face from the enraged assistant, who continues to pummel him like a crazy bastard. He then fiercely reminds Tae-soo that there's absolutely no room for apologies because they're supposed to be expanding the business, while the Goshong and Sung-soo boys are completely out of action, but instead, they're stuck dealing with this colossal mess. Tae-soo was dragged into their family, by the way. Goshong and Sung-soo are the very same guys, whom our boy had resoundingly defeated when they viciously attacked Mr. Cha's turf. Lucky watches in utter horror as his boss gets pummeled like a mere sack of potatoes. But just then, the big cheese himself arrives and orders his assistant to stop standing over him. Before Tae-soo, he reminds him that he made the grave mistake of thinking that Tae-soo actually had any potential. Tae-soo clenches his teeth, seething while lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the boss coolly pulls out a cigarette while asking his assistant if he sent some men over. The assistant confirms that he indeed has, and they just set out, so they'll be back before you know it, charging straight for us. And they're bringing those punks who dared to humiliate our crew. The boss makes it crystal clear, we can't just sit here idly, especially not when these guys are already considered part of our family. And he absolutely won't tolerate anyone messing with his family. So he barks an order at his loyal subordinate to ensure that not a single one of those bastards leaves this place alive. The assistant quickly assures his boss, consider it done, promising he'll take care of every last detail. Meanwhile, back on Cha's home turf, the scene is just as intense. We see a burly enforcer bursting into the club with urgent news. He reports to Cha, revealing he's finally figured out why the hack won. Kim boys have been stirring up such a huge ruckus. Cha, ever collected, coolly asks for more details, and Muscleman anxiously spills the beans, revealing that it seems that one of their fresh-faced new members got into a massive brawl with that notorious kid. It looks like Cha already knows exactly who that kid is, and mutters to himself, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Why, of all people, did they have to pick on him? Oh, by the way, for future reference, I just figured out this Muscleman's name is actually Yang-soo, so we'll be calling him that from now on. Yang-soo then dramatically reveals that the kid absolutely decimated them. Now, the rest of the family is absolutely out for blood. They definitely don't want word getting out that they're elite men. We're beaten and humiliated by some mere high school kid. Cha lets out a slow, deliberate puff of smoke, his eyes narrowing, and tells Yang-soo to immediately round up some of their best men, because things are undeniably about to get very, very real. And it wouldn't be surprising if he wants to step in and lend our boy a hand himself. Our boy Yang-soo quickly assures him he's already on it, and with a wide, confident smile, he proudly adds that some of the old boys have already dropped by to say hello. He mentions that since Cha has already asserted his dominance over the Kim family and Gosong, all their former loyal lackeys are excitedly back in the game and ready for action, and Cha starts to stand up, chuckling darkly to himself, and points out that these damn fools are indeed back, just looking for any excuse to have some wild fun and get absolutely plastered. He swings open the door to find all his loyal lackeys lined up, all of them visibly ecstatic to have their legendary boss back. Cha stands tall, a proud grin on his face, appreciating his crew, stating he's equally glad to see every single one of them back. He acknowledges with a nod. It's certainly been a while since we all had a proper blast together, but he proposes a swift mission first, before they kick back with some well-deserved drinks. Moments later, out on the bustling streets, Yona and COQ are abruptly caught off guard as a menacing group of thugs swarms them. The thug leader flashes a nasty smirk, a wicked delight dancing in his eyes. Thrilled, they didn't have to hunt them down. He sarcastically apologizes for interrupting their date, but ominously declares he's taking both of them away. Yet before these lowlifes can even think of moving, a whole convoy of luxury cars screeches to a dramatic halt. Out pour a legion of guards, impeccably clad in sharp suits, swiftly enveloping every single thug in their formation. It's immediately obvious SW Corp has unleashed its backup, and Yona's dedicated personal bodyguard looks absolutely terrifyingly enraged at the sight of these pathetic lowlifes. And without even a flicker of hesitation, he seizes one of the thugs by the very skull. We all know these thugs are pretty much toast right now. Even Yona herself can't help but feel a pang of pity for these utter fools. They've truly stumbled into a nightmare they can't comprehend. Later, we witness a swarm of Cha's enforcers, armed with bats, absolutely tearing through everyone in the vicinity. We then see Cha himself coolly striding into a familiar club, to the very same spot where our boy and Shok famously took down 30 men, remember? The leader of this gang is visibly stunned, utterly aghast to see Dushik Cha standing there. Even the two beefy enforcers flanking him are absolutely frozen in terror, their faces draining of all color, realizing they're face-to-face with the Dushik gang's boss, the most formidable gangster in this entire district. The boss struggles to process the reality of it all, hesitantly asking Cha why he's even here, reminding him they never laid a hand on any of Cha's men, so there must be some grave misunderstanding. And Cha calmly reminds him that perhaps he should have simply allowed the kids to sort out their own squabbles, because he finds it rather childish, frankly, for an adult to meddle in such trivialities. Naturally, the boss of this territory is utterly flabbergasted by this, demanding to know what the hell that even implies. But then, a terrifying realization quickly dawns on him, and he asks, horrified, if Cha is here because of our boy. Cha lets a slow, chilling smirk spread across his face and replies, since the boss of this whole turf has gotten himself involved with that kid, it makes perfect sense for him to step right in. Later, we find Diane absolutely relishing some delicious noodles, slurping down every last drop of that savory soup she feels, truly refreshed and wonderfully happy. Jean watches her with a big, warm smile, genuinely glad to see his sister so utterly happy. Diane, feeling a tad awkward after her burst of excitement, quickly responds that she hadn't had cup noodles in ages, so she was just a little excited. But Jean playfully reminds her that he hadn't said a single word about it. Just then, his phone rings. It's Mr. Cha calling. Jean picks up, and Cha immediately asks what he's up to. Jean explains he's enjoying some ramen outside a convenience store. Cha then playfully highlights that ramen isn't exactly a grown-up meal and offers to treat him to dinner sometime, suggesting they go for some real nice barbecue. Jean replies that he doesn't think that's entirely necessary. Cha teases him, asking if he's hesitant to have dinner with a gangster like him. Jean responds that he actually prefers ramen at a convenience store, especially since he doesn't like being treated to anything too expensive. Guess Cha has absolutely no room for argument anymore, so he gives up and decides it's ramen after all. Then, once he ends a call, we see that all of Gaziak Tech has been completely dominated by Cha alone. The next day, as the school bell joyfully rings, the beta bullies quickly leap up from their seats and turn to young Chan, absolutely eager to play some games. By the way, did you notice how the beta bullies always wear casual clothes, while the rest of the kids in class follow a specific dress code? Is this a Korean thing, or did the writer just want them to stand out anyway? Young Chan glances at Jaeong's fractured hand, asking if he's even in any condition to play games. Orange Head quickly raises his hand and starts flicking his fingers around, confidently saying he's damn sure he can still play, because all his fingers are perfectly okay. revealing he can wield a mouse with perfect precision. Meanwhile, young Chan is utterly bewildered, watching Orange Head bizarrely try to flex his injured arm, though our boy can't help but find it somewhat impressive. Blondie quickly steps in to warn Orange Head, telling him not to use his injury as a lame excuse during the game, because he's already seen this trick before. He's definitely going to blame his arm. The moment he plays poorly, they then pivot to Suk-ju, eagerly asking if he'd like to join their gaming session. Suk-ju looks genuinely taken aback for a moment, but Jae-hyung quickly promises that today's snacks are on him. A heartfelt thank you for all of Suk-ju's recent help. Suk-ju remains quiet, deep in thought, but then, with a smile, finally agrees to join them. Even Yona excitedly pipes up, "Want to tag along too?" Blondie give her a quick look, asking if she's absolutely sure about going to the game room, and she confirms it with a nod, even wondering if her tagging along would be an issue. Suk-ju then spins to face our boy, and playfully asks if he's still stuck in bronze rank. Our boy proudly confirms he actually hit bronze a while back. Suk-ju absolutely beams with unbridled pride, leaving everyone else completely bewildered by his sudden reaction. Without another word, he confidently strides forward, already determined to lead them straight to the game room. Jin, however, can't quite shake the uneasy feeling that there's still something subtly off about Suk-ju. Despite his lingering doubts, they all dive into the game room fun, while Yona quietly observes the lively scene from behind. Jae-hyung, in particular, is absolutely catching endless flack from his friends for being shockingly terrible at the game. He's almost worse than Jin himself, which is saying something. After some seriously intense gaming battles, they all head to the game room's canteen to grab some snacks, eager to continue their fun-filled day. As they munch on chips and other delicious goodies, Yona can't help but keep glancing at Jin, her attention undeniably, intensely focused on him. It's increasingly evident that something about him has truly captivated her interest. Eventually, they decide to head out. As Jin strolls down the path, his phone suddenly rings. It's Dae-hyun calling. The moment he picks up the call, the girl excitedly asks if he'll be having dinner outside tonight. Jin tells her he's almost home now, and just as he says it, his eyes land on Grandpa and Dae-hyun, standing right there, waiting for him in the distance. Jin asks, curiosity sparkling, where exactly they're off to. And with a chuckle, Dae-hyun and the old man reveal they're just heading out to grab some dinner groceries. Jin, eager to help, quickly decides to tag along. But the old man, ever so caring, worries Jin might be worn out. Jin assures him with a smile that he's absolutely fine, since he was just chilling with his friends anyway. Inside the bustling grocery store, they meticulously pick out all the essentials they need. Once their shopping cart is full, Jin heroically volunteers to carry all the heavy bags as they walk. But suddenly, Jin's keen attention is snagged by a mysterious, hooded figure standing nearby. The person, cloaked in a hoodie, emanates an intensely serious and utterly intimidating aura. Jin instantly recognizes this man, as the figure coolly greets Jin, calling him 001. A name that makes Jin's heart absolutely lurch. The scene then dramatically flashes back to the past, revealing a younger Jin alongside the very same man, now with long hair, who clearly looks like a fellow mercenary. Back in the present moment, Jin's reaction to seeing this familiar face is instantaneous, and he immediately starts striding straight toward him, leaving Grandpa and Dae-hyun utterly bewildered by his sudden actions. Grandpa then, ever the inquisitive one, curiously asks if this mysterious man is someone Jin actually knows. In response, Jin reveals they were once fierce teammates from his past life, back when he lived far away. The old man then, trying to be friendly, tries to make a warm impression, introducing himself brightly. As Jin's grandpa, the man replies with a disarming smile, though beneath the surface, Dae-hyun looks quite startled, instinctively beginning to step back. As the two men exchange silent, deadly glares, Grandpa, oblivious, points out that the newcomer must be utterly exhausted from his journey, so he warmly invites him to join them for a delicious dinner. However, the man politely declines his kind offer, stating he was just in the neighborhood and thought he'd just drop in to say hello to Jin. Grandpa, understanding, then decides to give Jin and his old friend some much-needed space. So they graciously walk off, letting them finally catch up. Once they are finally alone, the man smirks and slyly points out that Jean seems to be doing quite well for someone who was supposed to be long dead. Jean then finally speaks, his voice tense, addressing this man as 06, demanding to know how he possibly tracked him down. That's when the long-haired mercenary dramatically reveals. The camp has finally discovered that Jean is still alive, and now they're actively hunting him down. He quickly reassures Jean there's no immediate danger, as they haven't pinpointed his exact location just yet. He then clarifies that he was already in the area on a mission and decided to drop by when he heard the camp was already looking for our boy. However, a grave warning follows. It won't be long before they finally catch up to Jean. It seems the camp is already preparing to dispatch someone to deal with our boy once and for all, once they pinpoint his exact whereabouts. And it's only a matter of time before they unleash Agent 006. On the job, Jean instantly tenses, alert to the grave threat. But 006 merely smirks, effortlessly brushing off the tension, telling Jean there's absolutely no need to get defensive. He's just here to catch up with an old friend, after all. Jean stays quiet, a captivating mix of wariness and curiosity flickering across his guarded face. 006, meanwhile, suggests they grab a bite to eat because he was so absorbed in tracking Jean down, he completely forgot to eat. A short while later, we see our long-haired dude absolutely devouring that bowl of ramen, like it's the greatest feast ever, which even leaves our boy, Jean, a bit unsettled watching this guy eat, like he hasn't seen food in an eternity. After that incredibly hearty meal, Longhair lets out a profoundly satisfying burp and can't help but gush about how good it was. Jean agrees, stating that not only is it incredibly delicious, but it's also super convenient and packed with calories. Longhair then points out how Jean, even after quitting as a mercenary, still seems absolutely fixated on efficiency and practicality, despite leaving his mercenary days behind. Nevertheless, the mood abruptly shifts. Jean gets serious, asking his friend how he even found him, if the camp hasn't tracked him down yet. To which Longhair casually replies that he already knew Jean was alive and well, because he knows him like the back of his own hand. He then asks Jean if he's finally gotten his memories back, and our boy quickly confirms, yes. 006 then gravely mentions that even Agent 032 probably knows Jean is still alive, too. Though he can't predict how he'd truly react to that news. The news of our boy's death truly hit him hard, shaking him to his core. Our boy then demands to know why he was kept out of the loop about this crucial secret. Blondie coolly replies that the fewer people in the know, the better for everyone, even if it's someone close. Jean then shrewdly points out that he figured Blondie would eventually realize that he was still alive, but he never expected him to keep it a secret from the entire camp. The blonde just lets out a wry snicker and confesses that even he didn't expect this much cunning from himself. Suddenly, the scene jolts back to a harrowing moment in the past, where everything is ablaze and relentless soldiers are advancing. The explosions are absolutely devastating. We see Jean lying low, pressed against the ground, his gun clutched tightly. Then, the blonde guy walks right up to him, crouches down, and deliberately rubs the earth, noticing fresh blood staining the grass. A clear, undeniable sign that someone had just cleared through the area. But eventually, he simply turns and goes back, leaving our boy there, expertly hidden, still crawling low through the grass. Back in the present, the blonde readily admits that he still has no clue why he didn't bring our boy back to the camp when he found him hiding back then. Yet, he's surprisingly proud of that very decision. He explains that they were all trained like vicious dogs, relentlessly forced to obey the camp's every command. But with Jean, he felt an undeniable, strong camaraderie. But then, the blonde's composure shatters as he grows intensely annoyed, crushing the can he's holding in his grip. He demands to know why Jean didn't stay hidden for good. Jean coolly responds that he simply had no other choice. The blonde then muses aloud, wondering if regaining his memory has fundamentally changed him, or perhaps if living in a place like this did. He just can't quite decide if it's truly for the better or for the worse. Suddenly, Blondie's phone loudly rings, and he promptly yanks it out of his pocket, After picking up the call, he doesn't utter a single word, merely listening to the caller. Then he simply puts the phone back. The sinister smile on his face makes it chillingly clear the camp might have already tipped him off to take Jean out, just as expected. He grabs a lone chopstick from the empty bowl. Then, after snapping it in half and sharpening one end, he swings it down with deadly intent at Jean. But Jin's lightning-fast reflexes snatch his hand. He halts the menacing, sharp piece of wood, just an inch from piercing his eye. The scoundrel then attempts to strike with his other hand, but our guy swiftly blocks that one too. The second piece of wood freezes, just inches from his neck. As they're locked in this intense deadlock, the blonde apologizes, explaining he only came to say hello today. But the camp found out sooner than expected, and simply ordered him to wipe Jean out. Jean somewhat agrees, musing that orders are orders, so it can't be helped. Suddenly, a girl steps out of the grocery store, and her gaze drifts to the two guys, who are surprisingly tidying up the entire place. She can't help but blush, noticing how incredibly handsome they both look. After they've neatly placed the trash into the baskets, the blonde comments that this is probably not the ideal spot for their task, especially on such short notice. The blonde then starts walking away, and before leaving, he points out he much prefers this version of Jean, confidently saying it's definitely an improvement. He quietly makes his exit, and the scene cuts to the mighty SW Corporation, deep inside their training hall. We find Suk-ju engaged in some hardcore exercise. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he checks, he sees it's Jean calling him. Suk-ju quickly picks up, asking what's happening, since it's incredibly rare for Jean to call him. That's when Jean reveals he needs a huge favor, stating he requires access to some surveillance footage in the area, ASAP, because there's someone he desperately wants to track in real time. Suk-ju is visibly startled by this sudden, unexpected request, and he explains he'll need clearance from his superiors first, which will unfortunately take some time. And tracking someone's precise location is difficult. Suk-ju then asks when he needs this by, and Jean replies he needs it absolutely right now. The hidden reason for this urgency is that if Agent 006 is truly in charge of this mission, he might go after Grandpa and Dayan first. But he absolutely does not say this to Suk-ju. Suk-ju is left utterly bewildered, as he's completely clueless on how he's going to manage this impossible feat. The scene then snaps back to Cha's bustling club, where Cha's striking face immediately grabs our attention. His loyal aide, Young-soo, sheepishly reveals that Jean stopped by earlier, specifically asking to borrow his motorcycle. So, Young-soo let him take it, and Cha's face instantly twists into annoyance, as the shocking truth dawns on him. His only precious bike has been snatched by our daring boy, his loyal subordinate. Then nervously asks if letting Jean borrow it was a mistake. But Cha coolly replies that it's absolutely no problem. Besides, he never even rides that thing anyway. Young-soo then anxiously confesses he was scared absolutely rigid when Jean suddenly appeared so late in the dead of night. And after encountering Jean countless times, now all the kids in school uniforms make him feel incredibly jittery these days. Meanwhile, we find Jean absolutely zooming down the road on that powerful bike, just as Suk-ju dramatically reports back, confirming he's just sent the precise location to Jean. The target hasn't budged for a while now, so the coordinates should be perfectly accurate. Suk-ju, looking utterly exhausted, clearly scrambled to prepare all this crucial info on such incredibly short notice, and he simply can't help but point out a peculiar detail. He's noticed something seriously sketchy about this guy Jean mentioned, the very man Jean mentioned. He seemed far too aware of all the surveillance cameras, constantly changing his direction, which can only point to one chilling conclusion. He's deliberately trying to cover his tracks. Suk-ju then urgently presses Jean, asking who this mystery man is, and exactly why they're tracking him down. Jean, with a steely gaze, simply replies that it's something personal. Suk-ju isn't surprised by this expected response, because he had already shrewdly figured as much. Once he hangs up, he muses to himself that Jean is absolutely, unequivocally up to something big, and Jean needs to be on the move quickly to save precious time. He remembers Jean specifically asked for the halfway point of the man's route. Ju also regretfully reveals that he diligently tried to gather more info on this mysterious newcomer, but simply couldn't dig up anything more about the elusive foreigner. On his own, once Jean finally reaches the designated location, he swiftly stops his bike and sharply looks around, believing that 06 must have arrived only moments ago, because if he had even a moment longer, he would have already come for his family. And as this chilling thought crosses his mind, the vivid images of Daehyun and his grandfather flash before his eyes. He's absolutely determined not to drag this out, since he has precious people he absolutely must protect. Meanwhile, our gaze finally falls upon 06, meticulously preparing his guns and loading a fresh magazine. Suddenly, his phone rings, an unknown caller. He picks up, and the caller drops a bomb. They've just discovered 001 is alive and in Korea, but before the caller can utter another word, 006 sharply cuts him off, declaring he's been with Jean since their absolute earliest training years and knows everything there is to know about him. He elaborates that he just finished a job in the region and specifically came to verify the news of Jin's survival. He makes it crystal clear he simply cannot sit back, knowing a traitor is alive and thriving. As it turns out, the caller is none other than the familiar eye patch guy we've seen before. The caller then instructs him he'll have to do absolutely whatever it takes to take Jean out, forcefully pointing out that there's no one better for this critical job than him. He sternly warns 006 to be extremely careful, as Jean was dubbed 001 for a very good reason. Blondie then muses that a long time has passed since their early days, and the eye patch guy readily agrees, claiming Jean is bound to be rusty after skulking in the shadows for so long. With that, he ends the call, coolly stating he'll await good news. But as soon as the call clicks off, Blondie glances at his phone screen, and his eyes widen in pure shock as he spots Jean approaching him from behind. He scrambles to snatch up his gun, but before he can even think to do anything, Jean seizes him by the waist and brutally slams him to the ground, leaving the weapon frustratingly out of reach. Both quickly spring back to their feet. 006 clearly feels a surge of intense annoyance and mutters, utterly baffled, that he made sure no one was following him, and he can't help but wonder if those damn cameras were what ultimately gave him away. As they fiercely face off, Blondie coolly admits he expected Jean to come looking for him, but demands to know why he wasted absolutely no time, given it's barely been any time since they last said their goodbyes. Jean remains utterly silent, and Blondie smirks, assuming this new version of Jean doesn't chat much either. With a sudden burst, both fighters dash at each other, trading blows with such incredible velocity that it's nearly impossible to even see them land. Jean deftly deflects an incoming punch and retaliates with a fierce blow of his own, but Blondie, ever so slick, sidesteps it effortlessly. Yet, Jean swiftly follows up with a powerful shoulder smash that sends Blondie reeling and staggering backward. Right as Jean goes for a powerful kick, Blondie, quick as lightning, grabs Jin's leg and brutally slashes it down with a dagger. Honestly, that's a seriously scummy move. Not gonna lie, Blondie grins, ear to ear, remarking that Jin's skills have dramatically improved, even further since their last training. While Jean tends to his throbbing, injured leg, Blondie, ever the opportunist, lunges at him again. Jean swiftly steps back, barely dodging the gleaming dagger as it whizzes terrifyingly close to his throat. What follows is an intense, dangerous dance of hack and slash, as Blondie desperately tries to land a hit with his blade. Then, in a shocking turn, Jean takes the dagger right into his shoulder, but before Blondie can press his attack again, Jean quickly ducks down, snatches Blondie's hand, and delivers a satisfying twist, sending the dagger spinning high into the air. Blondie then retaliates with a powerful kick to Jin's chest, sending him stumbling backward. Blondie then swiftly reaches for his gun, and once he grips it tightly, he attempts to take aim. However, he suddenly gets stabbed by his own blade, which plunges deep in his shoulder, Blondie, reeling but defiant, continues to fire a furious barrage of bullets, even as Jean expertly dodges and weaves around him. But alas, the pistol eventually runs dry, and Blondie grits his teeth in utter frustration. He impulsively hurls the empty gun away, grabs his suitcase, and immediately starts making a desperate run for it. Jin's eyes widen, aghast to see this scoundrel running, because if this man manages to escape now, his family will be in absolute peril. So, despite his injured leg, he surges forward with unwavering resolve. He sprints, hot on his heels, as the foe bolts from the shelter. There, he spots Blondie, attempting to escape on Jin's very own bike. A wave of despair washes over Jin. His nemesis is making off with his beloved Hayabusa. In that instant, his mind is haunted by the vivid image of his precious sister and grandpa, both drenched in crimson blood. But hold on, it seems his fears are completely unfounded, because just as Blondie thinks he's made his grand escape, a car suddenly slams into the bike. Blondie is sent tumbling violently over the car's roof, then crashes brutally onto the hard asphalt road. The car screeches to a halt, and Ju coolly steps out, nonchalantly asking if perhaps he shouldn't have intervened. Jean, however, responds with a grin that he did a phenomenal job. Ju climbs back into his car, and as he drives off, he simply can't shake the creeping feeling that something monumental is unfolding. Let's rewind to that very moment, when Ju's car first collided with the bike. Once he emerges from his vehicle, he immediately checks on Jean, asking if he's okay. Jean assures him he's perfectly fine, despite clearly visible injuries to his shoulder and neck. Ju, however, remains deeply concerned, pointing out that Jean most certainly does not look okay. Ju then glances at Blondie, who lies utterly sprawled out on the ground, bloodied and seemingly down for the count. Poor Ju starts to fret that he might have hit him too hard. Jean then urgently tells his friend to simply leave. Ju is initially bewildered by this strange request, but the intensely serious look in Jin's eyes quickly convinces him to comply as he drives away. He can't shake the feeling that the man Jean is pursuing seems to be just a typical tourist in the SW core database, but he heavily doubts that's the whole story. He then suddenly remembers his now wrecked car, and a wave of worry hits him. How will he explain all this damage? Back at the shelter, 006 is bound to a chair, bloodied and looking utterly disheveled. Jean stands over him, unervingly calm and collected, telling him he can finally look up now, because he knows he's been awake all along. 006 starts to chuckle, a chilling sound, saying he certainly hadn't anticipated our boy teaming up with a partner, and he should have known all along, especially after he tracked him down so quickly. He readily confesses to a grave mistake, believing our boy would never collaborate with anyone else. Our boy remains perfectly silent, and 006 then cuts straight to what he wants to know. Jean responds with a pointed question of his own. Who else was ordered to hunt him down and execute him? In response, 006 admits he can't be entirely sure, but he's most likely the only one assigned, simply because he was the closest to the region, and the timing was absolutely perfect. 006 then goes on to explain the stark reality, and that reality is this. The camp simply can't accept the reality of Jean being alive. They certainly don't want anyone to know his death was fake, so they'll try to eliminate him as quietly as humanly possible. He adds a chilling warning. They will never give up, because Jean has caused an enormous amount of damage to the camp, especially to the one they call Mad Dog, who is going to unleash his absolute best efforts to kill our boy. Our Blondie then abruptly ends the conversation, declaring that's all he has left to say. And he's only giving Jean this information now, because they were once, long ago, comrades. He then, finally, tells Jean to simply kill him now. Jean grabs the dagger, beginning his slow walk forward. It seems Blondie isn't truly afraid of dying here, because he'd rather be killed by our boy than by some random, faceless enemy. He slowly begins to close his eyes, bracing himself completely for death. But to his utter surprise, Jean begins untying him. Blondie demands, "What the hell are you doing, Jean?" And our boy simply responds that he's freeing his legs. Blondie then rephrases his stunned question, asking directly why he isn't killing him. Jean then responds with a challenging question. Why should I? He then goes on to remind Blondie of the true reason, why he absolutely should stay alive, which is the same reason he can't escape the camp's grasp. Jean explains that he fully understands what that means, because he himself has lived with a family and knows exactly how it feels. So he suggests Blondie do the same. He also points out something crucial. Since Blondie has completely failed his mission, he's as good as dead right now. So he better lay low somewhere the camp can't possibly find him. As Agent 006 turns to leave, he drops a bombshell on Jean, revealing his family will be in constant peril. The camp will ensure any attempts to eliminate him. Jean coolly responds that he's already well aware. He adds that things would have played out very differently today if 006 had targeted his family from the start. Yet, he vows to guard this precious life with all his might. Blondie flashes a smirk and declares he'll do his best to throw the camp off his trail as much as possible before making his exit. Then, he poses one final, intriguing question. What is our protagonist's true name? Jean pauses, a moment of profound silence hanging, before finally, softly, revealing his identity. Blondie smirks, reciprocating by sharing his own name, which is Liam. He then playfully quips how it took them a decade to finally learn each other's names. With this surprisingly heartfelt exchange concluded, Agent 006 begins walking away into the shadows. The next scene sweeps us to our hero's apartment. Once he finally arrives home, he gingerly opens the door and slips inside, attempting to be as silent as possible. But just before he can make it to his room, he hears the telltale creak of another door opening. His heart nearly leaps out his chest as he realizes he's been caught red-handed. It's his grandpa, standing there with a look of utter surprise on his face, seeing Jean return at such an ungodly hour. Jean flashes a warm smile, carefully concealing the fresh wound on his shoulder, and asks why Grandpa is still up. The old man explains he had trouble drifting off to sleep, probably due to that coffee he had a bit too late. With a kind smile, he tells Jean to go and rest, pointing out that Jean must be just as exhausted. With that, Grandpa retreats back into his room. Just as Jean is about to head to his own room, he hears his sister softly calling out to him. Once he looks her way, she quietly reassures him, saying not to worry too much about Grandpa. He was just waiting up for him, still deeply concerned about whether or not Jean is having a tough time settling back into life here in Korea. She then gently reminds him that she'd left dinner waiting on the table, knowing just how much he adores home-cooked meals. After that quick little chat, she quietly makes her way back to her room. Jean then makes his way over to the delicious spread, laid out on the table, a wide smile gracing his face. The scene then dramatically shifts to Suk-ju, and when his phone unexpectedly rings, he picks it up to find a message from Jean. It's a thank you note for slamming that infamous 006 with his car, and for the pinpoint location. Upon seeing this, Suk-ju can't help but feel a little embarrassed by the unexpected compliment from his very intense friend. The next day at school, Yona and Suk-ju are walking side by side, as usual. When Suk-ju spots Jean standing right outside their classroom, they call out to him, and he promptly looks up. Both wonder why he's just standing there, to which Jean replies that he needs to talk to Suk-ju about something important. Yena is clearly startled by this, immediately wondering what on earth it could be. Once they finally get inside the lounge room, Suk-ju urgently inquires about the mysterious incident from the previous night. Jean, seemingly prepared to finally explain, states that he thought it was time to reveal what really happened. Suk-ju braces himself as Jean finally reveals that the man he hit with the car last night was someone he used to work with and who had specifically come to see him. A tense silence follows, with Suk-ju expecting more details. When he asks, "Is that all?" Jean simply says, "That's pretty much it, because it's better if Suk-ju doesn't know anymore." Suk-ju feels a bit bummed out, not expecting Jean to keep things so incredibly low-key. Jean, however, is convinced Suk-ju must have already looked into the guy he tracked down last night. He tells his friend that It's best not to dig any deeper into the man's past. Sharing this because he appreciates Suk-ju's help. Suk-ju feels a surge of pride after being acknowledged by our boy and tells him that he doesn't want to dig any further. Either, especially since this guy is tied to Jin's past. After their intense little chat, both boys head back to class. Yuna, our ever-observant protagonist, then immediately and oh so curiously demands to know what they discussed. But when Suk-ju stalls, clearly struggling for a response, she wastes no time expertly deploying a classic guilt trip move. "Can't you even share just that much with me?" she asks, full of mock disbelief. Suk-ju, completely flustered and caught off guard, has to quickly improvise, blurting out a convenient excuse. He was simply asking Jin for tips on how to level up in a game. Yuna's face lights up at this, thinking this must mean Jin is secretly a huge gamer. But then a thought hits her, bursting her bubble. Yang Chan is practically a gaming god, way more into it, and Hyuk, Jin, and Jae-hyung are all far superior players. So why on earth would Jin ask Suk-ju for gaming advice when those other guys are absolute pros? Or just maybe Jin simply wanted to chat with someone on his own gaming level. Well, this little internal banter truly hits our poor guy, Suk-ju, right in the gut, a truly painful blow. Meanwhile, our other boy seems perfectly content minding his own business. Once school lets out, we find Yuna outside, busily making notes for their groceries and pondering if she should pick up some fresh fruit, since Grandpa hasn't had any in quite a while. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name, cutting through her thoughts. As she glances up, startled, she spots a boy standing right in front of her. Someone who definitely doesn't look like he's from Cyan High. Once he has her full attention, he smoothly asks if she attends Cyan High School. Yuna quickly confirms that yes, she does. And the boy then, with a confident smile, states he was kind of wondering if he could get her number. Unsurprisingly, this completely startles Yuna, who suddenly has absolutely no clue how to react. A wave of panic washes over her, while the boy quickly tries to reassure her not to be scared or feel pressured in any way. He just genuinely wants to get to know her, he claims. Eventually, after a moment of consideration, Yuna turns him down as politely as humanly possible. And surprisingly, the boy seems to take it completely in stride, though a hint of disappointment flashes across his face. Suddenly, a much bigger guy steps up from behind him and starts to mock the boy for getting rejected so swiftly. But that's precisely when the boy truly shows his sinister, true colors, getting all cocky and sternly with a menacing glare, reminding her with an icy tone that all he asked for was her phone number. Before he can even think about harassing Yuna further, he gets a brutal, bone-rattling slap right across the face. And the one who delivered that electrifying sting? It's none other than Jae-hyung himself. He's got two other friends right there with him too. The boy whips around, spitting out a demand to know who dared to slap him. But he just gets another swift slap from Jae-hyung, precisely for acting so tough. After truly feeling the shocking sting of those slaps, this utterly pathetic lowlife finally realizes that dealing with these guys is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin is absolutely sending chills down the other goon's spine with just his intense, terrifying glare. And just like that, the two bullies wisely decide to flee the scene, desperately trying to salvage whatever shred of dignity they have left. Orange Head lets out a weary sigh of utter disappointment after watching these pathetic bullies, then happily turns to Dae-hyun, radiating concern as he asks if she's alright. The girl quickly confirms she's fine and starts bowing her head frantically in thanks. But Jae-hyun, feeling completely embarrassed by the fuss, quickly tells her there's absolutely no need to say thank you. Meanwhile, at another block of this very street, we see people completely freaking out as they spot a menacing group of thugs casually strolling down the streets. And surprise, it's Tae-sugi himself. He's flanked by his trusty underling Shin and the rest of his intimidating lackeys. They're swaggering down the area like they own the place, and wouldn't you know it, The very same guy who tried to harass Dae-hyun is right there with them. Clearly, he's dragged Tae-sugi in as backup to get his revenge on our erstwhile beta bullies. By the way, this harasser's name is Tae-song, and he's apparently Tae-sugi's brother. Talk about bad news. Meanwhile, Tae-sugi is looking absolutely livid and annoyed, grumbling about how every single wannabe, tough guy in town, seems to think they can mess with his crew these days. That's when his quick-witted lackey reminds him that word of their humiliating defeat by a bunch of high schoolers is already spreading like wildfire, and they might need to do some serious damage control. So they decide to start spreading their particular brand of terror by taking out the puny thugs who dared to mess with Tae-song. A truly creepy, bone-chilling smile spreads across Tae-sugi's face as he fully agrees with his lackey, saying they're going to personally show these guys what for. This shock tech is truly a terrifying sight. Then, out of nowhere, his little brother brazenly points a finger right at Dae-hyun and declares with a shout, "That's the girl who got me beaten to a pulp by those punks." Oh boy, it looks like these punks are in for one heck of a ride. Again, our boy is just strolling down the street with his sister when the harasser quickly shouts out that the guy walking right beside her isn't the one who slapped him before. Tae-soo, on the other hand, gets a strange feeling he's seen this person somewhere. But when he takes a closer look at our boy, he's absolutely gobsmacked to recognize who it truly is. His lackeys also start trembling in their boots, as they too remember that this is the very same guy who pummeled them after he infiltrated their territory. While Tae-soo is still trembling in utter fear, his little brother innocently asks, "What's the matter?" Tae-soo then asks if the girl next to that guy standing over there is the one he was trying to hit on earlier. His little brother nods, oblivious, only to receive a truly devastating slap across the face. Tae-soo, utterly enraged, demands of his brother if he's trying to get them all utterly massacred. The poor kid is now in absolute, uncontrollable tears, completely clueless as to why his brother is coming down so brutally hard on him. But he ends up getting an even worse beating. Later, we find ourselves back at the apartment, and Dae-hyun is genuinely amazed at how incredibly good Jean is at peeling fruits. He smiles, asking her if she truly thinks so. She nods, admitting she could never get them this smooth and perfectly round, no matter how hard she ever tries. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone breaks the quiet, and the sound echoes loudly through the living room. The sound seems to be coming from Jin's room. So he heads over and quickly spots his phone on the table. When he checks it, he notices it's an unknown caller. Intriguing. But he answers anyway, curious. And who is it? None other than 06 on the line. 06 then reveals that he's meticulously left a trail for the camp to follow, leading them as far away from Jean as humanly possible. And that's precisely where he'll be for the next few days. Once he's successfully out of the country, he's planning to leave a trail of breadcrumbs in other countries, all to completely throw them off his scent. This strategy should totally keep them guessing. Jean, ever the strategist, agrees, even adding that he'll set up a separate, secret trail too. Blondie, always quick with a quip, then strikes up a banter, pointing out how Jean was supposedly a dead man walking just recently, and now they're totally trading places. He doubts they'll ever truly be able to cross paths again. So, he wishes Jean the very best for his future before hanging up the call. And our boy, of course, wishes him the same. With that unexpectedly sweet note, their intense call finally comes to an end. The very next day at school, Jean overhears some troubling news about his sister, who got harassed after school just yesterday. But his friends quickly jump in to reassure him, explaining that Jae-hyung and Orange Head totally handled it. They confirm that Jae-hyung landed a few solid hits on the guy's head, not just once, but a couple of times. And just like that, sent him scrambling away. Suddenly, Sok-shu dramatically pops into the scene, immediately demanding to know what the harasser looked like. Young Chan spills the details. The culprit was wearing a Gosok Tech uniform. As soon as they hear this shocking revelation, Sok-shu instantly perks up, and Jean points out the unsettling truth. It's the same school. They had a serious beef with just a while back. Our guy then absolutely explodes with fury, realizing that someone harassing his sister, and from Gosok, no less, seems way too coincidental to be random. Suk-ju immediately agrees, declaring they cannot just overlook this. Meanwhile, in a surprising twist, even the usual beta bullies, who are always eager to pick a fight, are feeling unusually anxious and hesitant about the whole situation. Even they think that jumping to conclusions might be a little premature. But right on cue, Yona literally jumps into the scene, immediately breaking up the building tension. She innocently asks what all the commotion is about, then casually reminds them that every guy just wants to hit on Daeyeon anyway, since she's always been ridiculously popular with guys. I mean, she's undeniably gorgeous. Her protective brother, however, doesn't understand any of this reasoning. Meanwhile, Young Chan nods along in agreement, saying, Daeyeon has already been asked out at Tio at times before. It seems like Jean is still having a super hard time stomaching that particular fact. But Young Chan insists, adding that she's definitely popular. You see, no one was able to even approach her when Jisoo, Kim, and his sister really started getting on her nerves. And for a moment, her face just crumpled with unhappiness. Jae-hyung also chimed in, confirming that his sister is, without a doubt, quite the looker. And even Blondie himself eagerly jumped in, bragging he knew a whole crew of guys who totally crushed on her. Jean, meanwhile, still seemed absolutely bewildered by all this, his expression shifting to one of deep contemplation. Meanwhile, those pathetic beta bullies were left scratching their heads, questioning if this was really so hard for Jean to grasp. But then, Suk-ju, ever the leader, spoke up once more, declaring they absolutely had to get to the bottom of this mess. Jin's face lit up, giving a firm, positive nod. And Suk-ju, seizing the moment, decided they'd go right after school, since there was no grueling training session scheduled. Meanwhile, the rest of the bewildered bystanders were utterly, hilariously clueless about what these two were plotting. And Yona, with an exasperated sigh, even asked if they'd been paying any attention to a single word they had just uttered. The scene then dramatically shifts to the grimy depths of Gosuk's turf, where Taesu sat slumped in a chair, looking utterly annoyed. His lackey frantically filled him in on how absolutely everyone was treating their crew like absolute trash lately, and it was brutal. Seong-soo Hai even delivered a humiliating beatdown, and now all the nearby schools were brazenly disrespecting them. Taesu grimly reflected on how, just a few short days ago, he was getting absolutely screamed at by his terrifying seniors, and now it felt like his entire world had spectacularly fallen apart. All because he dared to mess with our boy, Jean. His lackey, ever the schemer, quickly rounded up all the boys and urgently told his desperate boss that they desperately needed to do some serious damage control before things completely spiraled out of their control. The boss remained ominously silent, letting his half-smoked cigarette fall, then slowly, deliberately squashing it under his heavy boot. He finally decided to grudgingly go along with the drastic plan, and his nervous lackeys, seeing a glimmer of hope, cracked tentative smiles, relieved to see their boss's mood slightly improving. But that's precisely when Jean absolutely burst into the room, with Suk-ju hot on his heels. The boss's face instantly contorted into pure, unadulterated terror at the shock of seeing those all-too-familiar faces. And even the pathetic lackeys, who were just smiling moments ago, were now looking absolutely petrified. Everyone scrambled to step aside as Jean, eyes blazing, strode straight for the boss. He suddenly halted, his gaze piercing, and coldly demanded of Taesu, "Why in the world did you harass my little sister?" Taesu's mind instantly flashed back to that fateful day he spotted the siblings, casually walking down the street together, oblivious, and he quickly stammered out that he honestly had no clue. Of course, she was Jin's beloved sister. Taesu's blunt response only sends Jin's blood boiling, and even COQ begins to exude a truly deadly aura. The boss quickly begins to shriek, desperate to explain. He claims the encounter with Jin's sister was merely, purely coincidental. He further explains. Apparently, his younger brother just tried to talk to her, simply because he saw her on the street. He had no idea she was Jin's sister until this very moment. Our boy's interest is certainly piqued by this revelation, and the boss elaborates further, swearing that his brother truly meant nothing by it, now that they know exactly who she is. He'll ensure his brother never goes near her again. Jean, however, remains eerily quiet, while the gangster still looks utterly terrified. After exchanging those final, loaded glances, Jean and COQ slowly begin to walk away. Once outside, they slam the door shut behind them, and the boss quickly tells his lackeys that they'll think about damage control another day. He's confident his lackeys will definitely understand. Once outside, Jean meets up with his waiting friends. They immediately ask what was said in there, and he reveals that it was indeed a coincidence, and the guy who talked to Dae-hyun earlier is none other than Tae-soo's younger brother. Dae-hyun is absolutely rattled out of his mind to hear this, his soul nearly leaving his body at the revelation. Meanwhile, back to Yinwoo. Yinwoo coolly reminds them that she had already told them there was absolutely nothing to worry about. But Jean, ever cautious, states that he still plans to keep a very close eye on them. For the time being, after all, they can't just take their word for it. A while later, we find Jean sitting with Mr. Cha, who gazes at his instant ramen and the other strange snacks, and remarks with a sigh, "It's been ages since I had food like this." Outside a convenience store, he then casually suggests, "We should have just bought some good barbecue instead." Jean, however, politely but firmly denies the suggestion, which clearly annoys Mr. Cha. Mr. Cha then brings up that he heard our boy had borrowed his motorcycle again. Jean admits he did, somewhat sheepishly, and promises to return it later that very night. However, Mr. Cha surprises him by simply telling him to keep it, claiming he'd just let it sit there untouched anyway. But Jean, ever so persistent, insists on returning it. Mr. Cha just sighs, throwing up his hands and telling him to do as he pleases. With a massive helping of noodles clutched in his chopsticks, he unleashes a glorious slurp, devouring the deliciousness with gusto. Meanwhile, a stark contrast. Jean is meticulously, almost politely, enjoying his humble triangle food. Mr. Cha can't help but stare, noticing how Jean appears to be just an average teenager, yet on the other hand, this same kid absolutely demolished the entire Kim family. Single-handedly, mind you, and expertly handled the mighty SW Corporation like a seasoned pro. Suddenly, Mr. Cha breaks the silence, calling out to Jean, demanding to know what exactly he does every single day. Jean calmly replies that he simply goes to school, just like any normal kid, of course. Mr. Cha had definitely expected this kind of response, but it's far from what he wanted to hear. The scene then dramatically shifts to the imposing SW Corp, where the powerful chairman stands tall, peering intently through the massive window. It's always a classic, isn't it? That iconic manhwa scene, where the ridiculously rich boss stares out of their towering glass window from their opulent office. Meanwhile, the director's assistant reveals that many have voiced serious concerns about SW Corp being a bit too aggressive in its rapid expansion. The director just shrugs, coolly remarking that things tend to get a bit chaotic when people start looking out solely for their own interests. They're taking all the necessary precautions with their relentless expansion, but they simply can't avoid making a few enemies along the way. The assistant nods in agreement and points out that their intensely aggressive tactics are causing SW Corp some serious trouble with some pretty shady organizations, and even the SW Corp advisors have also noticed some truly suspicious activity from other companies lately. In the very next scene, we find Jean sitting with the director, who graciously offers Jean some tea, but our boy politely declines, saying he's good. The director then smoothly asks how working with the elite security team has been for him. Jean, ever so concise, says it's been fine. The director moves on, asking how he's liking school, and Jean simply responds that it's nice. Finally, the director gets to the point, asking if there's absolutely anything they can do to help him. Anything at all? Jean swiftly replies with a firm no. Our boy then casually inquires, is that everything the director wished to discuss? Because if so, I'll be heading out. Training's about to kick off. The director, with a smile, grants his permission to leave. Jean rises from his seat, offering a respectful bow of his head. The director, surprisingly, returns the gesture. This leaves his assistant utterly bewildered, finding it quite peculiar that the director is showing such deference in return. Nevertheless, Jean calmly begins to walk away. Later, We find all the guards rigorously training in the Grand Hall. Amidst their focused exercises, we catch up with GA and her ever-observant bodyguard. After some time, her bodyguard notes that Jean doesn't quite stand out as conspicuously as before. GA, intrigued, asks about Jean. The bodyguard thoughtfully replies that, while Jean may not be as flashy as he once was, he's undeniably quicker and significantly more athletic than their other men. He's absolutely certain Jean possesses vast experience because his refined skill level could only have been forged through relentless training and intense combat. So, there's absolutely no doubt he's undergone extensive professional training. Hearing this, GA's interest in Jean truly piques. She remarks that despite his youth, he has quietly endured the harshest of training, and even the other men have grown quite fond of him. The scene then dramatically flashes back to the past, where we find Major Kong meeting with Ja once again. As they casually chat, she advises him not to overwork himself and risk injury. Kong assures her he won't. He then asks her, "Are you still looking into that student? The one you initially asked about?" At first, she has absolutely no idea what he's referring to, but then a sudden realization clicks in her mind. Feigning disinterest, she asks, "Oh, do you mean that kid? The one named Jean?" But in her thoughts, she's utterly blown away by how Kong still remembers Jin's name from their initial encounter. And she also can't help but notice how incredibly anxious he appears. And after pressing about Jean, finally, Ja flashes a smile, declaring her interest in Jean is long gone. A revelation that visibly lifts Major Kang's spirits. Ja, quick to catch the change in his demeanor, senses a deeper, unspoken narrative at play. Now, as she gazes at our protagonist, a thought sparks. Does Jean actually know her fiancé? Moments later, her car is seen tearing down the road, with Jean casually seated right beside her. He smooths the conversation, suggesting Jean consider joining their renowned talent agency, and goes on to propose how he could thrive with their top-tier training, programs in acting or singing. Jean, however, without missing a beat, promptly declines, stating he's simply not interested. GA can't help but be utterly captivated by his immediate, firm response. She wonders if he could at least pretend to consider it. His absolute lack of hesitation is utterly perplexing, so she finally asks him, "Do you by any chance know Major Kong?" And then drops the bombshell. He's her fiancé. Naturally, this news sends a shockwave through Jean as his mind rewinds to the past. When Kong casually mentioned needing to meet his fiancé, Jean now has absolutely no doubt that Jia definitely knows Major Kong. As she scrutinizes him, she finds herself bewildered. Jean just sits there looking, shockingly untroubled by this unexpected bombshell. Our guy looks way too unfazed, to the point of being unsettlingly strange, because this is definitely not his usual style. Even she senses an undeniable shift in him, something she just can't quite pinpoint. A short while later, upon reaching their destination, Jia sweeps into the towering corporate building. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Jean and his seniors slip into the staff-only room to quickly freshen up. But even then, Jin's mind is still reeling from the revelation that Jia is Major Kang's fiancé. He just can't quite believe it. As the guards stand watch outside the ladies' restroom, we find Jia inside, touching up her makeup. Suddenly, another woman enters the restroom. And not gonna lie, this newcomer at first glance looks undeniably shady. The woman then casually begins using a sink, positioned right over Jia's shoulder. As Jia stands there quiet and still, that sinister woman swiftly presses a chloroform-soaked rag right over Jia Ye's face. As Jia Yi finally slumps down, her consciousness gone, her body limp and still. Meanwhile, we discover the guards outside have also been brutally taken down. The black-haired woman then swiftly instructs her lackeys to hurry and transport their precious goods. Suddenly, the senior bodyguard receives a shocking, urgent report. Mr. Sin has vanished completely, and Jin Su and Kei Yongwoo, his designated escorts, have been found unconscious, utterly incapacitated on the ground. Wasting no time, no precious seconds, the senior orders his soldiers to seal every single exit and secure the surveillance footage immediately, without delay. Our guy bursts from the restroom, the moment the dire news hits him, and races a blur through the corridor, thinking the intruders have disarmed all security and secure their target, meaning now it's only a matter of time, precious little time, before they make their ultimate getaway. Via car, after rushing down the stairs, he finally slams into the parking lot. He spots a man climbing into a car and swiftly moves to block its path completely, only to realize it's just some utterly clueless guy inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals are already speeding off in their getaway car, a streak of black. From the other side, Jean takes off after them in hot pursuit, sprinting at full speed without a sliver of hesitation. He bravely jumps in front of their speeding car. But those heartless bastards don't even think about slowing down, and instead, they maliciously try to run him over as those bastards make their desperate getaway. Our boy quickly radios in, his voice urgent, that he spotted the suspect's getaway vehicle, which is a black minivan. Jean wastes no time at all and leaps over those parked cars, determined, and tries to grab onto the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards swarm the exit, blocking their escape, and they're ready with puncturing tools to stop the van dead. But it's tragically, catastrophically too late, because the driver floors the gas pedal, engines roaring, running over the guards brutally, mercilessly, and everything else in front of the car. And they zoom out, escaping without a single hitch. While our boy is still desperately hanging onto that van, the minivan swerves wildly, careening dangerously, and Jin's fighting with all his might to just hold on, as the vehicle violently lurches and jerks him around, just as he desperately struggles to maintain his grip. His mind flashes back to a crucial conversation with Major Kong. In that memory, Jin sitting with Kong, who's passionately explaining the true meaning of family. Kong says that while family might mean different things to everyone, it's undoubtedly something incredibly precious. Jin's still not quite grasping the concept. So Kong offers a compelling example. His unwavering dedication to serving his country might actually be so incredibly strong, because that's where his own family truly lives. Innocent, Jin then asks, would someone truly give their life for their family? Kong is completely caught off guard by the question, unsure how to respond at first. Then, with a warm smile, he replies that if it came to that, he'd absolutely gladly do it. Back in the present, as Jean desperately clings to the minivan, he grinds his teeth and tightens his grip even further. He slams his fist into the minivan so hard that the glass around him begins to shatter. The driver, completely distracted by the commotion, totally misses an oncoming car at the intersection. The two vehicles violently collide, and Jean is brutally flung off, crashing down onto the ground about 10 meters away. Right at that moment, the minivan's driver seizes their chance, slams the gas, and speeds away into the distance. Jean immediately starts running after the speeding vehicle. Inside, a mysterious woman with black hair glances back at him, giving him a teasing, mischievous twinkle with her eye. As Jean sprints after the van, he gradually starts to fall further and further behind, until the vehicle finally disappears from his sight. Once utterly exhausted, he comes to a sudden halt. But just then, the senior guard dramatically arrives, and he quickly demands to know which way the van went. Jean doesn't answer. Instead, he hops directly into the guard's car, instantly annoying the senior, who sternly tells him to get out. But Jean just tells him to hit the gas pedal, and precisely gives him the exact direction of where the van escaped. Reluctantly, the senior guard slams the gas pedal. He then quickly reports to his subordinates that the kidnappers took a side road to the right and instructs them to immediately coordinate with the police and dispatch their units. He also sternly reminds Jean that he should just get dropped off on the way home, since he's just a kid after all, and not even part of the security team. He further adds that his involvement in this whole mess wasn't his responsibility. But Jean quickly counters, saying he's currently on practical training and chose to be here tonight, so he's the only one responsible for his presence here. He also reports seeing one male and one female inside the vehicle, both identified as Asian. But he didn't notice any other accomplices with them. As the senior guard looks at Jean, ready to berate him even further, he suddenly notices Jin's injured face and hands. Concerned, he quickly asks if Jin is alright. Jin simply replies that he is fine. The senior is truly struggling to come to terms with the unbelievable fact that Jin was reported to have been hanging onto the speeding vehicle and was the very first to track down the kidnappers. He also managed to hang on for as long as he possibly could, identified their route, and even saved Miss Yona herself. Once the senior finally realizes that Jin has utterly proven himself in this impossible situation, and he truly can't think of anyone more reliable right now. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Yona receives the devastating news that Madame Ja has been kidnapped. Her guard quickly explains that they've intentionally left security to a bare minimum and sent out every single unit to find her. Team 2 and Ga are currently hot in pursuit of the kidnappers. Yona visibly perks up at the mention of Jin, and the bodyguard then further explains that Jin had been on duty with their team when the incident first happened. A short while later, Jin and his senior guard make their way to a desolate, rundown factory because this is the last place the kidnappers were last spotted. Right on cue, they also spot the same minivan, and the kidnappers are carrying Miss J in her wheelchair with them. The senior guard knows that they absolutely don't have time to wait for reinforcements, so he sharply tells Jin to stay put. As he swiftly steps out of the car, he's absolutely stunned as a group of scruffy figures burst from the minivan's interior, each one brandishing a wicked knife. Jin, too, exits the vehicle and firmly states they can't afford to wait for backup. His senior then reminds him that this isn't some training exercise, since this is real combat. Jin responds instantly, declaring he doesn't mind one bit. This bold reply sparks a vivid flashback for the senior, who vividly remembers the shock he felt when Team 3's leader revealed that our boy is, in fact, a professional fighter. The gorilla even confirms it, reiterating that based on everything he's witnessed, this is his unwavering conclusion. Back in the present, as our boy strides forward confidently, the bodyguard finally decides to push deeper. He tells Jin that he'll handle things inside the shelter, so Jin better not let those filthy swine get the best of him. Just then, one of the goons tries to stab the senior, but our guy quickly sneaks up on the bastard from behind and delivers a devastating blow to his face, sending the dagger clattering from his hand. But before he can even catch a breath, another sucker swings his dagger at our boy. But once again, my guy flings this sucker down, sending him sprawling backward. Jin himself then quickly snatches that fallen dagger from the ground and stands ready to face off against these idiots. The thug who lost his dagger scrambles back to his feet, only for his boss to immediately start berating him because he is absolutely furious to see his grown men getting beaten down by a punky punk like this. He then rounds on Jin, questioning if they even let kids carry knives. In their security detail, the other goons start to walk off, telling their buddy to handle Jin, while they go after the senior. But it looks like they've seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when my guy grabs another thug and snaps his hand. With a satisfying crunch, another thug tries to stab Jin, but he quickly flips the script, grabbing the thug and slicing his belly open before driving the dagger deep into his shoulder as one thug collapses to the ground. The remaining goons can't help but feel a shiver of fear. But when Jin fixes them with a truly deadly glare, they instantly get the terrifying message. This kid is a bona fide bodyguard, and he's absolutely for real. Jin charges at the remaining goons, slicing through them with incredible speed, left and right. One by one, he swiftly takes them down until only a single thug remains. The last goon quickly blocks Jin's furious attack, and as he swings back, our hero snatches his hand. Jin slashes his belly with the other hand, kicks his leg out from under him in a swift motion, then holds the knife menacingly to the thug's throat. But instead of a deadly blow, Jin uses the back of his dagger to knock the thug out cold. Meanwhile, the kidnappers deep inside the shelter are still dragging Miss J along, relentless. The leading lady is visibly frustrated, realizing security is closing in much faster than they anticipated. Her accomplice reports that they've already alerted the client, confirming they've secured their valuable target. She explains that it's a little early for the next step, but they'll have to move to the next location immediately, as the security team is rapidly closing in on them. And speaking of the devil, the formidable leader of Team 2 suddenly bursts in. The male kidnapper quickly tells his associate that this guy is the absolute head of the security detail for their target. The senior grits his teeth, glaring menacingly at the kidnappers. Just then, someone tries to sneak up on him from behind, but the senior swiftly sidesteps the ambush. And as the bulky thug charges at him once more, the senior grabs his hand with lightning speed and delivers a solid, bone-jarring punch to his face. Another goon rushes him, wielding a glinting dagger, but the senior quickly takes him down with effortless skill. Just when it seems like the senior has completely gained the upper hand, the entire situation takes a sudden, shocking turn, despite all his incredible skill. Even the most seasoned fighter is absolutely no match for a gun. One of the kidnappers suddenly pulls out a gun. Its cold, metallic barrel gleaming menacingly under the dim light, and points it directly at Miss J's head. They coldly warn the senior, their voices laced with ice, that they won't hesitate for a second to pull that trigger, if they have to. The chilling threat hangs in the air like a deadly, undeniable promise. With no options left, the senior was completely helpless, able only to grit his teeth in pure frustration. His face twisted in a cruel sneer. The man made it chillingly clear that the slightest movement would spell her immediate demise. So, the senior froze, not daring to budge even an inch. Then, these scummy kidnappers cruelly drilled a hole into the senior's shoulder with a single, brutal bullet. The searing pain instantly made his face as pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, the cold-hearted jerk who just pulled the trigger seemed oddly fascinated that the senior barely flinched. The woman beside him snapped, urging him to just finish the job, insisting they had no precious time to waste. And so, the man decided to pull the trigger once more, as the senior cast one last, desperate glance at Jay, bracing himself for his final, agonizing moments. Just as this monster was about to squeeze the trigger, the senior, in a quiet whisper, asked Jay for forgiveness. But before he could tragically perish in this dramatic scene, two gleaming daggers came flying out of nowhere, piercing the man right through the hand. Meanwhile, in another corner, the woman in black was skillfully dodging left and right, while Jean, like a bolt of lightning, rushed toward Jai, grabbed her wheelchair with fierce determination, and started dashing down with full, breathtaking throttle. The goon was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events, and the other senior's face also went stark white. Meanwhile, the goon started unleashing a barrage of bullets again, as Jean desperately tried to get as far away as possible. In that intense moment, the senior tackled the grinning soldier, bringing him down, and they both crashed violently to the ground. Jean quickly glanced back at his senior, who, with urgency, told him not to look back and just run. Without wasting another precious second, Jean sped up with the wheelchair, pushing harder, and kept moving forward. A while later, Jai began to groggily, slowly open her eyes. But before she could even react, a hand clamped over her mouth from behind. Thankfully, it was just Jean, who quickly told her to stay absolutely quiet. And once she nodded, signaling her agreement, he carefully moved his hand away. The woman then whispered, asking where she was, confused, as she'd just been in the bathroom. And Jean explained that she'd feel dizzy for a while because of the powerful sedative she'd been given. That's when her mind suddenly flashed back, and she horrifyingly remembered she'd been kidnapped. Jin's quick confirmation rings out, asserting he and the team leader were the first to arrive, and that security is hurtling their way, police right behind. Jin's gaze sweeps the area, confirming no one else is close, and a sliver of relief washes over him. She's awake, making her relocation a far less complicated affair. Yet, a chilling certainty settles in his mind. They won't have long before they're undeniably found, stuck in this inescapable, dead-end corner. And adding to their peril, the enemy is well armed. Meanwhile, Gia's mind races, as she wonders if her current predicament is somehow connected to the latest big acquisitions. At the heart of the SW Corporation's grand expansion, despite her complete detachment from those specific transactions. Her eyes land on Jean, and she shouts, "You're hurt." But Jean waves off her concern, claiming he's completely alright. But G is not falling for his baseless claims, not even a little. She can clearly spot the nasty gash on his shoulder. His fingers are scraped and bleeding, and the kicker is, he's not even technically her bodyguard. Her confusion swirls in her mind about what compels him to put himself in harm's way for her, and is quite shocked by the unexpected reliability he's suddenly shown. Right then, the chillingly familiar voice of the woman rings out, the orchestrator of this entire terrifying kidnapping event. She's making her way directly towards them, gun raised, imperiously ordering Jean to come out this instant. She issues a chilling threat. If this situation persists, they will not waver in killing the hostage. She sternly demands they need to conclude this peacefully and rescue the hostage before the situation deteriorates further. This dire threat fills Gia with an overwhelming dread and swiftly pushes herself out of the wheelchair, her mind screaming that she can't let this boy get tangled further into this deadly game. Despite his surprising abilities, he's nothing more than a teenager and realizes she must step in to protect him. But before she can make a move, Jean sends her a swift signal to stop and makes a mysterious, quick gesture with his fingers, a coded signal that flies completely over my head. But Gia, surprisingly, seems to grasp his unspoken command and stands there utterly silent. At last, Jean steps boldly out from his hidden vantage point and silently raises his hand, a clear sign of surrender. The female kidnapper is utterly convinced. Gia is undoubtedly still concealed behind that container. She reflects, utterly floored at what she just witnessed. Our boy, dangling precariously from the speeding van. And he's just a kid, mind you. A sneer crosses her lips as she mocks him, declaring he's probably watched far too many action flicks. Because in reality, even the bravest hero can meet their end. I guess she's got a point. Bravery means little when staring down the cold barrel of a gun. But Jean, he remains eerily calm, even with that weapon aimed directly at him. Then, Gia bursts out, screaming for her to halt. The moment the kidnapper woman's gaze shifts to Gia, Jean seizes his opening. He whips a blade, piercing her hand with brutal precision, before she can even gasp for air. Then, another dagger zips right past her, and in that split second, Jean vaults over her, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Her gun clatters away from her grasp. She scrambles, snatching a dagger, tucked near her thigh, trying to slash at Jean, but he dodges back, just in nick of time. A tense standoff as they put some distance between them. The woman lunges at Jean once more, and their deadly dance of blades truly begins. After a furious exchange, she takes a brutal hit right to her gut, sending her sprawling backward. Her gun goes flying, clattering to the pavement. Her eyes dart, spotting her fallen gun. She snatches it, aims it, and a smug smirk spreads across her face, convinced she's finally gained the upper hand. But Jean moves like lightning, grabbing the gun, twisting it right out of her grasp. And now, it's pointed right back at her. The woman is drenched in sweat, completely baffled by how quickly things just flipped. Meanwhile, Gia is absolutely stunned by Jin's incredible moves, while our boy just stands there, cool as a cucumber. The woman smirks once more, quipping that he must have watched far too many movies. She then pokes fun at him, pointing out that while he can fight, she brutally questions if he truly has the guts to pull that trigger. She admits bodyguards might practice their target shooting, but taking aim at a living, breathing person, that's a whole different ball game entirely. Well, she's about to be proven spectacularly wrong, and Jean doesn't even flinch for a second before sending a bullet ripping right in her thigh, causing blood to violently spatter out. The woman is absolutely speechless, unable to believe he didn't even give it a second thought before decisively pulling the trigger. What baffles her even more is that his eyes remain eerily dead. Still, even after he fired that gun, as if he's grown chillingly accustomed to it. She struggles to comprehend how a boy from such a seemingly peaceful country knows how to fight with this level of intensity. But when she looks at him a little closer, she suddenly recognizes those eyes, and a cold dread runs down her spine as she realizes that he's code 001. But before she can even gasp another word, Jean delivers a sharp slap across her face with the gun, knocking her out instantly cold and letting her unceremoniously fall to the ground. Gia is utterly astonished by how effortlessly Jean takes her down as if it's nothing at all. Meanwhile, back with the senior, he seems to have finally dealt with his adversary as well, though he looks severely injured, with blood steadily dripping from his shoulder. But sadly, the senior finds himself completely surrounded by a bunch of goons. The smug bastard from before gets back on his feet, calmly puts his hat back on, and retrieves his gun from the ground. A bulky guy swings a powerful punch at the senior, but the senior expertly deflects it and lands a solid punch of his own. Suddenly, the bastard raises his gun and aims at the senior and admits that he's severely underestimated the head of security for the SW Association. He acknowledges that they wouldn't have been able to kidnap her if they hadn't waited until the very end of his shift. On the other hand, it looks like the senior is on the brink of collapse. He fought here solely to buy Gia and Jean time to escape, but he can't be sure if they actually got away, since that woman specifically went after Jean. For some reason, though, the senior has a strong gut feeling that Jean will handle it, and he feels surprisingly confident about that. His confidence is absolutely sky high, so much so that even the guy standing there can't help but notice the smug smirk that's spreading across the senior's face. He finally asks the reason behind the senior's smile, but the bodyguard doesn't say a single word, just keeps that confident smirk fixed on his face. The cap guy warns that if the senior thinks Jean is safe just because a woman went after him, then he is gravely underestimating that woman. He claims that no man here can ever defeat that woman, and now that she's angry, Jean will soon be begging for her to put him out of his misery. The senior's smug smile finally fades, and he grits his teeth out of sheer frustration. The kidnapper also states that he did not send any men after Jean because she'll be done with him before they even get there. The cap guy then starts to squeeze the trigger of his gun, telling the senior to focus on saving himself because he's about to die. Suddenly, a bullet drills a hole straight into the cap guy's hand, and blood splatters everywhere. He staggers backward, and his gun clatters to the ground. The senior quickly spins in the direction to see where the shot came from, and is utterly shocked to find Jean standing there, gun in hand. The cap guy is sweating profusely, his blood pouring out, and he's absolutely furious, trying to figure out what the hell Jean is doing here. He's also utterly panicked, wondering what might have happened to his friend, Priscilla, who went after Jean earlier. I guess he was just way too confident about her. On the other hand, Jean shoots another bullet and puts it straight into the cap guy's thigh, then turns and aims the gun at the senior. For a moment, the senior's heart skips a beat, but before he can even react, Jean starts firing. But to the senior's utter surprise, the bullets was right past him, taking out the lackeys, surrounding him from all directions. Once Jin's gun runs dry, the senior looks around, only to find every single man down on the ground, groaning in pain. What fascinates the senior the most is that Jean didn't even hesitate for a second as he drills holes straight through those scoundrels. He disarms them all, one precise shot for every single one. In the background, Gia stands frozen, her hands clamped over her ears. But the moment the gunfire finally ceases, she cautiously looks up. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard's mind flashes back, recalling the words of Team 3's leader, who declared Jean an absolute professional. And right on cue, powerful reinforcements sweep in, securing the whole area. The police spring into action, quickly cuffing every last one of those thugs. Meanwhile, a few soldiers approach Gia, checking if she's unharmed. In response, the lady quickly reassures them she's absolutely fine, then spots our hero chatting with the officers. Once Jean confirms his affiliation with the security team leader, the soldiers promptly start treating his wounds. Gia rushes over, asking if he's okay. He insists that he's perfectly fine, but Gia challenges him, wondering how he could possibly say that in his state. Our hero simply explains that he has no issues with his mobility. So far, making him mostly alright. He adds that a few bruises for successfully saving a VIP from kidnapping is actually a favorable outcome. Then Jean mentions he has a favor to ask. Jie looks startled and quickly asks what it is. Jean reveals he doesn't want to worry his family until his injuries are fully treated. So, he needs to tell them he'll be attending a security team workshop. Jie seems a bit confused, questioning if that was truly all he wanted to discuss. She then simply walks away, urging him to go get those wounds treated. But before she completely leaves, she doesn't forget to thank Jean for his incredible help. Shortly after, the senior bodyguard also arrives, placing a hand on Jin's shoulder. He flashes a warm smile and tells Jean they'll definitely see each other next time. With that, Jie and her bodyguard walk away. The scene then abruptly cuts to an unknown location, where a mysterious man sits behind a desk in a heavily dimmed office. An unknown lackey stands behind him, delivering the truly grim news. Their audacious attempt to kidnap Jie has utterly failed. The boss smiles to hear this and explains that success in kidnapping her was never the real objective, because it was merely a way to deliver a message to SW Corporation. He elaborates that they will start to watch their steps more carefully once they realize the trouble their expansion can cause. And that's all he's after. The scene then cuts to a chamber where that same woman from the kidnapping is sitting. She appears annoyed while saying she never expected a beast like Jean to be on their payroll. And she's talking about the mercenary, who's really a force to be reckoned with. The man just stays quiet, so the woman goes on saying if she'd known he was working with SW Corporation, she would have handled things a lot differently. In fact, he probably wouldn't have taken a gig at all. The man acts all clueless, but the woman tells him not to play dumb. She points out that Jean, the mercenary, always keeps his face covered, but she recognizes his eyes because she'd crossed paths with him before. She mentions that about 6 months ago, Jean vanished off the radar, and there were all sorts of rumors about him retiring, or even being dead. She never thought he'd end up working for SW Corp. The man's response remains the same, and he further states that he can't make sense of any of it. You see, he's heard a thing or two about that mercenary, and thinks it's pretty hilarious to imagine one of their guards being a top-notch mercenary. The woman eventually just stops arguing because, let's be real, talking to this guy is like trying to reason with a brick wall. A bit later, we're at the SW Corporation's medical center, and the first person we see is Lady G, chilling in one of the wards. I used to think she was a total villain, but it turns out she's not that bad, but just super curious about her guy. We also spot her guard hanging around. G just stared, wondering what he was even doing there after taking a bullet. He coolly shrugged it off, claiming he could handle simple tasks just fine. G was absolutely not buying any of that. She sternly told him to just head home and get some proper rest. After all, one less person on duty wouldn't make a huge difference anyway. The guard insisted he simply couldn't rest, not now. He felt entirely responsible. You see, since this whole chaotic mess erupted while he was off shift. He went on to explain that the mercenaries were operating from overseas, and they still hadn't figured out who they were truly working for. Even the mercenaries themselves didn't know their real client, as multiple middlemen were intricately involved. G's mood plummeted as she reflected on how Yana was targeted first, and now she'd been kidnapped as well. She desperately asked if all this could possibly be just a coincidence. The guard shook his head gravely, stating unequivocally that it was definitely no coincidence. Well, that news just made G feel even more deflated. G then found herself thinking about how our guy handled the entire situation, like a total badass, and he was looking even more impressive than he did during training. She reminded her guard, he's really not just an average teenager, is he? The man finally agreed, acknowledging he's definitely not your average guy. In her mind, she mused to herself, Grandpa must surely know Jin's true identity, since he placed the kid on their elite security team. She then vividly recalled that Jin had multiple fractured ribs and even detached fingernails, all from fighting off those ruthless kidnappers. And that's not even mentioning a deep cut on his shoulder from a bullet that barely missed. The guard then pointed out that Jean had apparently been clinging to their vehicle during the intense attack and must have sustained those injuries when he ultimately fell off. G's face went utterly pale as she suddenly realized that Jean had actually managed to fight off all those thugs, even with all those horrific injuries. He even took on 5 men armed with knives, while she lay utterly unconscious. Well, that just added another mind-boggling layer to the situation, and her face looked even more shocked than it had before. The guard agreed that it truly didn't make much sense, but it was shockingly all true. That Jean managed to pull off such a spectacular feat. G leaps from her bed in a flash, bolting straight for the door, and charging directly to Jin's ward. The moment she storms into the room, she finds him already suiting up in his SW uniform once more. When Jean glances up, he spots G and her guard. The lady wastes no time at all and immediately demands to know what the heck he thinks he's doing getting dressed. Jean calmly explains that he's going home, since he hasn't been there for 2 whole days. G reminds him that he has serious injuries and can't leave until his treatment is complete. Jean, unfazed, explains he'd rather rest and heal at home. She starts shouting, telling him not to be ridiculous, and then demands to know who gave him permission to do something so rash. In response, our boy simply states the doctor gave him the go-ahead, despite all of G's furious protests. Jean simply packs his bag, and the lady further asks him how he plans to explain this to his family. Jean, in response, calmly points out that the bruises on his face can easily be explained by simply saying he got hurt during training. G is utterly annoyed to see how this guy has an answer for absolutely everything. She then tells her guard that she needs a moment alone with Jean. Once the guard steps out, she tells Jean that she wants him to come work for her after he graduates. Our boy looks at her, and G states that there's nothing in it for him if he stays with Yona because, as she puts it, Yona's just a child. She goes on to explain that Yona only has her inheritance from her parents, but she doesn't have the means to secure her own future. G, on the other hand, claims she can guarantee our boy a safe and secure future. After a moment of silence, Jean says he has one question. Hearing this, G assumes he's probably curious about the salary, so she quickly tells him not to worry, as she'll make sure he's paid more than he can imagine, with plenty of extra benefits on the side. But Jean flatly refuses to have such thoughts, and instead, he asks, "What exactly did you mean by me staying with Yona?" The woman pauses, her thoughts lingering for a moment. Then, out of nowhere, she abruptly asks if he's dating Yona, to which Jean flatly and firmly states, "I'm not." But G, thinking to herself, can't help but wonder. Yona always patiently waits for him during training sessions, which probably means she has a serious crush on him. Anyway, she tells him to come work for her, no matter what, as soon as he graduates, promising to make his family incredibly happy and land him an amazing job right away. Jean seems to find the offer incredibly tempting, it's clear, but he doesn't say much in response, keeping his cards close, and just tells her that he'll think about it later on. Back at the apartment, we find Yona and Grandpa waiting, and they both get utterly shocked by the news. When Jean explains that he somehow got himself hurt during his intense training session, Grandpa anxiously asks if it's something serious, to which Jean quickly reassures him that it's absolutely not, stating that it's just some blisters on his fingers, thankfully, and the doctor said it wasn't anything to seriously worry about. The old man then asks his grandson, with a thoughtful look, if the security team he's working with right now is really what he truly wants to pursue in the future. Jean doesn't give a definitive answer, still pondering, only saying that it's what he's interested in for now, at least. Grandpa reminds him gently that even though it feels like the path he's set on right now, he can always change his course completely if he finds something else he's truly passionate about down the line, since Jean is still so incredibly young. Grandpa adds that he'll support him wholeheartedly, no matter what path he ultimately chooses to pursue. Jean smiles in response, a warm feeling in his heart, agreeing with his grandpa. Grandpa then feels a tiny bit awkward, sensing the mood, and asks if he suddenly jumped into a really heavy topic. He mentions that high school seniors are often worried sick about their future careers, understandably so, and wonders if he might have busted his chops. Yona snickers playfully at this peculiar phrase and reassures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong at all. Jean, meanwhile, is completely lost. He has no idea what busting chops even means. The scene then transitions, shifting to a familiar, shadowy camp, where we see that same intense, eye-patch-wearing guy. His lackey reports that 032 went completely off course without notifying anyone, and suspects, with a grave expression. It might be because he heard the troubling news about 0-0, one being targeted for elimination. Oh no, our eye-patch villain just scoffs, straight up calling 032 a fool. He declares that no one should ever let emotions dictate their actions, especially when one of their brothers gets killed. And that's precisely why he believes that having a family is absolutely useless. Meanwhile, we catch a quick glimpse of a mysterious man who might very well be 032 himself. It wouldn't be surprising if he'd flown all the way to Korea just to meet our boy. The scene then cuts back to Jean, who's meticulously stretching his fingers, making sure they're working properly. His mind flashes back to a memory of the kidnapper, woman who seemed to recognize him as someone familiar. He has no clue who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, maybe she isn't related to the camp after all. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he glances at the screen, he sees that it's Yona calling. A while later, Jean finds himself outside a convenience store. Not surprisingly, Yona is there too, and they have heaps of triangle kimbap spread out on their table. The girl then quickly points out that she didn't have dinner and was craving triangle kimbap. But 032 still thinks to himself that this much food seems like a lot nonetheless. She also invites him to dig into the meal, since she's sure that he also didn't have dinner. She quickly opens one of the kimbaps, while mentioning that she heard he got hurt pretty badly and asks if he's okay now. He replies that he is. She then explains that she went to see him at the hospital, but they said he couldn't have visitors and wouldn't let her in. And GA also told her not to visit him right now. She admits she was really worried since he was absent from school yesterday. Jean explains that Grandpa told him to take the day off. Yona finds it touching how he really listens to his grandpa, but then she gets a bit dejected while mentioning how he had to rescue GA single-handedly from the life-threatening danger. In response, Jean says that's not entirely true, and he quickly clarifies that the true mastermind behind it all, the leader of Security Team 2, was undeniably the one who pulled all the strings. Team 2's leader expertly tracked them down, brilliantly coordinated with both the police and the SW security team, and even ingeniously created a diversion by taking a bullet, just so Jean could make his daring escape. Our fearless leader stayed behind until the very last second, making absolutely sure Jean could get to safety. Our boy honestly admits that without his incredible support, he would have been utterly useless in saving GA. Yona, hearing this surprising truth, looks a little caught off guard, likely because she wasn't expecting our boy to be quite so thorough in his explanation. Suk-ju nods, conceding that if Jin's account is accurate, then the team leader was, without a doubt, the driving force behind the entire rescue operation. Jean swiftly agrees with his perceptive friend, but Suk-ju sharply points out that the team leader, impressive as he is, couldn't have possibly pulled off this entire rescue mission all by himself, and the official report clearly highlights just how much Jean significantly contributed to saving GA. Our boy then emphasizes that they are, at their core, a unified team, and their ultimate goal is always the VIP's safety, not to endlessly debate who made the biggest splash. Suk-ju nods, affirming that's absolutely right. Yona, however, seems a bit out of her element, probably because this isn't exactly the thrilling conversation she's accustomed to. Just then, Jin's phone unexpectedly buzzes to life, and as he quickly checks the screen, Yona nervously asks, "What's up? Is something wrong?" Jin, a little sheepishly, admits they desperately need him in the game room because Jae-hyun just pinged him, declaring they need an extra player. and demanding he hurry over immediately. But Yona sharply reminds him that he's still injured, questioning, how are you possibly going to play with your hand? Like that, Jean shrugs, clarifying it doesn't truly matter, because he's frankly pretty awful at it anyway. Yona is once again a little thrown by his incredibly blunt honesty. The scene then smoothly transitions to Daehoon, strolling down the bustling footpath, her mind already fixated on grabbing something delicious for Jean. Her thoughts wistfully drift back to a vivid past memory, where a whole gaggle of girls had completely surrounded Yona, eagerly asking why Jean hadn't shown up at school for the past few days. Yona casually revealed he'd been away on a trip and gotten his hands a little banged up. The girls' eyes widened in alarm, anxiously asking if it was anything serious. Yona quickly reassured them it was nothing major. The girls instantly brightened up, exclaiming they were so glad it wasn't serious, and, more importantly, that his face was unharmed. A face like his simply couldn't endure a scar. Yona subtly nodded, pondering how Jin's popularity had skyrocketed even further recently. Just then, Dahine's attention was caught by nearby voices, turning her gaze to the source of the noise. A menacing group of thugs came into view. Panic began to set in as she realized she was utterly alone with no one to call for help. But as her eyes narrowed, she recognized one of the thugs, the very same guy who tried to hit on her for her number earlier. A quick flashback to that encounter played in her mind, and she recalled something crucial. He hadn't struck her as a genuinely mean person, so perhaps he might actually listen to her plea, summoning all her bravery. She walked towards the group and nervously managed to stammer out an excuse, catching their attention. Initially, the harasser snapped back, cocky and sharp, demanding, "Who the heck is that?" But then, his face went utterly pale, laced with anxiety, as he realized it was the same girl he'd tried to hit on. He then frantically began to explain, stuttering to her, that this isn't what it seems, and insisting this dude had started it, running into them first, while they were just minding their own business. And then this guy started demanding food. Daehoon, seizing the moment, apologized on the dude's behalf and politely requested they let him go free. The harasser, clearly, was less than thrilled to do as she asked, but eventually they grudgingly began to walk away. She then turned to the hoodie guy, checking if he was all right. The hoodie guy, initially startled, but then quickly asked if she could buy him food. Not long after, they were sitting outside, and it was crystal clear. The man had absolutely devoured a mountain of triangle kimbap, like a hungry hound, and he was still actively chomping down on the very last one he had. Immediately after, he gulped down an entire bottle of water, and once his belly's delightfully full, he feels like he's practically floating on clouds. Dae-hyun watches him, a hint of curiosity in her gaze, as the guy quickly starts profusely apologizing, explaining he never meant to bother her, not at all, but he was just so utterly incredibly hungry. He simply couldn't resist asking for some food. Dae-hyun reassures him, telling him it's really no big deal, and the guy explains he actually lost his wallet the moment he arrived in the country, leaving him without food for days. She then gently reminds him he really should have gone to the embassy for help, and the boy feels a bit foolish for not even thinking of that. The girl then checks her phone and realizes just how late it's gotten. Jean must be waiting for her to get home by now. So she quickly offers this boy some money, saying it's just a little something extra, just in case he gets hungry again. With that, she starts running off in quite a hurry, leaving the guy utterly curious about her. We can clearly see this is the very dude we've been hearing about. And by the way, he looks strikingly feminine, so don't be shocked if he turns out to be a girl. Later in the story, the scene then dramatically shifts back to the past, where we see Jean bursting into one of the rooms, gun clutched firmly in hand. Inside, he finds a lady fiercely protecting a young girl. Jean doesn't open fire immediately, not yet, but his transmission blares, ordering him to eliminate the target and return to base at once. The girl in the ponytail's arms trembles uncontrollably with fear, and that is when Jean suddenly hears someone calling, and he finds himself jolting violently awake from this truly unpleasant dream. He quickly sits up in his bed, and he can literally feel his pulse fiercely pounding. He then starts hearing the clattering of dishes, drifting in from the living room. He heads outside and finds Yona and Grandpa already there. The old man looks at him, asking why he's already up, when he should still be comfortably resting. Jean replies, saying it's definitely time for him to get back to school. Grandpa insists that resting and getting better, truly, is far more important right now, instead of fretting about his studies. Yona then subtly gestures to him from behind, a silent prompt, urging him to simply heed his grandpa's words. And without a moment's hesitation, Jean beams at his old man, a pleasant smile on his face. Before he finally heads out, his grandpa mentions he'll be home late tonight, explaining that his colleague, Mr. Lee, isn't feeling well, so he's covering his shift. Jean then asks Dan why she's heading out at such an early hour. She replies that she rose with the sun, determined, and plans to get a bit of studying in before school even begins. As usual, she reminds him that breakfast is waiting on the table, insisting he better eat it all up. Jean flashes her a quick smile, and she quietly makes her exit, leaving behind a delicious spread of food for him to enjoy. Now, our scene shifts to the bustling street outside. As Jean leisurely strolls along, absorbed in thought, his phone buzzes with a new notification. It's Jae-hyung, texting him frantically, practically begging him to make his grand comeback to the team as soon as humanly possible. Just then, Yona pops into the chat as well, telling Jae-hyung to count her in, but Jae-hyung brutally shuts her down, telling her she should stick to practicing with bots first. Just as Jean cracks a smile, amused by the lively banter between his friends, we then spot him walking down the opposite side of the road. Our boy's smile instantly vanishes the moment his eyes land on him, a chilling certainty washing over him that something about this figure feels eerily familiar. He quickly dashes toward the mysterious figure, but he slips away into a dark back alley, vanishing from sight. Jean instantly picks up his pace, diving headfirst into the alley right after him. Once inside, the mysterious figure is nowhere in sight. He follows the winding path deeper into the shadows, eventually stumbling upon a deserted construction site. After scaling one of the towering buildings, he scans the chaotic area below and soon spots his old friend, who's now clutching a gun and aiming it directly at him. Femboy doesn't hesitate, unleashing a furious hail of gunfire, sending a terrifying barrage of bullets straight his way. But with lightning-fast reflexes, our boy dives behind a nearby wall, barely escaping the brutal assault. While his previous injuries still throb with agonizing pain, Femboy begins to slowly advance toward our boy, and he can't help but let out a chilling remark about just how long it's been since their last encounter. He admitted earlier that he was quite startled to see someone following him, but he's even more surprised to find out it was our boy, Jean. That's when it finally clicks for Jean. This dude is 032. The hoodie guy simply keeps walking forward and reveals he already knows Zero SIX's habits. So it's no surprise to him that our boy is still alive. He finds it absolutely fascinating that he didn't even have to search to find our boy. Jean then asks if the camp sent him to eliminate him. But this question just goes completely over 032's head, and he has no idea what Jean is talking about. Jean, on the other hand, already knows that the camp would never send anyone to finish the job which 06 failed to complete. 032 simply snaps at our boy to shut the hell up, since he's not their leader anymore. Despite this, Jean keeps pressing for more info, asking if the camp didn't send him, then he must have snuck out from the camp without anyone's permission. 032 simply responds that none of this should matter to a traitor like him. He claims that he doesn't want to hold any resentment towards our boy, but his circumstances are forcing him to do so. But he does mention that 06 was his only family, the only person who looked out for him in that hellish camp. While 032 is rambling on with his sentimental talk, Jean quickly throws a metal projectile at him, hitting the gun in 032's hands, completely distracting him. 032 loses focus, allowing Jean to jump over him, and they both crash to the ground. 032 quickly tries to break free and aims the gun right at Jin's face. But Jean reacts fast, kicking 032's hand and sending the gun flying, not missing a beat. 032 pulls a dagger out and tries to slash Jean with it. Their back and forth is so quick that it's hard to even follow. But eventually, Jean grabs 032's hand, balls up his fist, and lands a punch on his face. But 032 blocks the punch with his hands and retaliates with a fierce kick, striking Jean precisely where he's already wounded. Our hero confronts him, asking if 032 has reported their every move back to the camp. But 032 expertly evades the question, retorting, "Since when did Jean become such a chatterbox?" He sharply reminds Jean he's no longer their leader, so there's no obligation to answer him now. After those cutting words, Jean is merely a target. He shoves Jean back, then swings his dagger with deadly intent, as they both reel back a step. It's brutally clear Jean has been slashed right across his belly. Meanwhile, far away back at school, the teacher drones on with her usual lecture, but Dae-hyun is completely lost in thought. He's fervently hoping Jean isn't skipping breakfast, worrying he needs to eat well to recover rapidly. Back in the heart of the brutal fight, Jean and his former friend relentlessly continue their fierce squabble as the dagger lunges at Jean once more. He swiftly grabs 032's arm and lands a brutal, jarring punch right to his face. The hoodie guy slides backward after his wild blade swing, and he's absolutely huffing and puffing, out of breath. Jin's side throbs with pain from the fresh cut as he presses 032 one more time, demanding if he's reporting everything back to the camp. Once again, the femboy cunningly dodges the direct questions, wondering aloud why Jean is suddenly so verbose. He then makes it crystal clear he won't reveal anything to a traitor who ruthlessly killed his friend. Afterward, he swings his blade again with renewed fury, but Jean quickly leaps right over him, delivering a brutal punch straight to his face. Jean follows up, unleashing a series of powerful swings, eventually landing a devastating blow to 032's belly, sending him staggering backward in pain. On the other hand, a new threat emerges. 032 spies a gun resting over his left shoulder. Before he can even grab it, Jean dashes down, but 032, with lightning speed, manages to snatch the gun and aim it straight at Jean. Jean reacts instantly, grabbing the gun by the barrel, expertly redirecting the bullets to ricochet harmlessly into the ceiling above. Once the firing ceases, Jean brutally pins the femboy to a pillar, and the guy immediately starts groaning in agony. Jean then presses him, demanding if he's here, out of unwavering loyalty to the camp, or solely to avenge 006's demise. The femboy, however, offers no response. Instead, he slams his knee right into Jin's belly. Then, without missing a beat, he points his gun at him again. And just like that, he unleashes another relentless barrage of bullets. But Jean, quick as a flash, ducks behind the nearest pillar, desperately trying to shield himself from the brutal onslaught. The femboy grits his teeth, absolutely relentless, and keeps on shooting, absolutely determined to take our boy down, no matter what. Jean glances back, spotting 032 starting to pull away. But the moment he tries to follow that scoundrel, he's left struggling, his fresh wounds holding him back, with one last painful cut still bleeding intensely. In sheer desperation, he quickly calls his friend, Seok-ju, and when his friend, the blackhead, finally answers, Jin's face goes absolutely pale. Upon hearing Jin's urgent request for surveillance data of the area, Yak-jo quickly springs into action, and Yona, ever observant, immediately notices him dashing out of the classroom. Once outside, he wastes no time asking Jin why he's diving headfirst into something so messy again. Nevertheless, he reassures Jin he'll call him back in just a few minutes, and strongly advises him to just send over the physical description and the exact location he wants to track. As the call ends, we're whisked away outside, where the femboy is casually strolling along his path, and he's absolutely fuming with annoyance, thinking to himself that if our boy hadn't been busy with all those probing questions, he could have finished him off multiple times already. He also can't help but notice Jin has gotten significantly stronger ever since their old camp days. He then vividly recalls our boy pressing him with questions, asking if he was truly here to avenge 06's death, or if he had simply been sent by the camp. He still has no clue why Jean was asking those baffling questions, or why Jean just didn't finish him off right away. As 032 continues his walk, the same obnoxious harasser and his goons spot him once more. A truly creepy smile then spreads across the harasser's face. As he gleefully decides to pick on him once more, 032 spots the goons too, of course, and he's definitely not in the mood to waste even a single second on these absolute idiots. So he simply ignores them, keeping his stride and walking forward. Suddenly, a few more intimidating thugs block 0:32's path, towering menacingly over him, as if they're ready to devour him whole. But in the absolute blink of an eye, all of these aggressive thugs are piled up, crumpled on the ground, like discarded toys as our protagonist strolls by. He then spots Dae-hoon, standing just a few feet away. Their eyes meet, and she instantly recognizes him. It's the same guy from before. The man starts rummaging deep into his pockets. He pulls out a note, gently handing it over to her. He thanks her profusely for her earlier help, explaining it's all he has at the moment, but promises to pay back the rest very soon. Dae-hoon insists he really doesn't have to do this, worrying he might not have anything left for himself afterwards. But she just bows her head, assuring him everything will be all right. Later, they find themselves at a cozy restaurant. Dae-hoon still comments that he really shouldn't have returned the money until he had more saved up. The guy simply replies with wisdom. Not everyone should wait until they have extra to repay someone for their help. She then asks him how old he is, and he casually replies that he's 17. Yona finds it absolutely fascinating that they're the exact same age. Our guy is just as surprised to hear this. With that exciting discovery, Yona quickly decides they must become buddies. They're the same age, after all. And our guy, of course, happily agrees to the idea. It's hilarious to see her trying to make friends so earnestly, even though she doesn't even know his name yet. She then asks if he's from overseas, and he confirms that he is indeed, mentioning he's currently traveling. When she asks if he's traveling with friends, he says he's on his own. Yona is absolutely intrigued by this. She finds it utterly fascinating that he's traveling all by himself. She then asks how many countries he's visited so far, and he admits he's not exactly sure, but guesses he's probably been to almost 20 countries. As they're deeply engrossed in their chat, Jean finally arrives as well, but his steps slow when he spots our protagonist sitting there. His eyes nearly pop out of his sockets when he realizes who he's sitting with, Dae-hoon. But Jean doesn't rush in immediately. Instead, he stands silently, peeking from behind the wall, while his sister and the mysterious guy continue their chat. Dae-hoon then asks how long he's been in Korea. The guy is initially silent, eventually responding he'll stay right here until he's finished with his task. Here, she flashes a charming smile, noting that he must live close by. Given how often they keep running into each other, the guy confirms it, explaining that he merely had some important business in the area. He then speculates that she, too, must reside nearby, before feeling a tad awkward. He then feels a bit awkward about asking an obvious question, but Dae-hoon quickly reassures him that she doesn't actually live in the neighborhood. Her school, however, is just around the corner. Suddenly, Jean dramatically dashes in. Before 032 can even react, our boy brutally grabs him, slamming him down onto the hard ground, leaving him writhing in agony. Jean then snatches a chopstick from a nearby bin, attempting to jab it straight into 032's face. However, 032 swiftly intercepts Jin's hand, but Jin quickly retaliates by swinging a powerful punch. After their intense, brief exchange of blows, both fighters finally take a much-needed step back, allowing for a fleeting moment of respite. Jin feels a wave of guilt, realizing he's dragged his sister into this chaos, and stands there, utterly frustrated with himself. Dae-hoon, on the other hand, is completely bewildered by the unfolding events. 032, clenching his jaw tightly, tells Jean they absolutely need to take this somewhere else, because Daehoon has absolutely nothing to do with their conflict. Jean is utterly surprised that 032 wasn't targeting his sister. That's when Daehoon calls out Jin's name, and 032 is equally shocked to see that she knows him. She then yells at her brother, demanding to know what exactly is going on and why he's even here. But instead of responding, Jean simply barks at her to get out of there immediately. The girl then asks him once again what he's doing here, but she suddenly feels a chilling sensation running down her spine, struck by the grave look in his eyes, a look she's definitely seen before. She then points out that he's severely hurt. On the other hand, Femboy finally asks her if she actually knows Jean, and she responds, confirming that he's her brother, her older brother, in fact. She also sincerely apologizes for Jin's out-of-character behavior, explaining that he's truly not usually like this. The guy is understandably initially shocked, but then he cracks a smile, realizing the sheer magnitude of this coincidence. Jean immediately tells his sister to give them a moment alone, and Dae-hyun, without a moment's hesitation, readily agrees. As 032 and Jean finally face each other, eye to eye, 032 comments, surprised that he never thought Jean was actually her older brother in the flesh. He then questions why Jean is suddenly sporting this disguise. Jean makes it unequivocally clear he'll only answer if 032 answers his questions first. With that said, and the terms established, our boy immediately asks if the camp sent him here, or if he's merely seeking revenge out of misguided loyalty, simply because our boy dared to betray the camp. 032 is clearly frustrated by Jin's relentless, probing questions. He eventually snaps at him, losing his cool, asking why he keeps repeating the same useless questions, and what good any of it does them now. But when he looks directly into our boy's eyes, he eventually reveals that he abandoned the camp as soon as he heard Jean had killed his friend. Regarding 006, he further admits that he's not here on behalf of the camp at all, but purely because he wanted to avenge 006, his death, because 006 was the only family he ever had. Jean reminds him, sharp-witted, that he and 006 weren't even close. So why does he actually feel such an intense urge to avenge him? The femboy kind of hesitantly agrees, and points out that they never really spent any time together, outside of their grueling training or dangerous missions. And frankly, he's not even entirely sure if revenge is truly what he's after anymore. He's now not even sure why he just ran away from the camp at all. After a heavy moment of silence falls between them, Jean then reveals a stunning truth. His friend 006 is actually not dead. Unsurprisingly, this shocking revelation nearly makes the femboy's eyes pop right out of his sockets. Jean further drops even more truth bombs, confirming that 006 faked his own death and disappeared, wanting to avoid being found by anyone. He doesn't even want his own friends to find him. Our guy is officially, utterly shocked. He asks once again if 006 is truly alive, and Jean confirms it without a shred of doubt. The crushing realization hits the femboy hard, and he starts feeling intense pangs of guilt when he finally understands why. Jean had been asking him the same questions repeatedly. Jean explains he needed to uncover his true intentions before spilling any secrets. If femboy had been secretly working with the camp, he would have instantly reported everything back to headquarters, so Jean just absolutely refused to reveal a single thing, without confirming whether femboy was truly allied with them or not. After being utterly blindsided by the news, the hoodie-clad guy slumps into a chair, then begins to snicker darkly. He then challenges Jean, demanding to know why on earth he's here. Jean, completely unsure how to even begin responding, simply states he just returned home. The guy is utterly floored, asking if Jean is genuinely claiming that girl is his sister, because as far as he knew, our boy had completely lost all his memories. Jean replies that his memories have recently surged back, though they're still a tad hazy. 032 asks if he betrayed the camp, just because his memories returned. Jean shakes his head, vehemently stating It was because he could no longer follow their heinous orders. Then Jean remembers Diane, fixing 032 with an incredibly serious stare, demanding to know exactly how he met her. 032 is clearly freaked out by Jin's intense, murderous gaze, pretty sure that if he doesn't spill all the beans, Jean might genuinely end him. He nervously admits that Diane had helped him out a while ago. Jean expects a flood of more details, but 032 just defiantly turns away, muttering, "That's all there is to it." Jean finally starts to chill out, and 032 is immensely relieved to see him settle down, though he's still utterly rattled by Jin's appearance, even deadlier than he looked while in the throes of battle. Despite the tension, Jean starts diligently cleaning up the mess, and his friend also readily lends a hand in tidying up the entire area. While they're clearing up the chaotic scene, Femboy suddenly asks if 006 is okay. This question immediately triggers a painful flashback for Jean. He vividly remembers the brutal impact 006 took from the speeding car, and how he was violently tossed around afterward. Keeping that traumatic image in mind, he doesn't go into graphic details, and just says his friend is kind of okay. Femboy simply shrugs and coolly replies, "It doesn't matter, as long as his friend is still breathing. After all, he did try to kill Jean, so it's expected that he might be hurt." Jean then turns to him, asking how he can trust someone like our boy, especially since he is a traitor to the camp. Femboy replies that it's because Jean has never lied to any of them, even though he betrayed the camp. 032 believes Jean wouldn't betray his friends. He mentions that 006 had the same opinion about our boy, as well upon hearing this. Jean then says that he understands everything. His friend gets curious to hear this vague line, so he asks what he means by that. Jean reminds him that on the day the entire camp was mobilized to track him down, 006 intentionally let him run away from the camp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it out alive. Femboy smirks at this and points out that they probably hated the camp even more than he did. Jean smirks in return, and then his friend asks if there's any way to reach 006. Jean says no, not until 006 makes contact first. Jean then reassures him that he will tell 006 to reach out to Femboy. When he does get in touch, he then starts berating himself up for lashing out at Jean for no reason, and almost getting himself killed in the process. He then also highlights how 006 had gone into hiding just to protect his friend. Jean then also reveals an interesting tidbit and explains that if the camp had known that 006 has a close relationship with the 032, then they would have used this to their advantage. So 006 did not tell anyone before vanishing. Femboy gets sad to think about how his friend is sacrificing himself to keep his friends safe. That is when the hoodie guy also reveals some interesting news, which is that the camp is making sure that no one finds out that our boy is still alive. Jean asks if they're actually covering this up. His friend confirms it's saying it's true. He adds that only a few high-ranking officials know that Jean is still alive. That's precisely why the camp can't launch a full-scale search for him right now. Hoodie Guy then remarks how incredibly strange it is that Jean, the camp's top soldier, is being kept hidden in such a way. Jean then presses him, asking how he discovered that 006 had been supposedly slain by Jin's own hands, especially if this critical information was truly kept secret. His friend, in response, quickly explains it's all thanks to Dog, the mysterious guy with the striking eye patch. Immediately after that, 032 decides it's time to head out, stating he needs to make a few crucial stops on his journey back to the camp, specifically to scatter some trails and ensure no one can possibly track Jean. But just as he's about to make his exit, he spots Daehoon peeking shyly from behind a tall pillar. Jean can't help but crack a gentle smile when he sees his sister, which completely stuns the hoodie guy. This is literally the first time he has ever witnessed Jean flash such a warm smile before. His friend then hesitantly asks if Daehoon is truly his sister, and Jin nods back with confident affirmation. However, his pleasant expression quickly fades, replaced by anger, when 032 requests to say a final goodbye to her. 032 visibly starts to tremble under Jin's intense, fiery gaze. Eventually, the poor guy just waves his goodbye from a safe distance, and the girl sweetly reciprocates the gesture. She then quickly turns to Jin, asking if he knew 032, and Jin responds with a simple, direct yes. She then questions why he was so incredibly harsh, especially if he knew him so well. Jin is completely stumped, utterly clueless on how to counter this question, but then he vividly remembers Yona, mentioning that Daehoon has always been exceptionally popular with guys, and is undeniably pretty. Keeping this in mind, Jin quickly crafts an excuse, claiming he thought some weirdo was trying to hit on her, simply because she's so beautiful. Daehoon is utterly startled to hear his explanation, and a truly cold silence instantly settles between them, after Jin's incredibly awkward comment. Later that night, Jin is back at his apartment, secretly tending to the painful wounds he sustained from the fight. Once he's patched up, he sits quietly, deep in thought, reflecting on the fact that the camp is actively covering up the astonishing truth he's still alive, and left wondering what their next move might be. We're back with our captivating femboy once again, folks. He's still deep in thought about Daehyun, his mind racing, desperate to confirm if she's truly Jin's long-lost sister. Suddenly, a flicker of movement catches his eye within his apartment. He instantly whips out his gun, muscles tensing up. Aiming it forward, a cool voice cuts through the silence. "Take it easy," the voice calmly instructs him, as this mysterious man emerges, stepping from the deep shadows. Our femboy's eyes widen as he spots a bald figure standing there. The sight leaves him utterly stunned, if only for a moment. The bald man's voice is firm. "Put that gun down now. Before we talk," he adds. Our femboy finally eases his tense muscles. Meanwhile, the bald man scans the surroundings, taking it all in. He then casually asks, "So, this is where you're shacked up now?" Then he drops a bombshell. "Did you actually manage to kill our boy?" Our femboy fires back, glaring at this bald-headed brute. Does taking down Jin look like a walk in the park? Seriously, he scoffs, disbelief clear in his voice. The hoodie-wearing femboy then demands, "What the hell are you doing here?" The shady figure replies with a chilling smirk. "Just handling some business, that's all," he drawls. But before our femboy can even process that thought, the bald man swiftly slips a wicked dagger from his sleeve, and with brutal speed, plunges it deep into our femboy's belly. As he twists the blade, driving it even deeper inside, he snarls, "I'm here to teach you a painful lesson, and to take out this defiant bastard for disobeying the camp." Our poor femboy trembles, pain racking his body. He gasps out, "Did the camp really order my elimination?" The big guy confirms with a grim nod. "But only if you refuse to return to the camp," he clarifies. Then, with a sickening yank, he rips the dagger from the femboy's chest, and swings it again, aiming for the femboy's side. A nasty cut opens across his thigh, fresh blood blooming. Our poor femboy lets out a pained groan, agony searing him. He's violently thrown backward, tumbling to the floor. The bulky bastard looms above him, a dark shadow, and chillingly compliments him on his impressive agility. The poor hoodie-wearing femboy is rapidly losing blood, streaming fast from the gaping wound in his belly. He manages to gasp out, demanding to know, "What the hell are you trying to achieve by doing all this?" The baldy replies with an unervingly calm tone. "I'm just taking care of things," he states simply. "While I finally have the chance," he adds menacingly, "I've waited for this precise moment to finally kill you. Now that 006 is completely out of the picture, I'm certain no one can save this pathetic femboy from dying by my own hands." Our femboy then unleashes a scathing jab at his brood of an opponent. He mocks, claiming he never knew 0 to 6 struck such a deep fear into him. And frankly, he finds it absolutely hysterical that this bald brute had to ambush him. Like the absolute coward he truly is, of course, this biting jab, however, immediately sends the towering gorilla into a frenzy. His rage completely consumes him. Seizing control, He violently swings his dagger, aiming straight for our boy. But in a flash, the femboy whips out his own gleaming dagger and lands a brutal, deep cut right across the gorilla. Now, the gorilla is practically frothing with an even greater fury and lashes back with a wild, desperate swing at the femboy. And while our determined hero battles to keep pace with the assault, the fresh wound he sustained begins to throb with agonizing pain. The gorilla then delivers a bone-jarring punch straight to his face, sending him careening, utterly decimated to the cold ground. As the femboy writhes and quivers, overwhelmed by agony, the menacing gorilla, with a sinister stride, strolls over to snatch the fallen gun from the floor. He levels it at the boy, chillingly reminding him of all the relentless effort the camp poured into forging him into a fighter, and how every single bit of it is about to be utterly wasted the very instant he pulls that trigger. But our defiant boy merely scoffs, mocking him relentlessly, telling him to shed his jealousy and focus on becoming stronger instead. Incensed by this defiance, the gorilla yanks the trigger back with savage intent, and the bullet rips, drilling a gruesome hole straight through the boy's thigh, leaving him crumpled to the ground, a discarded rag doll. Witnessing him in such utter disarray, a truly chilling, predatory smile stretches across the gorilla's face. It's clear he believes, no matter how many taunts are hurled, he's the undisputed victor who will dominate this night. But astonishingly, despite the brutal cuts and agonizing bruises, the femboy retaliates with a vengeance. He's back in action and launches his dagger with deadly precision straight at the gorilla's face, while the gorilla is momentarily stunned and disoriented. Our resourceful boy seizes the chance and bolts. He quickly dashes, a blur of motion, right out of the room. The enraged gorilla unleashes a furious barrage of bullets. But our quick femboy finally bursts out into the open air. His legs are trembling violently beneath him, as the continued gunfire makes his wounds gush with even more blood. The relentless gorilla gives chase, hot on his heels, but all he discovers is a chilling trail of crimson, because our femboy has already vanished, fading silently into the deep shadows. Yet, the gorilla continues following the bloody path, and just as he's poised to turn right deeper into the corridor, the femboy suddenly lunges, seizing his hand with an iron grip, and delivers a devastating, skull-rattling blow straight to his face. But before the monstrous gorilla can even react, our boy swiftly rips the magazine right out of its gun, then hurls it directly into the gorilla's shocked face. After those utterly humiliating blows, this massive brute gets even more explosively ticked off, recklessly swinging his dagger with murderous intent. But to his rage, he completely misses his mark, and as truly surprising as it is, the brutal blows this bastard took weren't from the femboy at all, but rather, they came straight from our boy himself. He just gave this arrogant bastard a shocking run for his money. The gorilla's face goes utterly pale with dread. He finally realizes it's our boy standing before him. Without wasting another precious moment, Jean charges directly at him and delivers a truly devastating, face-crunching blow right to his jaw, leaving his face instantly gushing with blood. The gorilla tries to launch another desperate attack, but Jean pummels him with more relentless strikes to the belly, then seals the deal with a barrage of brutal knee smashes. But Jean is far from finished. He doesn't stop there. He grabs the gorilla and slams his face right into the nearby wall, and with the gorilla's face already all bloody, the wall itself is sickeningly smeared with his blood as well. Finally, the once cocky gorilla crashes lifelessly to the ground. Once the intense fight is finally over, we see the femboy sitting slumped on the ground, nursing his numerous injuries, asking Jean, "Why in the hell are you even here?" Hearing that familiar voice, our boy casually turns around, glances at his friend, and then slowly starts to walk away. But wait, he grabs a bag absolutely full of goodies from the ground and gently offers them to the femboy, explaining that his sister mentioned he was completely broke, so he brought these essential supplies for him. The femboy takes a curious look inside and finds a stash of food supplies. He bursts out laughing, teasing our boy for being such an unexpected softie, and asks, "What in the world has changed you so much?" He even wonders if Jin's hurt his head or something. But then, with a flicker of understanding, he suddenly realizes that our boy has truly been like this all along. The scene swiftly shifts to the high-tech SW Corporation. We see our boy sitting formally before the esteemed director. The old man calmly points out that the man Gene brought in turned out to be a notorious international fugitive. He then mentions that arranging what Gene requested will be remarkably straightforward, since numerous countries are eager to claim him. He wraps it all up by decisively saying they'll ensure he spends the rest of his miserable days utterly imprisoned, utterly cut off from the world, a true outcast. It sounds like they're discussing the gorilla, the very beast, who launched that brutal assault on them. And honestly, that monstrous brute absolutely deserves every bit of the chaos and trouble he's stirred up. The wise old man then thoughtfully mentions that he presumes the gorilla is somehow linked to our hero's past. For a brief moment, Gene remains silent, then confesses he wasn't directly tangled in it. But oh yes, the deep connection is definitely there. The old man declares he won't pry any further, but firmly assures Gene to seek him out if he ever needs assistance. Gene simply gives a curt nod, rises to his feet, and departs without another word. The assistant then chimes in, admitting he was utterly startled when our boy urgently called for help, especially since it involved such a notorious criminal, and gunshots echoing at the scene. As Gene steps out of the towering corporation building, his thoughts immediately race back to his grievously injured friend, who is barely clinging to life. Gene swiftly pulls out his phone, a plan forming. He knows just the person who can get the femboy treated, somewhere far, far safer. But the femboy stubbornly insists he can manage it on his own, claiming he just needs to staunch the bleeding and disinfect the nasty wound. Gene, however, immediately points out that he desperately needs proper medical care. The femboy then mentions it would take far too long, and the camp might grow incredibly suspicious. Gene is absolutely floored to hear this, and demands if his friend is actually returning to the camp. The femboy confirms it with a firm nod. Gene then starkly reminds him that the camp explicitly ordered his elimination. In response, the femboy coolly explains that the gorilla did mention he was tasked with bringing the femboy back. But since this particular gorilla despises 0-6, or any of those numbered guys, he simply went ahead and tried to assassinate. Gene quickly points out that heading back to camp is still incredibly risky. The femboy just snickers, stating that since the camp believes 0-6 is dead, it makes no sense for them to kill him, just because he went searching for Gene. Besides, the femboy adds he sees no other path, because they'll definitely pursue him if he goes into hiding, and that could risk exposing 0-6's true status as well. Femboy then declares that if his daring plan succeeds, he'll ensure Gene remains utterly untraceable. It's the very least he can do for Gene, who saved his life, with all the telling traces he left behind. It should keep the enemy camp utterly distracted for a long, long time. He whispers to Gene, hoping he'll truly make it and manage to safeguard his precious, true life. Suddenly, Gene snaps awake, yanked from his flashback, as Lady Jai's voice sharply calls out to him. She inquires what unexpected errand brought him to her, and he casually replies that he was merely running an errand. She then follows up with a probing question, asking if it's truly wise for him to be out and about, given he hasn't fully recovered from his recent injuries. The instant she brings up his injuries, Jin's mind violently jolts back to the harrowing past, recalling femboy's ruthless kicks and brutal beatings, which only exacerbated his already grievous wounds. But instead of truthfully admitting his state, he flashes a brave smile, claiming he's doing absolutely great. The girl beams back, asking if he's free right this moment, playfully suggesting they grab a bite together. It's clear she's developed quite a soft spot for him, and even with an important meeting on her schedule, she'd much rather spend dinner charming Gene. But, alas, much to her surprise and dismay, Gene gently turns her down, explaining he must head straight home, as he already has firm dinner plans with his family. It seems she wasn't prepared to be rejected by a mere kid, and she's clearly feeling the intense heat of the awkward moment. To save her public image, she quickly fabricates an excuse, claiming she just remembered some urgent work she has to do as well. Meanwhile, the guard standing silently behind her looks utterly pale after witnessing her blatant, transparent lie. After all, that meeting was the sole, critical reason they were even here. Suddenly, the girl, ever persistent, asks if he'd be interested in taking on a lucrative part-time job, guaranteeing the compensation would be more than worth his time. Yet again, Jean, unswayed, politely turns her down, simply stating he's just not interested. She lets out a deep sigh, finally asking if he'd accept a ride home. Jean replies with a polite, yet firm, no. As Jean begins to make his quick departure, Lady Jai's loyal guard earnestly tells him to get well soon, so they can all train vigorously together again, mentioning that the other boys have been eagerly asking about his recovery. Meanwhile, Lady Jai, in a subtle, sly move, secretly smirks. Lady Jai is clearly thinking that Jean is meshing with the team far better than she ever anticipated. Even her notoriously discerning bodyguard appears to be quite fond of him. But the moment our hero steps away, the guard turns to her, asking if Lady Jai intends to assign Jean to CO Hatch's security detail. With a decisive nod, she confirms, explaining how the recent stalker incident directly involved CO Hatcha, and adds that the role wouldn't be overly perilous, as he'd primarily be escorting her. She then asks for his opinion, and he calmly replies that it should be fine. Meanwhile, as Jean strolls down the street, he suddenly spots his grandpa standing surprisingly close by. He calls out, curious about his grandpa's unexpected presence, and Grandpa simply states he's out for a breath of fresh air. The sagely old man then drops a bombshell. Dan's birthday is just around the corner in a few short days. Jin's face registers a definite look of surprise. Grandpa, ever the charmer, admits that he's utterly clueless about Gen Z preferences these days, being a proud boomer himself. He then asks Jean if he could possibly suggest what kids his age might like as a gift and what her current hobbies are. Plot twist. It turns out Jean is precisely as clueless as his boomer grandpa. An immediate, palpable, awkward silence descends as they both collectively realize they've both unexpectedly landed squarely in the boomer category themselves. Suddenly, a ring pierces the quiet. Ga's phone vibrates, pulling her attention as she sits in her office. The moment she checks the caller ID, a subtly creepy smile slowly stretches across her face. She answers the call, clearly surprised that it's Jean himself. Returning her call, a pretty significant event in itself. Our clever boy then directly asks her about the earlier offer she extended and whether it's still on the table. The girl, completely misinterpreting, smiles, convinced Jean must be calling about her dinner invitation. So she adopts an air of practiced nonchalance, claiming she's pretty busy but will check her calendar. However, her carefully cultivated pleasant smile utterly vanishes when Jean reveals he's actually calling about the part-time job she offered him. Her face clouds with annoyance as she hears Jin's true intention to discuss the part-time job, not the dinner. Unfazed, our boy asks once more if the offer still stands, and the girl, recovering, asks if he's truly interested. Jean immediately confirms his interest, so she tells him to meet her at her studio tomorrow, sharp at 4 p.m. The scene then zips to the game room, where Jean and the rest of the crew are chilling, having an absolute blast gaming and chatting away. Jae-hyung, who's been glued to an article about CO Hacha, excitedly spills the tea to his friends. The other boys instantly perk up, their eyes glued to his monitor. Jae-hyung explains she's landed the lead role in a brand new TV series based on an incredibly popular webtoon. Get this, she's starring in the upcoming Mercenary Teenager series. Then, Blondie casually drops that he's actually seen her in person, and she looks absolutely smoking hot. His orange-haired friend nearly chokes on his drink, hearing this, as Blondie continues, unfazed, to explain that he spotted her while working part-time at his cousin's ad company, right when they were filming a commercial with her. Jae-hyung is absolutely floored by this revelation. Being a hardcore fan of CO Hacha himself, he's been following her since her very first show. That's almost 8 years. of dedicated fandom and adoring her work. Young Chan eagerly asks Blondie what she was like in real life. Blondie responds that she's incredibly pretty in person, admitting he's never witnessed anyone so stunningly beautiful. The other guys can't help but blush, immediately calling Blondie a lucky bastard. Sehun even asks Blondie to give them a heads up if his cousin's company ever needs anyone again. The scene then dramatically shifts to the ad shoot set, where everyone is buzzing, prepping for the next advertisement. They're all eagerly awaiting Seo Hacha to emerge from her room. Inside, Seo Hacha overhears the news that a bodyguard is on their way to escort her. One of the crew members confirms it, but Seo Hacha retorts that they already have agency personnel handling her security. However, the guy reminds Seo Hacha that this guard, this time, is from SW Corporation. He explains he'd already assured the corporation there was absolutely nothing to worry about, but they remain concerned. Apparently, it's all due to the persistent stalking by some creepy fans. He assures her it's just one guy who'll be tagging along, so it really won't be much of a hassle. The massive gorilla-like guard standing nearby then confirms the new guy is just a trainee. Naturally, this news doesn't sit well with our leading lady. She can't help but wonder why they'd send a mere trainee for such a crucial task. As preparations for the shoot begin, everyone's attention is suddenly snared, caught by the crisp, rhythmic thud of approaching shoes. When they finally turn, their jaws drop. They're absolutely captivated by the sheer elegance this man exudes. And while we don't get a full glimpse of this mysterious, elegant man, I can confidently tell you it's none other than our boy, making his grand entrance right here. Meanwhile, back in Seo Hatch's dressing room, the hulking guard explains that SW sent the trainee simply to gain some experience. He assures her he'll keep a close eye on him to ensure he stays completely out of her way. Sia's assistant thanks the guard for his unwavering help and apologizes for all the extra trouble, muttering that this whole situation is way above his pay grade. The guard, however, reassures them, saying there's absolutely nothing to worry about. He adds it's SW's fault for sending a mere rookie, and that he personally finds it rather humiliating to work with someone so far below his level. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes at the door. When the guard reluctantly cracks it open, he finds Jean standing there, poised and ready. Our utterly handsome boy, impeccably dressed in a suit, looks like a total lady killer. He quickly states his affiliation with SW. The assistant is utterly bewildered, wondering if he's genuinely a bodyguard, or just try to pull a fast one on them. Jean formally introduces himself, confirming he's indeed the guard sent by SW. The assistant finally acknowledges it, though he almost mistook Jean for some kind of celebrity in disguise, because he just looks too ridiculously hot to be merely a random bodyguard. On the other hand, the hulking guard perks up at our boy's appearance, finding this nothing short of a complete joke, that they've sent a literal kid for the job. Nevertheless, Jean politely asks if he can step inside, and the assistant gives him the green light to enter. Once Jean is inside, Seo Hatchet takes one look at him and is absolutely, utterly blown away, finding it completely ridiculous. This handsome kid? He's a bodyguard. Jean steps forward to introduce himself and declares he'll be her new bodyguard, starting now. Seo Ha quickly reciprocates, saying, "It's nice to meet him." Jean starts looking around, getting a feel for the whole situation, while Seo Ya-cha can't help but wonder if this guy is really a trainee bodyguard. He looks more like a boy band trainee. Honestly, that SW is trying to debut, ready for the stage, and she can't help but suspect they just sent him here for some quick exposure. Meanwhile, our sharp-eyed boy wants to confirm something. Is this your first day on set? The assistant quickly confirms it, and once those formalities are out of the way, our boy swiftly addresses the elephant in the room and asks if the stalking really began 2 weeks ago with letters. The woman clarifies that it's been happening for much longer than that. She explains the stalker somehow knows her address and keeps leaving bizarre letters right in her mailbox. It's definitely gotten worse recently, but it's been going on for quite a while now. She adds that this kind of thing is common in her line of work, so SW really shouldn't worry too much about it. After that, the actress starts to ask how old he is, and that's when our boy's mind flashes back to a time his senior strictly told him that revealing his age now would only make people doubt his capabilities. So, right in the present moment, he simply replies, "It's a secret." At that exact moment, the gorilla from before calls our boy from behind and says he wants to have a quick chat outside. Once they're outside, the gorilla starts by asking if he's really a security trainee from SW. Once Gene hears this, he immediately realizes that this is exactly what these guys must have been told. So he just casually rolls with it, confirming that's exactly right. The gorilla then tells Gene to just stand aside and watch how it's really done. He's utterly confident he already has things under control. He then starts berating our boy, saying he has no idea why SW would send a runt like him, because security? That's no joke, and practice is essential. Mere drills won't cut it when real life comes knocking, so he flat out tells him he'd better stay out of the way until his shift wraps up and then just go home. Gene finally speaks up, daring to ask if this gorilla is Chael, young Kim from the infamous Security Brothers agency. The hulking man instantly grabs Gene by the neck, telling him not to even think about dodging the question. He warns Gene that if he dares to think they're messing around, he'd better listen up right now if he wants to get out of here in one single piece. With that, he flings Gene against the wall and just stalks off, clearly seething with annoyance. Just then, the actress steps out of the room, instantly asking if Jin's okay. He insists he's fine, and she apologizes for this absolute goofball gorilla, explaining he's from her agency and could be a tad rough around the edges. She even mentions that she told them she didn't even need a bodyguard. Gene doesn't utter a single word, and the actress enthusiastically starts to grill him, asking if he's still in school. Gene coolly responds that it's confidential. Suddenly, her assistant calls out, telling her it's high time to head to the set. Before heading out, the lady reassures Gene to just take it easy, assuring him that absolutely nothing's going to happen. With that, she leaves him standing there as she gracefully walks out of the scene. The very next scene cuts to GA, who's wondering if Gene made it to the studio safely. The guard asks if she's referring to Gene, and she quickly confirms. The guard then explains that he just received word that Gene has actually made it into the studio without a single hitch. GA then asks if sending him there was truly a good decision, especially since he hasn't fully recovered. The guard reassures her, saying it's all right, pointing out that threats and persistent stalkers are pretty common for A-list celebrities. And with CO Hatch's soaring level of fame, she's certainly had her fair share of them. Her agency just recently assigned a dedicated personal bodyguard for her, so Gene won't be overly busy. GA agrees, explaining that this is precisely why she sent him. He'll be there, taking it easy and recovering from everything, and who knows what surprises await. He might even complain about how utterly boring it all is. The guard then flashes GA a charming smile, remarking that he doesn't think Gene is the type to ever let himself get bored, not for a moment. GA beams at this good news, calling it a total cakewalk, to emphasize just how incredibly easy this job will be for Gene. The guard, with a slight grimace, reluctantly agrees, saying she's precisely, undeniably right. GA, on the other hand, is practically glowing, feeling incredibly proud of herself for using that Gen Z slang, which makes the guard distinctly awkward, as he watches her bask and revel in her own glorious sense of accomplishment. As people gather, buzzing with anticipation for the shoot, we also see the notorious gorilla making another appearance, despite the hottest actress sitting right there before them. Everyone's attention seems to be utterly fixed on Gene. As if under a spell, they can't take their eyes off him. The big man then, glowering, asks Gene why he abandoned his post for so long, saying, "We're not here on a field trip, kid." Gene calmly replies that he was scanning the perimeter. The cocky guy immediately starts absolutely fuming, questioning what kind of perimeter Gene is even talking about, and what a kid like him could possibly know about this stuff anyway. Suddenly, the director abruptly wraps up the shooting, as everyone takes a much-needed moment of respite. CO Hatch's assistant offers her some refreshing water, just as she's about to take a much-needed sip. Her attention is abruptly snatched by Gene, who loudly announces to everyone that he needs everyone to remain inside immediately. The entire staff is suddenly all ears after hearing this urgent request, and Gene continues, his voice firm, saying that the police will be arriving soon, and everyone in the studio, without exception, must cooperate fully with the investigation. The actress is now utterly confused and anxiously asks, "Gene, what's actually going on here?" Gene then shows her an envelope with a tiny camera tucked inside. She asks Gene, her voice laced with disbelief, "What is this?" And he explains that it's unmistakably a spy camera he found hidden right in the waiting room. The news hits like a thunderbolt out of the blue, shocking both the gorilla and the actress's assistant, as well as the actress herself to her core. Even the people standing all around start murmuring in disbelief, left wondering how a spy camera got secretly planted in her waiting room. The actress begins to visibly tremble. Gene, unfazed, continues, revealing he'd meticulously checked the surveillance footage, but couldn't find a single security camera at the waiting room's entrance. This makes it incredibly difficult to pinpoint who actually installed the spy camera. As usual, the gorilla is absolutely seeing red, berating Gene for not spilling the beans sooner. But Gene couldn't care less about the gorilla's fiery rage. He calmly proceeds, explaining that Mrs. Cha never actually used the waiting room. After he discovered the hidden camera, he was simply biding his time, careful not to disrupt the shoot, and no one has entered the room to retrieve the camera, nor has a single soul left the studio. The gorilla's frustration absolutely skyrockets, his nerves practically fraying at the edges, and his mind is on the brink of exploding. He's utterly convinced Gene is trying to screw him over. He lunges, trying to snatch the camera from Jin's hand, demanding he hand it over immediately. But Gene simply steps back with such a nonchalant flair that it's almost unbelievably smooth. The gorilla, clearly fed up, asks Gene what in the world he thinks he's trying to pull. Gene just coolly suggests it would be best if Miss Cha's assistant took the camera. The gorilla snaps his gaze to the assistant and demands he let him take the camera so his team can stage it with the police. The poor assistant, clearly flustered, hesitates but eventually agrees. The gorilla snatches the camera from Jin's hand. Without a second thought, and everyone around is pretty unsettled by how this giant guy is throwing his weight around. As they step outside, the gorilla immediately starts laying into Gene, asking why he didn't come to him first. With something like this, Gene shoots back, wondering why he should have, especially since the gorilla had already said he'd done a thorough investigation. When Gene asked if he checked the waiting room, the gorilla's rage hits a brand new level, as he demands to know if Gene was aware of the camera. When they spoke earlier, Gene confirms he was. This sends the gorilla absolutely spiraling into overdrive, unleashing a furious rant at Gene for failing to report to his superiors immediately. But Gene, ever defiant, makes it perfectly clear that this gorilla is no superior of his. And that, my friends, is the absolute last straw. The gorilla, absolutely livid, tries to slap Gene around, but Jin's definitely not the type to just stand there and take it. He swiftly stops the enraged gorilla dead in his tracks. Finally, the gorilla, seething, backs off, muttering a chilling threat that Gene would have been dead if it weren't for SW Corporation. Later, we cut to a sleek Vince speeding down the highway. Inside, the lady and her assistant are deep in conversation. She presses, asking how long it'll take to figure out who planted that pesky camera. The assistant assures her the forensic team is all over it and should have some answers soon enough. But the lady, still uneasy, isn't so sure. She mentions, with a hint of irritation, they seem to think she's overreacting about something as trivial as this camera. The big man, ever the reassuring presence, quickly tells her not to worry. He insists he'll run his own personal investigation into the matter. Meanwhile, the actress looks visibly sad and troubled. Gene glances her way, but remains silent. When they finally arrive at her extravagant home, she steps out of the car, and Gene follows suit. But the assistant stops him, telling him to stay in the car, as he'll drop Gene off at the nearest station. Gene, however, ever the independent spirit, says he'll head back on his own 2 feet. With a final, brief exchange of goodbyes, The assistant drives off, leaving Jean standing there alone. Once the car is completely out of sight, Jean begins to walk around the actress's house. That's when we see her sneaking out of her own house, wearing a mask and a cap. As soon as she steps out, she's startled by a sudden presence behind her. She whirls around, finding him standing right by her side. She quickly demands how he's still there. And Jean, ever calm, simply responds that he was just scanning the area. She gets a bit flustered and embarrassed, and tells Jean that he can go home now, since she's just heading to the convenience store, around the corner. Then, she cheekily asks if she's not allowed to do that. Jean responds that she's absolutely free to do whatever she wishes, and that's exactly why he's still here. And just like that, her face absolutely beams. A little later, we find her happily, savoring some deliciously slurpable noodles, right outside the convenience store. She tells Jean, "Don't just sit there, dig in too." She casually mentions that she was planning to take the noodles home, but chose to eat them outside since he's here. Looking down, she admits with a soft sigh that, when she's really stressed out, she loves to unwind by strolling around the neighborhood. She's been in the business for so long now that it's almost impossible to walk around anywhere without being recognized. And finding time for friends? Forget about it. She then asks Jean, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, "What do you do for fun with your friends?" He replies that he sometimes hits up the game room. After school, she then asks Jean again, "Wait, did you just say a game room?" Jean confirms he did, leaving her absolutely floored, because she suddenly feels like she's talking to a teenager all over again. While Jean is sitting there, totally chill, he suddenly spots some very familiar faces. Yep, it's his friends, and they are utterly blown away to see him casually hanging out with a one and only infamous actress. Jean just quietly stands in the background, while the lady waves to them with a sweet, pleasant smile. After a little while, all of Jin's friends end up joining her at the table. And guess what? It turns out they all ended up at the game room together. Jae-hyung enthusiastically points out that he never ever imagined he'd be gaming with her today. The actress just smiles and says she didn't think she'd end up at the game room either, since she usually just games at home anyway. Jae-hyung gets a shiver down his spine when the actress smiles and talks, because she looks even more stunning in person. She charmingly thanks him for the compliment, and then playfully points out that she won't forget how they all told her she absolutely sucked at games. Young Chan, with a totally deadpan expression, immediately confirms this, bluntly stating there's no doubt she actually sucked. Surprisingly, as much as Jae-hyung likes her, he adds, "There's no mercy for noobs." Blondie completely agrees, looking utterly exhausted. Exhausted from playing with noobs like Jean and Sohoha. Jae-hyung tells her not to take it personally, but advises her not to tell people she's a gamer, as it will be just insulting in itself. The actress erupts in a smile and a cheerful laugh after their little banter. Eventually, they decide to part ways. After a final wave, Jean and Sewa head off together, while the boys stand behind, still unable to take their eyes off her. Young Chan even remarks that he can't believe he grilled Sewa Cha about her gaming skills. Jae-hyung agrees, and he feels like it's all just one big dream. As they walk out, they carry the sweet autographs of Sewa Cha, signed over their uniforms. Later we see a Mini Cooper zooming down the road. Inside, Sewa is still in disbelief that her bodyguard is actually a high school student. Jean feels a bit awkward, seeing her so chatty and enthusiastic, while Sewa continues to gush about how much fun she had with him, admitting she never thought she'd be hanging out at a game room, like that she usually just plays games alone at home. Jean suggests that if she finds gaming in public difficult, she could invite her friends over to play. Sewa explains that she's been a trainee since middle school, so she honestly doesn't have any friends. Once she debuted, she was too busy with work to make any real connections. She sometimes hangs out with people she meets through work, but she wouldn't really call them friends. Sewa then asks him about his life, because she is curious why he's working as a bodyguard. While still in school, Jean explains that he's doing it to buy his little sister a birthday present. Sewa is startled and touched by his reason, finding him to be a really sweet brother. She comments that he must be pretty close to his sister, but she can't really relate. To be honest, since she is the only child of her parents, she then offers to drop him off. But Jean quickly assures her it's completely unnecessary, insisting he can easily get home on his own after he sees her safely to her destination first. Throughout their entire conversation, Jean has consistently maintained a formal tone, always addressing her politely as Miss Cha, but she finally tells him to just call her Sewa. When they finally arrive at their destination, Jean steps out of the car, and as he turns, he spots another figure rapidly approaching them. This man looks absolutely furious, but Sewa quickly reassures Jean that it's okay, since she knows the guy. The man then cryptically hints that the particular person she knows would very much like to see her, and that someone is currently sitting in the car. But Sewa remains silent as the man closes in. Sewa starts to walk forward as well, but Jean swiftly steps directly in front of this new guy. The dude in glasses, however, immediately tells our boy to simply step aside. Sewa then tells Jean he can go home now, promising she'll be home right after this. But Jean insists on waiting for her. Sewa is momentarily silent, just gazing at his incredibly calm face. Eventually, she smiles and gently tells him to go home and get some rest. As she walks away, a hint of sadness crosses her face, thinking to herself that she simply can't drag him into this. Once Sewa is inside the car, the man immediately starts berating her, demanding to know why she didn't pick up his calls. He scolds her for not calling him back, even if she was busy. Sewa responds bluntly, questioning why she should even bother taking his calls. The guy in the shadows seems utterly baffled by her response, then smirks, warning her not to push him too far, or she might just live to regret it. He reminds her that he has his limits too, and tries to justify his questionable behavior by claiming that the dates he went on with other girls were all strictly for business, he insists, and should absolutely not be held against him. Sewa tells him she couldn't care less who he meets, since they broke up a whole month ago, which means he needs to stop contacting her. And showing up like this, she firmly states she would greatly prefer if he didn't call or drop by anymore. She then starts to open the car door, but this absolute creep lunges right at her, grabbing her hand and coldly declaring he's going to teach her a harsh lesson about her rightful place. He arrogantly makes it clear that just because she's gained a little fame doesn't mean she's some untouchable hotshot starlet right now. He then gloats about utterly ruining a little actress like her and menacingly threatens to expose her parents' identities. He then sneeringly questions if she's actually getting a reality check in this pathetic state she's in. But before he can spew any more absolute crap, our hero absolutely smashes his luxury car window. Glass explodes, shattering everywhere, as our protagonist violently grabs the rich dude by the collar, yanking him straight out of his comfy seat, and slams him down onto the asphalt, leaving him scraped up pretty badly and reeling. The girl is left completely stunned by the shocking scene, and our hero quickly tells her she can get out. The moment she's safely out of the car, he checks if she's okay. She quickly affirms she's fine, but she seems surprisingly more worried about the rich guy. He just violently threw out, "So, are you a fan of this manhwa? And absolutely can't wait for the anime, right? Tell me, what would you rate this incredible story in the comments?" I personally loved seeing the cold main character starting to slowly unravel and explore new emotions. Seriously, drop your rating from 1 to 10. Honestly, I'm still wrestling with figuring out my own score.